Good morning. I want to welcome everyone to the February 7th, 2017 meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors as we come into session. And thank all who have joined with us this morning. I know it's a very rainy, blustery day out there, and certainly we're in for some more as the week progresses, and we'll have an opportunity a little later in the day to get an update from our emergency services coordinator and some of the folks that have been working and tracking the storm and storm damage and the prognosis for the next few days. But thank you for being here, and hopefully everybody had a safe drive in, and we certainly would hope you have safe travels for the rest of the day. With that then, we'd just ask our clerk to call a roll, establish a quorum, and make a few brief announcements, and then we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance and jump right in. So.
Okay, good morning, Supervisors. Supervisor Cerna?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Peters?
Here.
Frost?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
And you have a quorum. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed captioned and is webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, February 10th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch. Members of the audience wishing to address the board may fill out a speaker slip and hand it to staff. When the chair calls your name, please come to the podium. Also, please take a moment to silence your electronic devices.
Okay, and with that, could Supervisor Frost lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, then I would just note I do have one speaker form, but if others are here wish to address items that are on the agenda or not on the agenda, please fill out one of these and get it to our clerk, go to one of the members of the clerk staff, and we'll call upon you at the appropriate time. I know we have a fairly lengthy consent calendar. I think some items coming off this morning, some continuances, and some speakers as well. So with that, Flo, I'll turn to you to help us at least with the first part of that. So,
Okay,
thanks.
thank you. For your consent matters, items 1 through 38. For item number 5, you are adopting an ordinance amending Title II, Chapter 2.25 of the Sacramento County Code relating to the Sheriff's Outreach Community Advisory Board. You waived reading on this on January the 24th. For item number 25, you are acting as the Board of Supervisors and Sacramento County Redevelopment Successor Agency. I do need a motion to continue this to February the 28th. And this would be authorize the execution of the First Amendment to the Master Interagency Project Agreement to transfer, allocate, and expand all unobligated bond proceeds pursuant to Health and Safety Code Section 34191.4.
Okay. I had a request to speak. Sue, did you have a request? Super.
A couple of consent
Okay,
items.
we'll get to that just a moment. If
Okay.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So I didn't know if you wanted to speak to that. So on item 25, I would move that we continue that to February 28th, and would suggest that we keep it on, put it as a separate matter so that we may allow for some discussion by board members. So that would be my request. Or time matter, however you want to handle it. So
Okay.
Okay, that's the motion to continue.
Second.
Okay, moved and second to continue item 25. Please vote.
Unanimous vote, and let the record reflect that Supervisor Susan Peters recused herself.
Okay. So noted.
For item 26, we're back as the Board of Supervisors. I do need a motion to continue this to February 28th. It's the Maple Lane boundary line adjustment.
All right, do we have a motion?
Move to continue.
Okay, moving and seconded to continue item 26. If nothing further, please vote.
Unanimous vote. And Supervisor Natoli, that concludes my notes from the clerks.
Okay, all right, we're going to turn to supervisors and start to my right. I know Supervisor Frost punched up. We'll come this way. So, Sue, items you want to address or pull off?
I just wanted to pull items 5 and 12 from consent.
Okay, please note items 5 and 12. Pull those from consent. Anything else? Oh,
No.
Okay, all right, we'll come back to those in a moment. All right, Susie?
No.
No, yeah, okay. Patrick? Okay. Mr. Stern? Any? Okay. And I did want to, for discussion purposes, item 33, we had some language that was just circulated on that, so if we can hold that item as well for discussion to keep it on consent, but do need to add some comments to that. All right.
That was 33?
33, yes.
Okay.
So we have items 5, 12, and 33. And we do have speakers on items 16 and item 18. So maybe I'll just go, let's go down to, starting with the lowest
So-
number first, working to the highest number, okay?
All right, so starting with item 5, it's the adoption of the ordinance amending Title II, Chapter 2.25 of the Sacramento County Code relating to the Sheriff's Outreach Community Advisory Board.
Okay. I know Supervisor Prost had asked to pull this. I would just note, and certainly would give her opportunity, but I have chatted with the county executive this morning, and we have received correspondence between the last meeting, and I know we have our undersheriff here, but I would suggest it might be wise in light of the correspondence to consider continuing this until, I think, March the 7th, I think, would be the
Yeah, I agree.
potential date.
That was what I was going to
Okay, all right, so-
propose.
so
So move to continue it.
Second.
Okay, so moving second to continue it. Nab, did you want to weigh in? And any other board member as well, but
What we will do during this time is have another meeting with the sheriff, and I will also invite any board member to join me in having a conversation with him.
any two board members that
Any
join
two
you?
board members. Yeah, two.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, all right. So I think it sounds like Susan and Patrick, and then you'll keep the rest of us informed. But
I will.
if nothing else, you could have 2 meetings or 3 meetings, 2, 2, and 1, and take us over there different times. But so, okay, with that, then that's the motion is to continue that. We want to set that for a time, or you want to leave it on consent? Did you want to?
We can leave it on consent.
Okay,
I'm
so-
optimistic.
All right, we'll leave it on consent. Okay, all right. So, anyone wish to address item 5? If
I'm not sure I understood.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
We're going to continue it.
Okay.
March 7th. And then I believe Supervisor Peters and Supervisor Kennedy will meet with Mr. Gill and the sheriff
Okay.
between now and the
Conversation.
7th. See if we
All
can.
right, I got confused when you
No,
said
no,
leave
that's
it
fine.
on
No,
consent. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, but we would bring it back on
March
consent
7th.
for.
I'm good.
Okay, got it. All right, that's the motion then, is to hold over item 5 to March 7th and have it remain on consent and see if we can work through the differences on this item. So, all right, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, thank you. All right, next item, item 12.
Next item, I believe, is item 12. It's the authority to enter into a retroactive 22-month revenue agreement with the California Department of Public Health.
Okay, Ms. Frost.
So yes, I just did, one of the questions that I had asked the staff was relating to the, this proposal to ask for this funding, and the funding includes a comprehensive program that includes Do No Harm. And I understand that the county does not have a policy relating to needle exchange, but I think this is an issue that's of great public interest. And the question that I have is, if we submit for this money, is there a condition that the money be spent on the Do No Harm needle exchange or needle give out programs? And if so, I think before going after that money, we should have a discussion about that in a public way that allows the public to have a voice and be a part of that conversation.
Okay. You've heard the comments, Mr. Yo.
Yeah, Supervisor Frost, Paul Lake. There is no requirement for the use of these funds for the needle exchange program. It's really to provide support services, medical services, nutrition, education, that sort of thing. So it's not tied to, there are no conditions on that.
Okay,
to
so we
support any kind of needle
can
exchange
design how we want to use the money if we get the funding.
Well, there's certain things that it's intended for, but needle exchange is not one of them. It's for nutrition, education, medical services, that sort of thing.
Okay.
And it's an allocation from the state. It's not even something we had to apply for. It's just an increase in allocation for this program.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I?
Yes, Mr. Sure.
So I'm just curious, Supervisor Frost, is the concern that it would somehow require needle exchange, or is the concern that it does not?
I don't have a position. I'm not saying I would support or oppose needle exchange. I think what I'm saying is this is a topic of interest to my constituents, and I think I wouldn't want to approach it, in a way that they didn't have a chance to have a voice if we were going to go down that road. I've heard some compelling arguments on both sides. I've also heard, I've begun to read some of the studies on programs in San Diego and other places where they've been using the needle exchange, some with success and some have had some real challenges. And so I just was thinking, if it is, oftentimes, it seems like in government, oftentimes, if you get the money, there's a condition attached to it. I just wanted to confirm, is that a condition that's attached to it? Because if it is, I think we should have a public discussion before going after the money.
I would, in light of Supervisor Frost's, I think, reasonable line of inquiry, and I know we need to stay in the bounds of what's been noticed today, but I would suggest that our county executive perhaps work with Supervisor Frost and myself to find out if there's any merit in having at least a public workshop to do exactly what Supervisor Frost has, I think, suggested, which is let's have it might be worthwhile to have a public discussion about it, not with any action intended, but just to educate ourselves and the public.
I think that's a great idea.
Will do.
Thank you.
I would note, just for Supervisor Frost, but again, for those in the audience too, that this board certainly, over my years as a member of the board, on at least 2 occasions, but it wasn't just 2 times, but it was over a period of many months, and including litigation back in the mid-'90s that related to whether or not it was lawful at that time under state law, and to put in place a needle exchange program. And then again in the early 2000s, where we did go out to our city colleagues, and certainly these chambers were full of folks both in support of and in opposition to that approach, and ultimately this board, in both occasions on split votes, chose not to do that. There are needle exchange programs that are not under the guise of the county that are certainly, we understand, are in place, but they're not sanctioned by the county. It's an issue that has a lot of both the emotion as well as obviously I think findings behind it that people will advocate and or oppose. And so in the event we have that workshop, I know the Public Health Advisory Board has sent communications here in recent months expressing, at least on behalf of some of the members of that body, their interest in having the board consider this. So I would just advise, if we're going to workshop or otherwise, we need to allot sufficient time, because this is an issue that for a variety of reasons, both public health, but also I think people's views on what may be a part of any program or sanctioned by county brings and associated impacts, both positive as well as potentially negative. So I just would suggest that if we're going to do this now, that working with our clerk and certainly through the chair, that we allow sufficient time, because I trust this will be an item that will engender a lot of conversation, and that's fine.
And I certainly appreciate the chair's suggestion that we have enough time to engage fully and understand, especially the history, which I think is very important. I would say, though, it's probably a very apropos point in time for this board to at least become educated on kind of the current status of needle exchange policy. There's been some time that's passed. This board obviously has some new members since that discussion was last had in a public setting, so I think it's probably the right time. And certainly, unfortunately, since the board has last considered that, we've also had some pretty dramatic changes and trends in terms of needle use for various substances. So I think all signs point to this being an issue that has, clearly surfaced, at least in my opinion, and is ripe for us to at least hear from experts and hear from our own health department and behavioral health folks about, just to be up to speed, if nothing else.
Okay, good. Supervisor Frost.
I'd also like to request that the discussion not just be to needle exchange, but maybe to the topic of drug addiction, because, my background as a nurse, it's not just about the needles, it's where you're going to spend your money, and addiction is much bigger than the needles.
We're actually going to have some of that today.
A little later, there's an item on the agenda a little later, to your point.
So, thank you.
Okay, good. All right. Thank you for that. Then, any other questions on item 12? All right, we'll leave it on the consent calendar. Next item?
Do we want to
We have a
call
speaker.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a speaker
Okay.
on item
16 and 18.
16, yes.
So item 16, authorization to enter into agreements with nonprofits for paid student internships.
Okay. Supervisor Frost, did you have a question on this one? Or, no, that was from the last one.
Well, I have a comment, actually, no,
Okay.
I'm good.
All right. Well, maybe we do have a speaker on this, and maybe we can, we have staff here that could address this in the event that we need to. I guess you're it now.
I do not see
Okay.
staff.
Okay.
If
But
you
we
could
have-
take the testimony.
Yeah, I
and
will,
if-
yeah. Well, April Parrish, April's here, I know, has been a strong partner. Come forward, April. On some of our workforce development efforts in this community and affiliated with the university, Sac State. So, good morning.
Good morning, all of you. My name is April Parrish. I am the Workforce Development Director for a unique program that's based at Sac State. Our program is called the California Intern Network, and I wanted to just say a thank you to all of you for approving this contract. I've been working at it for a while with the staff. Didn't know it was finalized, but here this morning again to say thank you and how excited we are to work with everybody and all the divisions of the county to provide workforce development initiatives. I'm hoping we can keep track of some great analytics to prove the success of it as far as future hires into civic service. So just thank you.
Good. Well, thank you, April. And I know you visited with me about 3 years ago, at least, when we were, talking about some of the efforts, and it's taken a while to get to this juncture. And noting that, and certainly discussion certainly across the street, I know that the mayor certainly has been, making it known and his interest in certainly seeing additional internships, and we have some, great programs in place. I think the partnership with the county certainly via this and being able to track it and to encourage folks, young professionals, but others who want to be in the trades and so forth, and get them exposed to, local government and the opportunities for both, jobs, but also for contributions to our community welfare and just the general makeup of our community. So I want to thank you for your efforts, and certainly the University, Sac State, for its work. So.
Well, good. Thank you. We're looking forward to it.
Okay, good. I guess you're off the hook now. It was a positive comment, so you're good. Okay. All right. Thank you, April. All right. Next item is item 18. We have a speaker on.
Yes. Item 18, salary resolution amendments and amendments to the Conflict of Interest Code for the period ending February 2017, including establishment of the new class of Airport Safety Management System Manager and corresponding salary.
Okay. On this item, then, I have Kelsey Johnson. Kelsey, you're signed up. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning. I'm Kelsey Johnson, President of the Sacramento County Management Association, SCHEMA. On behalf of SCHEMA, I would like to thank the county for the timely and collaborative manner in which they handled the issues raised on this item. SCHEMA had hoped a similar approach would be taken regarding the salary amendment for our attorneys, but unfortunately that has not been the case. SCHEMA understands that you may be meeting in closed session today to discuss the salary adjustment and hopes an agreement consistent with the fact finder's decision is reached. If no agreement is reached today, I request the board schedule the legally required public hearing on the matter for your next regular meeting on February 28th, 2017. Thank you again for your time and your thoughtful consideration.
Good. Thank you, Kelsey.
Thank
Thanks
you.
I know you have members of your unit here as well as others who will be affected, so thank you for your work on that. And I do believe that is a closed session item for the board today, so we'll see where that takes us. So.
Excellent.
Good.
Thank you. We look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, you bet. Thanks for all for being here, too. Okay, no other comments on item 18. all these folks were here for that item, so.
Are you ready for 33? Item 33?
Yes, item 33.
Okay. Item 33, authorize the Director of Water Resources to apply for grant funding retroactively and to accept funding from the California Department of Water Resources Small Communities Flood Risk Reduction Grant Program.
Okay. Thank you, Flo. We should be brief on this. I know we continued this item 2 weeks ago, and I had a chance, I think, and maybe others as well, to talk with Michael Peterson about the grant terms and conditions, and certainly we would be, by the action today, would be affirming the grant applications and allowing the work to proceed. I would just say that I had raised the issue 2 weeks ago as it related to kind of what was going to be the outcome of the information and how that might affect, I think, the Delta communities and the people who live and work there, and because some of the alternatives that are put forth in general terms, whether they be setback levies or raising structures or ring levies, it's not like those are new topics as it relates to flood protection and higher levels of flood protection. And you know, I think depending upon the circumstances, those can be implemented in a way that provides greater level of safety and protection for communities, but it doesn't have a negative effect as it relates to the layout of both the towns, but also the daily lives of the folks that live in those communities. And I would just say, as the grant proposals themselves would allow us to look at both the Hood and Point Pleasant communities, Cortland Lock and Walnut Grove, both the east and west sides, along with the community of Ryde down in the Sacramento portion of the Delta. And that the unique thing, I would just want to make this note for the record, is that many of those communities are built right on the levees. Those towns, when they were built and constructed and have existed that way in some cases for well over 100 years, and that when you talk about some of these alternatives, they really, from a practical standpoint, don't fit with what would actually occur on the ground, and so therefore I just want to make sure it's very clear we have some adopted Delta principles that relate to protecting communities, but certainly protecting the integrity of the towns themselves and the daily life that goes down there, whether it be just the normal activities, but certainly agriculture and recreation are big. And so I wanted to note that, and that by way of accepting this money, that somehow we don't back ourselves into a corner as it relates to the state and some of the actions they've contemplated, both California water fix, but also levels of flood protection for areas that are less populated than some of our urban communities like Sacramento or Natomas, or the pocket areas or areas along the American River and so forth. And so I had asked Michael Peterson to get some additional language for our resolution. And Michael, if I could call you forward, and I think you've circulated to the board, and maybe we could read into the record, and then we can include this on our consent calendar. Any comments you want to add as well, because I know I've shared concerns as well.
Certainly. Good morning, Michael Peterson, Department of Water Resources. As we've discussed, and as we had this item continued from 2 weeks ago, there is a certain amount of uncertainty proceeding forward with the grant program as proposed. So we wanted to make sure that by adding the proposed language into the resolution, that the underlying premise and the intent for the county to participate in this program goes back to those adopted Delta policies and principles. The key thing is that our effort will be to identify projects working with the community and with the reclamation districts that not only provide additional flood protection, but support the overall viability and sustainability of those communities as a place, not just that you're seeking the biggest project that you can get, regardless of what those impacts might be on the ground. That's the key intent. So adding the language, there's an additional paragraph in the preamble. Whereas any recommended actions developed as a result of participation in this grant program should support and align with the County of Sacramento Delta-centric policies adopted November 18th, 2008, and related Delta principles. That's simply to emphasize the perspective of the county in terms of moving forward with this program. And as we meet with the state, as we meet with the community, that is the underlying premise.
Okay. Could you, if we include this morning, also attach as a part of to this report and to the resolution, those principles.
Absolutely.
So there's no confusion about what we're referencing and what this board, on behalf of the folks we represent, but certainly in our engagement on Delta-related issues, and certainly flood protection being a part of that, but also protection of the vitality of those communities going forward, that clearly those principles are referenced beyond
Absolutely.
just in the language here. Okay. All right, thanks. That's all I had. Any other comments by board members on this item? Okay, those were the items that we had before us. The consent calendar then, with the exception of those items, been continued. I had no other speakers on consent matters. I do have one on item 43, but that's an item we'll get to in a moment. So, all right. Then a motion would be in order for the balance of the consent calendar.
So moved.
And I would take that would include the language as suggested by Mr. Peterson for item 33. Okay. All right. If nothing else, please vote.
Unanimous vote, and let the record reflect that Supervisor Peters did recuse herself from item 5.
No.
On the
No.
consent?
25.
20, I'm sorry.
25.
25.
Just add a 20
And
behind
it's
the five.
Susan.
Yeah.
Susan Peters, 25.
Yeah.
Right.
Good.
And I'm sorry, that's what I said, but I had the wrong item number.
Got it. Okay. All right.
Thank you for correcting me.
All right. Do you have some?
You can always count on it, Flo.
Okay.
So for item 39, it's a service award for David Constant, 30 years with probation.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Marlon Yarber, Assistant Chief. Here to do the presentation, but our honoree is yet to arrive.
Okay.
So
We can hold for sure. You bet you want. We'll do that. And I know with the
Come back.
the weather today, so we'll come back to that one. So
perfect. Thank you.
all right, because we got some other presentation too. So
Okay, item 40, presentation of resolution proclaiming February 26, 2017 as Spay Day 2017 in Sacramento County.
all right, and I would call forward our recipients for this one.
Anyone here on Spay Day?
Traffic is really
The
bad.
rain has taken a toll.
There we go. Okay.
Okay.
Hi, how are you? Good, how are you? Just asking when I went.
Yeah, you want to do
Right now.
Are you Gillian?
Jillian.
Jillian,
Yeah.
okay.
Thank you so much.
You bet. Join me here at the. I'm gonna let you say tell us a little more about it, Jillian, in just a moment. But I know that the county over the past several years, in fact, going back probably 16 or 17 years now, has in one way or the other supported the efforts of the Sacramento Area Animal Coalition in proclaiming Spay Day, and certainly offering support in a variety of ways, both through the shelter system, but also in working with this organization and many others to encourage folks to spay and neuter their animals, but also to provide that access that sometimes is very difficult because of financial means for owners and guardians of the animals. And so this year, February 26th is the big day, and I think your goal, and I'll let you say in a moment, but I know that many hundreds of animals are targeted, and I think the word gets out to them. So some of them, they try to hide in the corner, but mom and dad make sure that they get to to their appointments at the duly appointed time. But in all seriousness, we know that both in the shelter system and certainly with our animal rescue organizations, that the numbers of unwanted animals certainly continue to number many thousands of them, certainly in Yolo and Sacramento counties, and that efforts are made certainly to reduce the flow into the shelters, but also to help, I think, pet owners realize that it's a responsible thing to do, and that if they choose to do it, and if finances are difficulty, that this day at least is one opportunity amongst many throughout the course of a year that affords folks that opportunity to participate. And so in addition to that, though, both the spay neuter, but also then providing vaccinations and microchipping for the animals to help with their return should they be lost or run away in days like this when it's stormy and fences blow down and so forth. And so we want to certainly commend the leadership that Jillian and many of the folks with the Sacramento Area Animal Coalition, maybe you can tell us about some of the groups that are involved, but I know our Director of Animal Care Dave Dickinson, working certainly with GNF in the city and with the SPCA, and those in Yolo County. There's a variety of folks in the public and private system, but also veterinarians who step up to assist in many ways and really mobilize a lot of folks. And if you have the opportunity, certainly not necessarily to see the surgeries, but to see how they check animals in and throughout the course of a day. I know a few years ago I had a chance to visit, and it was almost a production line that, the animals come in the carriers, and owners are a little apprehensive at times, and they by the end of the day, though, they've all recovered and returned to their homes, and again, this community is better off in lots of ways. So we are proclaiming February 26th, 2017 as Spay Day in Sacramento County, and we want to extend best wishes to all the folks and good luck to all the folks that have put this together, and we trust it'll be a successful and impactful event for both pets and people here in Sacramento County. So Jillian, before I present this to you, I'll let you make a few comments. And
thank you. I don't know how to top that. You should be our regular spokesperson.
He is. He's in fact the Grand Marshal.
We really appreciate that. As Supervisor Natoli stated, we are an all-volunteer nonprofit, so practically 100% of all donations go directly to low-cost spay and neuters for Sacramento and Yolo counties. And we're founded in 1999. Our first spay and neuter Spay Day was in 2000, and since then we've spayed and neutered and provided vaccines and other additional medical care to over 30,000 animals, and that's countless lives that have been saved, obviously. And this year we hope to spay and neuter just in that single day 1,000 animals, and we've partnered with over 30 vets and nonprofit organizations, the counties, and the city to make sure that happens. And shameless plug, our fundraising goal is $10,000 this year.
Give us a website.
SacAnimal.org.
Okay, so if you want to contribute or participate
we would love your participation in any way.
Okay, so SacAnimal.org, and just one other item. So during that day, what time do you start and what time does it usually end?
Oh my gosh, it's like a 16-hour day. It starts at like 6 a.m. where we set up camps at every single one of the vet offices, and we wait outside with our tables and our clipboards, and we check everybody in. We babysit all the animals until the clinic's open. We shepherd each of the animals in and out of every single one of the clinics. Obviously, some are a lot more involved than others, like the county, but all of our volunteers roll our sleeves up and work all day to get the animals all in and out safely.
Very good.
And fixed.
Very good. Well, again, we hope it's going to be a good weather day on February 26th, but whatever regards to the weather, we know it'll be, a good day and an important event in this community, and one where we come together to support our pets and our people in this community. So
we're so grateful for your support.
And thank you. And so with that, Jillian, proclamation approved by the board this morning, proclaiming February 26, 2017 as Spay Day in Sacramento County. So congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You bet.
Really appreciate it.
A picture?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, you will? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Good luck to you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Are we ready for the next? Okay. Item 41, presentation of resolution celebrating the 160th anniversary of the Sacramento Bee.
Oh, yeah, there's Cheryl right there. Okay, I was looking for her. Good morning, Cheryl. Good morning. How are you? Good to see you.
Thank you.
Well, we're very pleased to have Cheryl Dale with us this morning, and President and Publisher of Sacramento Bee. And I don't know if you have any other folks that are with you, or just you're on your own?
Just me.
Okay, so we...
They don't travel with me.
well represented this morning. The resolution trying to boil down 160 years of anything into half a dozen or 10 whereases doesn't really do it justice, and so I'm going to allow Cheryl in a moment maybe to take just a few moments and talk about some of the history. But I think to the point here in celebrating this, that to have a daily publication that for 160 years, and I think February 3rd was actually the date that was the 160th, to think that have never missed a publication date, no matter what the circumstance, and whether there was flooding or there was war or there was some other event, and then to report the news, certainly as it relates to this community and all the things that are going on, but also national and international news, and to do that for 160 years is just a tremendous, I think, accomplishment, and talks about to the perseverance, but I think the commitment that was made when the Bee was first established. And it's kind of interesting that it's mentioned in the resolution that when the Bee was first published, and the tagline was that this would be a newspaper with, quote, not only independence, but permanence. And I think over the years, certainly the Sacramento Bee, through its leadership and certainly the work of all the folks that support, whether it was the reporting or the editing, publication, distribution, advertising, and all the things that go with the activities of putting out a daily publication, and obviously now with the online activities, not just permanence, but almost instantaneous reporting of news. The Bee certainly has met that multiple times over. And I would just also note that the publishers also at the time, and I think have continued, that they would ensure, again, to quote, that they would meet the needs of the community, without becoming subservient to the whims of public opinion or the pressures of the powerful. And again, that's quite a challenge, but I think, again, the Bee has very admirably stood up to that and been a voice, certainly one that has provided not only news, but also obviously in pages of which things appear, opinions not only of their leadership, but guest columnists, and certainly a lot of folks who read that publication and write on a daily basis to let their views be known. We just note, too, that throughout the years, they've achieved many recognitions, both nationally and internationally, Pulitzer Prizes. Certainly most recently, last year, editorial cartoonist, well known to all of us, Jack Oman, but certainly preceded by others who, for both writing and as well as other aspects of investigative reporting, that the Bee over the years and their staff have been recognized for their work in that regard by peers and colleagues, but obviously that's the top prize to be recognized by your peers. And I would just say that, too, that I think it's important, whether one agrees or disagrees with what is put in the print, to have a publication that covers both the local aspects of what happens daily life of a community, but also then reports on, in a state as big and dynamic as California, certainly a country as blessed as we are in the United States of America, and then around the world. It is connected for generations now, for 16 decades, folks, with both the outside goings on, but also the inner workings of this community in many ways. And though not always popular what's in print, nonetheless, I think the adherence to both the ethics that come with publication of a newspaper, but also I think the work that goes into putting that forth every day is a real testament to not only the permanence, but I think to the independence of the Sacramento Bee. And so, with all that being said, I just, on behalf of this board, on behalf of a community that really, I think, appreciates all the work that goes into it, and I think the conscientious approach to making sure that people know what is happening in their community, and provided a real opportunity, and hopefully we'll continue to do that for many decades to come. And so as the Sacramento Bee, certainly under Cheryl's leadership and that of the executive editor and vice president Joyce Terhar, and all the folks that, again, help put that together on a daily basis, we want to congratulate you, say happy anniversary. You're all into the 161st year by a few days now, and certainly this is a milestone, but one, again, that you celebrate. And I was thinking this morning, just last comment I'd make, that you think about it, and I know that you did a little piece in the newspaper over the weekend. This goes back to pre-Civil War, and you think about the Civil War and the assassination of presidents, the Reconstruction, the Industrial Revolution, women's suffrage, world wars, the Depression, and right on through to floods and fires and and deaths of prominent people and issues of the day that you're covering relative to homelessness and the growth in the community and so forth. I mean, it goes on and on and on and on. We could spend a lot of time talking about it, but again, that is the chronicling and the recordation of history as it's made on a daily basis and life that's lived daily in a community. And so I want to compliment you and all the folks at the Sacramento Bee, congratulate you on behalf of this board and certainly the broader community, and wish you well as you embark upon the next milestone. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you. You do have a future in marketing, by the way. That was really lovely. And I have to tell you, Supervisor Natoli, I've been thinking an awful lot myself about the people who have come before us at the Bee and in the community. And, marvel at the fact that we have been around since Sacramento was a very tiny town in a plain with a nearby gold rush. And, you think about that. Our first editions were published without electricity. I thought it might be of interest to all of you to know that the first actual photograph that appeared in the Sacramento Bee in the late 1800s was of the Sacramento County Sheriff. And that's my way of introducing what is really a thank you to you and to all of you, not just for the recognition today, but for your great service on behalf of the public. And certainly you're right, we don't always agree on things, but there is absolutely no doubt that each of you want the best for the community, as do we. And it's been really rewarding to look at that through the years and to see not just the things that we've disagreed on, but the things that we've agreed on that have made this community the very special place that it is. So on behalf of our employees, I just want to say thank you and commend each of you for your personal sacrifice to do the work that you do, and to wish us all success as we make our way to the next 160 years. Thank you.
Definitely get a picture now.
I'll have to get a copy.
Okay, you've done it. It won't make the front page, I don't think, so. Great, we'll make sure you get the copy, so thanks again.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If I might, before Cheryl leaves the lectern there. I was a little disappointed when I read through the whereas. There's no whereas about the rite of passage that the Sacramento Bee has provided for those 160 years for the young people in our community that deliver the bee. And as one of those people, and I think there are probably some others here, it would be interesting to know, and I don't know if the Bees ever tried to tabulate this for a given period of time, but it'd be interesting to know how many young people in their preteen years or teen years actually cycle through and make that part of learning about having the responsibility of making sure that the paper is delivered on time, and certainly collecting the fees at the end of the month, which was always the worst part, right? But that was certainly my introduction to a work ethic, and I know it has been for probably thousands and thousands of young people through the years, through the decades here in Sacramento.
Thank you. And you know what we should do on International Carrier Day? We should feature you and all of you, and we'll try to get some other distinguished folks in the community who carried the bee, because it is just a great way to learn the kind of discipline and character that helps make you a success.
I would agree, getting up at 4:30 in the morning on a Sunday builds character. So.
Especially in weather like today, right?
It's funny you say that, because I remember just harking back to grade school when the Bee was the afternoon edition and the Sacramento Union was the morning publication. And so if you could get be a Bee, newspaper delivery person, girl, boy, that was the primo one, because getting up at 4:30 in the morning to get the Sacramento Union out. I had a good friend who was a Sacramento Union delivery boy for a couple of years. I remember getting up, and it was like, dark 30 out there, and you got your bike, two of you loaded down with newspapers. But he was always trying to get a bee carrier route to our delivery route, and.
Must have been a big disappointment when they shifted to morning, huh?
Yeah.
Especially on Thanksgiving Day when those papers weighed, 4 or 5 pounds. That was a lot of fun.
Probably to carry him to the point, yeah.
And in the Sacramento Thule fog.
Yeah,
That's right.
That's exactly right.
Anyway, thanks for that. Anybody
Thanks,
else?
Cheryl.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks again, Cheryl.
For item 42, I need a motion to drop. It's approve the proposed revisions and incorporate these revisions by addendum into the current county standard construction specifications.
Okay. Mike, did you want to add anything before? This has been carried on our agenda for a better part of a year now. And
it has been. Good morning, members of the board. Mike Penrose, Department of Transportation. And we are asking that this item be dropped today. We have further work to do, we think, in terms of addressing the impacts of utility trench on the roadway system, but adoption of a formal revised standard is not something we think we should pursue at this moment. So,
okay, thank you. Any comments? If not, then the motion would be to drop this item. Chair would move.
Second.
Okay, move in second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, thank you.
Item 43 is the Department of Health and Human Services Drug and Alcohol Program Update, Methamphetamine Work Group, the Opioid Abuse Task Force.
Okay, and we do have a number of speakers signed up on this, so after we hear Dr. Heller's presentation, take questions from the board initially, and then we'll go to our speakers. So, good morning, Sherry.
Good morning. Just waiting for the cover page to come up here. Brilliant. Thanks very much. Good morning, members of the board. I'm Sherry Heller, the Director of your Department of Health and Human Services. This is one in a series of conversations that we've been having about alcohol and drug addiction and the county's role in responding to it. I'm sure you'll recall discussions around budget time in June and again in September. We had a workshop, an informational presentation in November as well. And you folks were pretty clear that you wanted an update well before budget time this coming year. And so that's what we're doing. There is a lot of comprehensive planning underway that we're going to talk about, but I want to begin by just updating you on changes that have already happened in our programming. The most important of which probably is that it's a lot easier to get to our treatment services than it was some time ago, a year ago. We have opened increased assessment and referral points, not only at our original location, the System of Care on Power Inn Road, but also at the county main jail, the probation department, the primary care center, the homeless clinic at Guest House, and the juvenile court. And this has been warmly received by people in need of a treatment, advocates who are trying to steer people to treatment, and the treatment providers themselves. Thanks to your action, we have also increased treatment service capacity in the Room for Dads program, where the board approved $285,000 for a recovery program, after hours, outpatient, and drug treatment services for fathers involved with the family drug court system. The board also improved in the budget this year in excess of $1 million in the current budget to expand residential treatment and detoxification services. I had hoped to be able to give you some information on the impact of the waiting list of having done that, and I think everybody agrees it's a little too soon, but we're monitoring that closely and have every expectation that that will have the desired effect, reducing the waiting list for treatment services. Also, of course, we expanded family drug court. The early intervention family drugs court got an extra $280,000 in this year's budget, enabling us to serve an additional 50 families a year. And the mental health court created a co-occurring court to address the needs of individuals with serious mental illness who also need specialized substance use treatment. I'll just parenthetically comment, I'm not an expert on addiction treatment, but what I have been learning about the difficulty of providing coherent drug treatment to somebody who also has mental illness is pretty fascinating and challenging, and we're in a leadership role there. The board asked us to develop an alcohol and drug services comprehensive plan that was quantitative in nature and that was focused on our needs here in the community rather than just chasing grants and going after funding opportunities. And we are well on our way to that kind of planning. There's lots of strands. We're not going to talk about them all today. Just as one example for a thing we're not really going to discuss, but I can't help mentioning, is very, very exciting and high-impact work by our youth council working on underage drinking. So there'll be other opportunities, I think, when we bring a comprehensive plan forward to tell you about all of those things. Today we're going to focus on 3 particular initiatives that are informing our planning. The work of the Opiate Task Force, the work of a methamphetamine work group, and our preparation for a potential opt-in to the organized delivery system waiver that California is embarking on with the federal government.
Sherry, could I just real quickly, yeah, you already left that slide, I guess, but I'll go back to it just for a second. So, kind of bring this from the higher level just down to the level at the street. And I know you said maybe it's a little early to report on some of the progress made with both additional funding but also ramping up. But if for today, and again I just use an example that was shared with me by Supervisor Cerna a few weeks ago when we had caseworkers out there. You had an encampment or many tents along the Garden Highway, and I think social workers and caseworkers went out there and had contact. It was during the rainy weather in January, and if I recall, and maybe Phil could correct me if I'm wrong, but of some 80+ folks that they made contact with, and some took vouchers and so forth, but the predominant theme with those folks was that they were either had some drug addiction, there may be some mental health issues too, but methamphetamine and maybe opioid as well. But I guess my question, though, is that, so on the street, if we made that contact today, say they were out here on I Street, and we went out there and somebody said, okay, if you can help me, not just with housing, but you could help me, could they get in? Could we admit them to a program? And it's one thing to have referrals. It's kind of like the same queue that we have with navigators. If you don't, it's nice to give people information and say, well, if you call Joe so-and-so over there, maybe they'll see you in 30 or 60 days. If you grasp the moment, I mean, we've talked this before, and I know I put this question to you kind of in that regard. Are either we envisioning and are we at any point where the capacity-wise that if you make that contact and you're dealing with other issues that may or may not be related to their addiction, that they could actually get in today or tomorrow or early next week? Or are we still in this, and I know that I give you kind of a general theme here, but circumstances might dictate some of that. But I'm curious, because otherwise it's like we keep talking about what we're going to do and how we're going to do it and how good we're going to be at doing it and helping folks. But to me, the measure is, and again, this is not a criticism as much as just trying to get some sense about it, it's what we're doing, and are we doing not just better, but timeliness, in my view, is very critical when it comes to this. But otherwise, if you get them in the moment, maybe you're able to help them. But if not, they're not going to sit around and wait to come back and see you in 60 days.
I certainly agree with that last observation. When somebody's ready, being on a waiting list is not helpful. I am going to defer to Uma Zajkowski, our Behavioral Health Director, to give you the current state of the waiting list.
Okay, and Phil may want to weigh in too. Yeah.
And I look forward to hearing Uma's response to the Chair's questions and comments. Let me put a little finer point on it. This board, I don't believe I'm the only one. I would assume that this board, all members of it, continue on occasion to get to receive correspondence from various constituents or others from outside of the county that have had some experience with most likely a relative or perhaps even a son or daughter that has or is suffering mental illness, and there's usually a punchline at the end of the email or letter about why does Sacramento County implement Laura's Law. And as you're well aware, Sherry, there's been a lot of thought given by this board as individual members and as an entire board to the merits of that versus our CARES Plus program. But I'm wondering if there is any program out there, anything like a Laura's Law, but for the addicted. In other words, is there some kind of intensive program, outreach program, or some kind of complement to our drug court system, for instance, that we should be thinking about to answer the question that Chair Natoli has raised, which is how do you not necessarily put someone in a straitjacket and force them to do anything against their will, but at what point does their addiction so fierce that it is a clear threat to their mental health, their general health, and also, quite frankly, to the general health of the public? And as someone that has been accidentally stuck by a hypodermic needle, I could attest to the fact that that's a very real thing. It's a very real threat. So, I mean, this member of the board is extremely interested in not just understanding the progress that's been made, and I really do look forward to the rest of this presentation, and certainly want to thank everyone that's been responsible for our progress to date. But I'm with Don. I think we have to be looking at what measures we can take to the next level that actually begin to, quite frankly, more forcefully confront addiction in the community, so that we are very aggressive on getting people into treatment. And if they're not willing to consider it at a specific point in time for various reasons, what can we do to change the message and the practice of really expressing why it's so important for them to, in some cases, avoid death. So that's kind of how the prism I'm looking through in terms of what we're going to hear the balance of today. But certainly moving forward, I'd certainly encourage our staff to think about those models if they exist. Let's go explore them, if not develop them ourselves.
And I would just say, I know you're going to respond, but what sticks in my mind was an image that you described to me when the caseworkers went out a couple of weeks ago. And pregnant mom, as I understood, was in her third trimester, admitted to being meth addicted, refused help, even for shelter.
Waiting for a partner to come out of the main jail.
Yeah, and we got a partner in the main jail. Now, choices, but the unborn didn't have a choice. And obviously, if the addiction was as described, again, without knowing any more than was told to me, you're gonna have potentially a tox baby. But that to me, and it goes to your point, how do you, one, capture their interest when that spark may be there? But secondly, again, if not, in situations like that, again, without, stepping on somebody's rights to make choices about their own lives and so forth, do we, coax, prod, encourage, basically short of forcing somebody, get somebody like that? Because again, that image sticks in my mind. I don't know the person. I don't know what the health condition that baby was. But that's just reflective of one example that probably occurs countless times. And again, there's all the good that we do too. And so again, this is not in any way negative. It's just that my sense is that we talk about issues of homelessness, about mental illness, about certainly related to our institutions, and whether it's the jail or a mental health treatment center or a hospital, ERs, and so forth. That we got something that borders on an epidemic, certainly in this country, but I think certainly in this community, epidemic in the sense that it may be getting better for some of those folks that we do get help for, and you're going to point out some of this, obviously, in the report, growing opioid use, some of that came out of prescribed medication and so forth. My point being, Sherry, though, is that to me, those are the real people, the people that, if they were here, you look into their eyes, and they might deny anything and any help, and that may be their right as an adult that hasn't committed a crime that they're going to be arrested for. But to me, it's a sad situation if we can't do more to try to get folks help, and certainly those, I think about the unborn child. That to me is a very, very sad situation, and the drug gets a hold of their lives. And so anyway, I know Supervisor's trying to put some points forward, and you're going to have Uma, but anything else you will respond to? Because I know you care very deeply and certainly have expressed, I think, your interest in trying to help lead the effort here to do more.
I understand the points you both made. I'm going to call on Director Zajkowski to talk about the current status of the waiting list. If you want to add something about the likelihood of success of a more aggressive forcing of the unwilling into treatment, I invite you to do that too before I come back.
Yeah, thanks, Sheriff. Good morning, Irma.
Good morning, members of the board. I know you have a whole presentation, so I'll try to answer some of the questions briefly and definitely come back to them. To respond to the chair's question, these increased access points refer to places where we are making every effort for the DHA staff and everybody. We can assess people for treatment right immediately, and outpatient treatment is available at all our providers without a wait time. So the outpatient portion is available for anybody homeless or otherwise without a wait list.
And just for clarification, what would outpatient entail? If it got immediate service, what would that mean?
It would mean they would receive counseling, they'd receive assessments, they'd receive group treatment, some degree of crisis management. So it's a menu of services, but done at the provider sites, of which we have a fairly large sprinkling across our community. Large sprinkling doesn't sound right, the number of providers. So outpatient is really clinic-based, counseling, and other services in that regard. And then we also have our narcotic treatment providers, our NTP. So we have outpatient services available without any wait points. But to speak to the efforts made by this board to increase residential treatment, I did pull some data to just have some preliminary ideas. When we started a year ago, we had a wait list of about 37 days before somebody could reach services. Since this was authorized and we were able to put it into the contracts in December, the wait time has now gone down to 27. So there's a significant change in the wait time. I went back to look also at August 2016, which would be before the 3-month period. When you're on the wait list, you're already on the wait list. So I went a little bit behind to August to compare August to current. We went from 194 clients on the wait list to 106. So the efforts made by the board around the residential arena are making an impact, but there is still a wait time to get into the residential level. I do want to say something a little bit different as well, which is that in 2016, the Surgeon General released a report on addiction across the country. And in that report, he indicated there were a couple of important facts which I think are relevant to us. One is that across the country, only about 10% of individuals are receiving appropriate addiction treatment across all sectors, residential, outpatient, everything. So the gap is very great across the entire country in these areas.
Is that for all substances, Uma?
Yes. It's a very, very factual report with a lot of information in it, but it strikes you at how underfunded and under-resourced substance use has been for many, many years. So we're sort of catching up with the situation that's been very prevalent. The other thing which is in that report, which is also a measure of what we are trying to grapple with, which is that it takes about 18 months to 2 years for someone to go through all the different levels of treatment someone needs to master, if you will, to recover. So if you need a residential level of treatment, then you go into residential level, then you finish that, you do outpatient, then you have recovery services. So it's a long road in terms of motivation and mastery of your recovery. And there are ups and downs in it. There's people who go up and down. So some of the challenges we're facing around the population, the homeless population, that 2 weeks ago very big efforts were made to help out, is that some of that population, voluntary services were being offered via all these access points and everything. However, there is nothing short of citation or something that gives you a hook if someone says no. It's not like you can take Laura's Law and that kind of Laura's Law was very specifically around certain parameters around serious mental illness. It doesn't really apply to the other population.
I wasn't suggesting we apply Laura's Law to this situation. It was the kind of the structure of the protocol.
Yes.
When you have someone that is, someone that is presenting as a threat to themselves or others, but in this case, the threat is the addiction itself, and especially with methamphetamine, we know that unlike other substances, that has a permanent effect on psychosis. So to me, that's why I've been such a outspoken, I have so much outspoken interest on methamphetamine in particular, is because it has a permanence and quite frankly, an associated criminality characteristic that is very different than other substances.
One last thing, and then I will step away, is I think if, Supervisor Cerna, if you look at the application we're putting together for Prop 47 funding at this time, we very much are trying to utilize that application, that mechanism of the Prop 47 grants to bring the co-occurring, both the mental health and substance use folks into that system of the mental health court.
If the chair will indulge me. So I just want to try and briefly explain a story. And it was actually written, it was cited in the Bee in an editorial about a week ago. And that was, for those of us that did the point-in-time homeless count a few Wednesdays ago, the team I was with encountered a young woman, 28 years old, admitting that she had an addiction to opioids. There was not much more than I could have done except give her my card and please ask her to follow up and call my office tomorrow so that we can help her navigate to find some services as soon as possible. That's extremely frustrating. I don't, especially, and believe me, I appreciate the fact that we've taken 10 days off the average wait. But what do we tell people that are not only admitting that they have an addiction, but they're also saying, and this was the case that evening, that they want help? What do I say? There's a month-long waiting list. Can you try and detox until then? I don't. I'm stuck in terms of what I know about what I can offer my constituents.
One thing which I think we can do right away is get you some of the referral cards which have all the pertinent information that we have, and be able to try to get those out a lot more. I don't have the answer to what you are asking me today, but I do think that in that circumstance, if it was opioid addiction and we were able to connect that person to any part of our system, we would assess and try to move that forward. So at least in that area, I will make sure that we get to every Board of Supervisors the information that we are circulating.
It might be worth actually having scheduled one-on-one briefings with each supervisor to kind of just go over the gamut of what we or our staff can offer. Sure. When we don't have to wait every 2 years to have that encounter. Certainly, that there's plenty of other opportunity to have interaction with our constituents that may be addicted. So I think it would be very helpful if we got an education, one-on-one education about how we can actually complement the system, so to speak, so that we can do our best to get them what they need. But still, I assume if I give them the cards that you mentioned, does that mean that person can go and immediately detox somewhere that's not going to be out of the elements, and they can progress through the system to, the 18-month to 24-month system you mentioned?
No, it would mean that we'd be able to assess what level of treatment, that if they need a detox or residential, you are absolutely correct regarding the waiting list frustration we all have. But if that person's presentation and assessment made it possible for them to immediately link into the outpatient system or the NTP provider system, that would not be any weight associated with their needs. So it really really is about that, doing a good assessment around what the treatment need is at that front end, and that is what we are trying to do so that those people who can be put into treatment at the right level can get into treatment. That doesn't fix the other issue that you raised.
So last thing, because I know we need to get through this, but there's been a lot of discussion, there will continue to be a lot of discussion at this board about a triage center for our homeless population that would be very accommodating in terms of addressing some of the barriers that have been prohibited in the past in terms of the receptivity to accepting the help. Namely, shelter doesn't accept pets, well, this would. Shelter doesn't accept partners, well, this would. Where are we going to safely store our possessions? We got a place for your possessions. So that's what we're exploring, and it's going to come to a head this June with discussions, with budgetary discussions. Is there a clear opportunity, in your estimation, at this point, that there's room in the design of that so that there could be that kind of point of entry for addiction services as well? In other words, someone that may have all those concerns in their life, they're homeless, is also addicted, could the design of a triage center that's time limited, whatever it is going to be, 30 to 90 days, could it have intensive presence of addiction services so that we can kind of not only get them out of the elements, but actually capture them at the moment that they desire to seek sobriety?
Yes, I've been working with Cindy Cavanaugh and Ann Edwards Buckley and others in the county to make sure that we're able to also be part of the solution that's being developed. So in terms of design and so forth, we are thinking about how to do it, but I would venture to say right now that just as we have increased the access points here, that will clearly be another access point of very great importance for us to connect with.
Good to hear. Thank you.
Uma, just before you leave the dice, because you mentioned Prop 47, and we did have an item this morning, as you're well aware, and I see that some folks that maybe got delayed in the rain actually wanted to speak to that item. At least some have indicated support for that item, and you referenced it. So I just wanted to know for the folks that are here, we've got folks signed up on item 43 once the presentation is completed, but I would allow folks under item 13, we could just reference it. We've already taken action to approve it on the consent calendar, but allow folks to speak to that, because it does interrelate here relative to mental health, to substance abuse, and some of the initiatives. The question I had for you before you left, though, is that when you say the 10% nationally, how many millions or tens of millions, or what is that 10% number of the 90% that are not getting either access and or treatment or whatever? So do you know what those numbers are relative to the percentage you just quoted?
I think Sherry says she has it in the presentation,
Oh,
but
you do?
you're testing me here. I would have to go back to look at the Surgeon General's report to get you exact data point.
No,
but I will get you that.
Okay,
There is a very sort of poignant way that it's stated that the numbers that are being served do not touch more than a very small percentage of the need nationally.
Yeah, and it's reflected here community-wise too. So, okay, thanks, Uma. Any other questions for Uma while she's there? Okay, thanks, Sherry. We'll let you continue. And
Thank you, Uma. That was very helpful to me. Appreciate the support. I want to acknowledge the feeling of stuckness. It's real in this community, but I think there are several very specific paths to getting unstuck, and they're in the near term. So it's not some long-term pie in the sky. I think there is significant progress that we can make in the coming year on being able to get people the treatment they need when they're ready. And we'll talk about a few of them. With regard to the questions about whether it's likely to be effective to get more aggressive about getting people into treatment who are not feeling motivated, but they're creating a public hazard to their unborn child, to public safety, and so forth. I think, frankly, that is going to vary somewhat by the nature of the drug they're addicted to. As Mr. Cerna pointed out, some are easier than others, and that's one of the things we're learning in this work. And I know that there are members treatment providers and experts who are here today to address you, who were members of the opiate task force and the methamphetamine work group. And I am learning a great deal myself talking to them about what it takes for treatment to work, about why treatment fails with some people, about the fact that people can get clean, but they don't forget what it felt like to be high. And so even if you can medically stop the craving, there is a yearning that has to be dealt with, and that means there has to be something in your life, whether it's keeping custody of your kids or staying out of prison. There has to be something in your life that makes it worth it to turn away from that memory.
Or peer support too, right?
Peer support, absolutely. And the providers are teaching me about that, and I'm sure they'll address it today when they talk with you. The first initiative that we wanted to focus on today is the work of the Opioid Task Force. Our task force includes physicians, including emergency room physicians, addiction treatment professionals, including medically assisted treatment, county pharmacists, hospitals, higher education, law enforcement, community associations, and a lot of county staff, including from the DA, environmental management, waste management, public defender, sheriff, and so forth. We're not going to go into all of their work. There's a lot of material attached to the staff report, which I invite you to ask questions about if you like. I note that Supervisor Peters in particular has urged us to pay good attention and to come with some action items about disposing of unwanted drugs. And while we've made some progress with increased kiosks and drug take-back location and take-back events, we're with our partners from environmental management, we are seriously investigating the legal authority to adopt county ordinances that would be effective and that would be effective. We're examining what other counties have done. Also, we are about to get, or will soon get, regulations from the state board that will set out such authority. So we're taking that request seriously, and while we're not presenting as an action item today, it's sort of on top of our list. The Opioid Task Force produced a drug monitoring surveillance report, which I urge your attention to. It's one of the more extraordinary pieces of work I think we've seen. It was done with looking at over 8 million opioid prescriptions prescribed by over 46,000 prescribers for over 1 million Sacramento residents from 2008 to 2015. So their zip codes were analyzed, the nature of the drugs that were prescribed, how soon they were prescribed, and so forth. There's a lot of information in your attachment about this report. It's full of key insights. I've just put a couple of them on the slide that stood out to me. First, a significant increase in prescriptions for infants less than 2 years of age. Now, what this means is that the medical community is becoming increasingly aware and able to recognize the symptoms of babies that are born to parents, to mothers who are using during pregnancy, and to help those babies with the withdrawal symptoms they're suffering from. So that's what that data means, an increased recognition of withdrawal symptoms in the babies. The overall pattern of opioid prescribing during this period saw sharp increases in 2008-9, plateauing in 2010 to 2013, and decreasing in 2014-15. It's not known whether that decreasing trend will persist, but there was careful analysis by the task force. For example, we know that the decrease shows up not only overall but per capita. So it's not a population effect. It really is decreasing number of prescriptions. And it appears, upon closer looking at the data, that what's happening is that the doctors are looking to alternatives to painkiller medication for the people who are experiencing less severe pain. We're not necessarily seeing the doctors turn away from opioids for people with a real severe need. And that's an important distinction. We're looking to avoid misuse or unnecessary use of the opioids, not to avoid them where they're needed. I remember that in November, Mr. Cerner, you we're really adamant that we pay attention to this phenomenon and not characterize opioids as somehow evil in and of themselves or dangerous in and of themselves. They are appropriate and useful, and have been for a long time, for treating pain for short-term injuries, surgeries, cancer treatment, end-of-life care, and so forth. What was happening during the period of increase is that prescribers were increasingly using them for shorter-term needs, and where other alternative pain management techniques would have been appropriate. So we are taking care in this task force not to stigmatize an important tool that's available for people for pain management. But if we use them as a treatment for chronic pain, that's going to become problematic with many side effects, including, interestingly enough, if you use it for treatment over a long period of time for chronic pain, one of the side effects is more sensitivity to pain. So you need more and more because it's less and less effective over time. So that's the kind of nuance that all these doctors and pharmacists on the task force are looking at as we make policy. Last thing I want to show you on this slide is a piece. Yes.
Sorry, before you switch through the chair, if I may.
Sure.
Sherry, did you find that part of the problem is that when you have patients when there are patients that are suffering chronic pain, I mean there's a basal level of pain that's constant throughout their daily lives. That part of the problem was that doctors were prescribing kind of the early release, more intensive effect drugs for that chronic pain versus a more appropriate long-acting opioid for that chronic pain?
I don't know that I know enough to give a simple, straightforward answer to your question, but it is clear that the members of our task force are looking carefully at the patterns of prescribing low dose versus long-acting, high-intensity versus long-acting for different kinds of cases, and getting guidance out to the medical community on what's appropriate. And you'll see a slide or two later very specific goals that address the issue of what dosage and what kind of medication is appropriate in what situation.
Is there any noticeable trend data on which specific opioids are more abused than others, early release versus long acting?
I don't know that I can make it that simple. I'm looking for Dr. Couturier to see if she's arrived. Do you want to answer that one, or do you not know? We don't have that. Okay, so Dr. Couturier, our public health officer, is telling me that we don't have specific data on that. You will see very specific goals that get at the general issue, however.
Sure, just before you leave that, one other point, though, and you covered in your verbal, and it's in the report, you talked about the zip code data, but apparently it was incomplete, and that through the cures process, that one of the recommended actions is that we actually petition for more data sets that would allow us to look at geographical as well as provider type data. And I guess I would just say that if that's the case, I wouldn't just put it on staff. If we need a board resolution or a letter on behalf of this board to the chair to request that, if that helps, it's data. On the other hand, as pointed out, it makes it impossible with the current data sets to detect, and this is from the report, geographic patterns in patients at highest risk for potential opioid misuse, and then you also the provider or prescriber types are, and why that wouldn't be released, certainly in a confidential nature that doesn't get into anybody's confidential information. I guess I'm a little bit, puzzled by that, but would just say that if that helps this task force's work, in addition to the goals that are stated, then we ought to ask for that post haste and make clear that on behalf of this county, we, as the provider and the overseer of a lot of the public health and or information, drug and alcohol, and so forth that's being delivered here, and services. Either through directly and or indirectly through nonprofit partners, and that we need to have this information. And why somebody would sit on that and not release it is a mystery to me. And so I think that we need to help the task force and certainly your offices. And so now, but I just look to you and to Dr. Heller if there's something we need to constitute to make it very clear that we believe we need that information and the reasons why, because it's pointed out here, and I think you kind of referenced it, but it seems like it was kind of...
Yeah, the data on the location of the prescribers is in a statewide database, so it's not county controlled, and we did the best, the task force did the best they could with it. Right. There is a specific goal that the task force has set to improve the data collection, and I guarantee you that I will be looking for action items where we can affect that. You know, we did... this is a little bit off your question, but I think it's pertinent to the general issues you're raising. We did look at the zip codes of the people who come to our system for treatment in an effort to try to distinguish between opiate and meth. And is it, I mean, Mr. Cerna had raised the question to me in November, you know, is it that opiates are a middle-class suburban problem and meth is an urban problem? And we tried to examine that question. And I'll just give you some example data for the period that we looked at. If we look at the opioid admissions to our treatment system by zip code, you see a lot of homeless people. You see Del Paso Heights, South Sacramento, Carmichael, Arden Arcade, Gold River, Rancho Cordova, Citrus Heights. That's sort of, I'm going down in quantity. And then if you look at the meth admissions by zip code, Arden Arcade, Del Paso Heights, Oak Park, South Sacramento, Mather, Carmichael, Citrus Heights, Rancho Cordova, Gold River. So I don't think it's going to be as simple as saying here's where the meth is and here's where the opiates are. You're seeing very widespread addiction in all of those communities.
Across the board.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry?
Across the board.
Yeah. I do want to point out one piece of good news and then before we go on to the next slide, and that is we expected to see a certain level of doctor shopping. Doctor shopping is defined as one person getting 6 or more opioid prescriptions, or 6 or more prescribers for a person, or 6 or more pharmacies within 6 months. We expected to see a lot more of that than we did. The data actually show that 65% of the people who got prescriptions in the database had only one prescriber. 75% used only one pharmacy. And that's good news in terms of the fact, can we teach prescribers and pharmacies to manage this problem and look for it? I think so.
Who sets that bar? That seems like an awful lot.
It is a lot.
And why isn't it 3 and 3, not 6 and 6?
Well, I mean, we could set the bar differently, and you'd have the data would just look different. There's no acceptable or unacceptable implied here. This was just our way of saying how big a problem do we have with people going around seeking more prescriptions, even though the doctors and pharmacies are trying to do the right thing. I mean, and we did not find very much of that.
I guess it's a matter of opinion, but it seems to me if you have someone that goes to one other doctor just to add to their
medicine chest,
to their medicine cabinet, that should be a red flag, it seems to me. But I don't. That's why I asked the question.
I hear the feedback, and we'll take that back to the task force.
Is that coming from the CDC? Is it coming from some national standard somewhere? Here comes the doctor.
Dr. Kassiri is going to answer your question.
2 doctors, Dr. Heller and Dr. Kassiri.
Yes, hi, this is Dr. Olivia Kassiri, Public Health Officer. Thank you for having this meeting. The answer to your question is when we were doing this analysis, it was actually, we were using national standards. So this is what is used across the entire United States. I think the important thing to point out also, as Dr. Heller mentioned, is that we thought it would happen more often. But what we're finding is that actually it's not so much the doctor shopping as the fact that there are a lot more people who are getting prescriptions and they don't even have to go to different doctors. They just go back to their same doctor to get the prescription. So where it helps us in figuring out where we need to put our focus. It's not so much on people's behavior, even though that's one of the things that we look for, but it's looking at the prescribers and looking at instances in which the prescriptions are written.
I guess all I'm saying is that for me it seems like we're declaring, hey, there's low doctor shopping, but it's based on this national standard of six different prescribers in 6 months, if I understand it correctly, and that just seems absurdly high. And so
it is a high standard, yes, but part of that is if you set it too low, then you may include people who, for other reasons, maybe they had to move
I
or
understand
something
that.
like that.
That's why I wouldn't suggest that it be, it's all the way at the other extreme, but it just seems like that's a lot of doctors and a lot of prescriptions in a short amount of time.
And there are people who have that, but it's just that this is one of the factors that we look at, not the only one when we're looking at misuse.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Olivia.
I want to point out one other piece of good news on this slide that's sort of buried. You saw that there was an overall increase and then a plateau in 2010, 2013. And you wonder, is that because of awareness of addiction or what? I would just point out that it was in 2009 that doctors and pharmacies were first allowed in California to access the database. So it was the first time doctors, before they wrote a prescription, could look you up and see if you had just gotten another painkiller within the last few days, and the same with pharmacies. So what that tells me is you've got professionals out there in the pharmacy and the medical community who are, in fact, using the tools available to them to manage.
Wasn't there also an edict, and I'm not sure from where it came, but it changed the prescribing protocol for refills in that time period, too, that made it a little more difficult for folks?
I don't know the answer to that question, but do you want to? But a member of your Drug and Alcohol Advisory Board, who I trust, is nodding to me.
Yes, there have been several changes that have been made about prescriptions, and all of this is geared towards reducing the number of prescriptions that are written. The other thing that was done more recently actually, is that now all physicians who do any prescription are required to register with this state drug monitoring system, and highly encouraged to check before they write a prescription. Pharmacists were already doing it and checking before they refilled it, but now more and more physicians are using it to check.
What about, and I just know this kind of anecdotally from folks I know that are struggling with chronic pain, but what about this practice of, I believe it's termed a contract, so that there's a contract between the physician and the patient, so that it intensely monitors them so they're not more likely to abuse?
That's one of the tools that we're using, and our subcommittee that is working with the physicians, that's one of the tools that they're promoting to clinicians, to actually have a contract signed, especially when they're starting a new patient on an opioid, and especially if it's going to be for a long time.
Thank you. Just winding up on the opioid task force, the one thing I wanted to draw your attention to here is that the task force is setting very concrete goals for our community-wide goals, dealing with high daily dose prescriptions, which they measure by morphine milligram equivalents, and it's very quantitative. I've summarized it on the slide. Other very specific goals they're setting, such as reducing the number of overlapping opioid prescriptions with other prescriptions by 25%, so that phenomenon. And also decreasing, this is a point that was made earlier, decreasing to 15% the percent of first-time opioid prescription recipients who are getting long-acting or extended-release drugs right from the beginning. So there's very specific kinds of prescription changes that are being sought. I want to contrast that, because we're about to turn our attention to the methamphetamine issue. It's apparent to me that things like changing prescribing practices, medication-assisted therapies, doctor education, pharmacy practices, the kinds of things we've been talking about, even drug disposal options. These are options that are available to us to work on the opioid problem, not available to us when we focus on methamphetamine. We really, first I want to give kudos to the Methamphetamine Collaborative Work Group, again, advisory board members, community members, county agencies, including probation, sheriff, CPS, jail medical, district attorney, public defender, health providers, addiction treatment providers, law enforcement, hospitals, homeless contractors.
Everybody.
Everybody was there, but with a particular focus on impact to other systems, impact on the jail, impact on child protective services, and so forth. Their first priority was to try to meet your request to quantify the need in our community. What is the gap? How much meth addiction is there out there? How many are we treating? And that turned out to be an awful lot harder than we expected to do. What we did in this report is try to sort of interpolate between state-level data and our own treatment data to come up with a quantified estimate. So we took, for example, the prevalence data statewide, how many low-income people are likely to be dealing with the need for addiction, and then we took our own statistics about what percentage of the people seeking our treatment for addiction are having methamphetamine issues. It's not really a measure of how many are using, but it does tell you something about maybe how many people are being forced by the criminal justice system or CPS or others to seek treatment in our system. So and this is the data, if we have some 35,000 individuals below 200% of poverty level in Sacramento County who probably need drug and alcohol treatment services, and we estimate that some 24% of them, in round figures 8,500, probably need treatment for methamphetamine. Then we look at how much of the need we're meeting. It varies by age, 6 to 16%, with the largest gap being transition age adults, age 18 to 24, where perhaps we're serving 6% of the people who need treatment for methamphetamine addiction in that age group. So we have a long way to go. It's complicated, of course, by the fact that not everybody signs up.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, we quantified it. We said, okay, if we were meeting all the need, if everybody who was probably meth addicted were seeking treatment, low income from our system, who aren't insured for it, it might cost us some $8.5 million to serve them all. But the fact is that only 13% of individuals who are addicted seek treatment. So I don't think we should overreact to the size of that figure. The work group then set about trying to quantify the impact on other systems, criminality, child abuse, domestic violence, and so forth. And this also turned out to be harder to quantify than we expected. If you ask the providers and knowledgeable treatment professionals and others who come to the Drug and Alcohol Advisory Board, and I did, where is meth in terms of these phenomena, they will tell you unequivocally meth is the #1 drug in domestic violence cases. And they can describe the science of why that is. Meth causes a certain kind of brain damage. Meth causes feelings of paranoia and hallucinations. You get violent conduct. It persists, they will tell you, that you have an episode of meth and the effects last perhaps up to a month, even into a long abstinence period. And that's why it's having these very difficult impact. But honestly, trying to quantify it was very difficult. We had the most success.
Dr. Heller, just on that point,
yes.
Did that take all drugs into account, including alcohol?
Some of those treatment providers who said this to me are in the room, and I don't know the answer to your question, but I'm going to urge them.
Okay.
I won't forget the question.
Thank you.
And also codependence, too. I mean, dual dependence, I guess.
Yes, yes, absolutely. We see a lot of dual-use drugs.
Dr. Heller, just one second. I just want to announce for folks that are in the audience, too, because we got speakers on this, and then item 13 related, I guess, Prop 47, and then we have items 44 and 46 that we're going to take up this morning for folks here on land use items. But if you were here on the transient occupancy tax discussion, we're going to put that over to our afternoon session. So we will get to 44 and 46. We'll get this the due time that it's going to take. And we'll come back this afternoon on item 45. So sorry for the interruption. I just wanted to be...
Not at all. I understand you're looking out for your guests, and I'll try to pick up the pace
fine.
as well.
That wasn't the intent. I just want people to know, so go ahead.
We had the most success in trying to quantify the impact with regard to the jail. And there's different, depending on what you measure, you find different statistics. So, for example, we learned from the sheriff's staff that over the last 3 years, about 5% of all the bookings were meth-related in some way. They were meth paraphernalia, robbery that happened in a house where there was a meth lab, or meth was the drug that there was a positive urine test for, and so forth.
What was the percentage?
About 5% of the bookings in the last 3 years were meth-related in some way. Now that's one way of looking at it. If you look at other data, such as the urine test of a sample of male arrestees, right? So we have a sample of people who agree to be urine tested upon arrest, males only.
More than 10 times that.
You'll find that the estimated prevalence of meth use among male arrestees in 2013 in our county was 51%.
Right.
So you can make, you can make the problem look large or small, depending on which statistic you look at.
It's large no matter how you cut it, in my estimation.
Okay, good. I take your point.
Yeah.
But this is our effort to quantify. We tried to quantify on child abuse similarly. The closest we got was a study from the mid-90s from the state of Minnesota, where they estimated 30% of child abuse kids who were removed from their homes had meth involvement by the families. But we found a study. We got very excited. We thought we found a study about California counties in which a very high percentage of the counties reported that there were increased foster care placements due to meth usage in the mid-1990s. And then we discovered that there were only 7 counties in the survey. So the fact that a very high percentage of them reported increased foster care placements was provocative, but not particularly useful.
What about our documentation, though? Again, we track young people and the families that come into our system, and again, some of that's confidential information, but a lot of it is. But nonetheless, I would think that we would know.
So I was worried you would ask me that question. Here's the answer. We use a statewide system to enter data about child abuse cases.
Yes.
And there is a field in that database where you can put drug of choice, and the field is almost never used, not just in our county, but across the state. The drug of choice is not often listed in the system that we can query. And, after I got over my frustration about that, because I really wanted to answer your question, it made sense to me that it's seldom used, because in fact children are not removed based on the drug of choice their parents use. They're removed based on how much danger they're in. And there's an assessment of the risk they're under to their safety. I don't think we would want to be in a world where we make decisions to remove children based on what the drug of choice is that their parents use. But I acknowledge that I was frustrated, as I'm sure you are, that the data were not as clear as we like. I think if you talk to, we did have CPS folks on this methamphetamine work group, on the advisory board, and they will all tell you that they see a pattern here.
Well, Sherry, if I just could, again, I want to let you get to the presentation, but to some of the comments and back and forth we've had here earlier in the presentation, when and the stats that you just quoted relative to those who test positive, it being more than 50% that come into the jail, males are testing, I don't know about females, but it would seem to me, and then you harken back to just to the one story that was quoted here, where ladies camped along the river, pregnant, and her husband or significant others in jail, don't know what for, but she admitted meth as being the drug that she was using. I mean, it would seem to me though that it's not like we kind of know, we kind of think. And certainly not in every case, I get that. But again, you're trying to give us good empirical data, I get that. But to me, signs all point in that direction. It's one of those things that you kind of know it. When you see it, you can say not in every case, you can't judge people just based upon what you think. But I've got to believe that when you look at the impacts on domestic violence, child abuse, and jail bookings, you were able to do jail bookings, that those correlations are there, and we don't just have to assume, but I think based upon what we know, and that getting to the core issues, you're going to get to that in a moment with some of the goals and recommendations. But without spending a lot more time this morning, and I don't know, again, it's one of those things where you try to dredge up information that others have gathered, or we try to get it from what we input. But I just got to believe that what you do know, that you can track, that you relate that back into families in distress, or children in harm's way potentially and so forth. That methamphetamine is the drug of choice.
I think your judgment is reasonable, in part because of the science of what happens to the brain and what happens to people's behavior, the paranoia, the hallucination, the violent outbursts. That is clearly demonstrably meth-related. And if you'll just look briefly, I won't spend any time on this slide because I want to pick up the tempo here, but if you just look at we did a survey, the work group, in an attempt to get clarity, did a survey of our own clients in treatment, and we find that some 60% of them are involved with multiple systems. What that means is they're not just in drug treatment, they're in child abuse court. They're in criminal court. They've been involved with the jail, with the probation system. So that's what that means about multiple systems. And that tells you right there. So we're talking about over half, nearly 2/3 of the people we surveyed say they're involved with multiple systems. We included a few of their comments just because we think it's important not to have a session like this without hearing from the actual people who are struggling with addiction and the pride they're taking in their recoveries. I'm not going to read them to you, but they're quite moving. And making the point I think that you're getting at, that treatment for meth and policy around doing something on the meth issue is different from opioids and other drugs. We have documented changes as a result of use during pregnancy in the development of infants after birth. We know that there's more recidivism after treatment for meth. We've talked about the fact that we can't change pharmacy behavior or prescribing behavior. Those kinds of prevention options aren't there. Preventing meth addiction is about giving people alternatives in their life other than meth. And the most important one, I think, to draw your attention to is the fact that unlike in the case of alcohol or opioids, there is no medicine to deal with it. In the case of alcohol and opioids, there is medicine that can reduce the craving, and there is medicine that can reduce the high that you get from using. And that's not the case in meth. This has got to be overcome by sheer will and determination and learning the skills to manage your life differently.
Can I just ask you, Sherry, so the one number I didn't see in here, and maybe Dr. Siri or you have it or somebody has it, what is the number of tox babies that are being born annually? And again, it wouldn't just be methamphetamine, maybe opioids or other prescription drugs. At one time, I know a number of years ago now, we were 600 or more, so it was 50. It was about 50 a month. But what are we seeing? And I assume that data is being collected. Do we know how many?
I think we'll take that as a follow-up item rather than just give a number off anybody's memory. We'll take that as a follow-up item and get back to you.
Because that goes to the multi-generational changes. That then you've got somebody who comes into this world that who knows? They're given a life expectancy that they may be having to cope with this beyond any introduction to it in the youth or adult life.
There is no question that the science, the brain science associated with meth, shows that children born with positive toxicity for meth use during pregnancy, their dopamine receptors are changed in such a way that they actually become more susceptible to addiction themselves. So there is a multi-generational effect. The last thing I want to say about why meth is different is that the treatment of it is actually harder. If you're trying to teach somebody skills for managing their life without using, and they're paranoid, sometimes for a month or more after their last use, even into the period of abstinence, they're not going to be building that trace relationship with their addiction counselor. They're going to have short-term memory loss. They're not going to remember what they learned at their last lesson. The actual treatment for meth is more difficult.
So, real quick, because you're on the slide titled, why meth is different, I assume the upshot to all of this is that it has got to be the most expensive. I mean, I don't want to sound cold about this or inhuman, but it's got to be the most expensive addiction out there for counties. I mean, you're explaining that it has this incredible impact on systems, but you're also saying it's difficult to treat, and I assume that has a proportional effect on the expense involved in treating meth as well.
I think that's a reasonable inference. I would agree with that. The action items we're suggesting are ones we've already talked about: more prompt access to residential treatment and a lot longer aftercare support after treatment for people who remember what it was like to be high. This is not the kind of addiction that necessarily responds well to a twice-a-week outpatient group system. I want to end by talking about the preparation we're making for what's called the ODS, Organized Delivery System Drug Medi-Cal Waiver. When we talked about this in November, I was sort of pitching it to you, and I think the board's response was, don't talk to me yet about funding sources. Talk to me about the problem. What do we need in our community? Then we'll talk about the tools. Well, one of the things we've learned, particularly from studying the meth problem, is that we absolutely need more residential treatment, not having a waiting list and so forth. And this does appear to be our tool, our path to getting what we need in our community. One change since we last spoke about in November is that we have a deadline for submitting an implementation plan now. We are in the phase 3 group of counties, so we have a June deadline for submitting our implementation plan. It's kind of a weird system. You submit your implementation plan, and then the Department of Health Care Services and the feds review it, and after you get it approved, then they give you a rate information. So you don't get your rates, your money, what is this going to cost us, until after you get your implementation plan approved. Obviously, this Board of Supervisors won't be asked to formally opt in until both sets of information are available, not just implementation planning, but what does it cost, what are the matching requirements, and so forth. Right now, there are 19 counties in California who are somewhere in the process of getting these 2 steps taken. 2 of those counties have their rates so far, so they can say what this is going to cost them. The advantages of opt-in, we're not going to spend a long time on this today because we're not asking you to take action. We'll ask you for action once we know what our plan is and what our rates are going to be. But the key here is that we would draw down federal money for residential treatment, recovery support services, including all that support after somebody reaches sobriety, and case management, helping you keep your housing and so forth. All those things become federally reimbursable. So in essence, the money you're putting in locally would be worth double its value. The downside, if there is one perhaps, is that the level of scrutiny and audits and accountability and paperwork and claim documentation goes way up. It becomes more like mental health in that sense because it's a Medi-Cal funded set of services. And there will be some adjustment, I think. Somebody who's a terrific drug and alcohol provider because he's been there, he's a peer support, might not have the capacity, and we have to do some capacity building for all these audits and paperwork and accountability and scrutiny and so forth. The last thing I want to say about this waiver, however, is that I think we're going to need it to make other things we're working on work. So, for example, we're preparing to competitively seek no place like home funding for homeless individuals with mental illness. If that's going to work, if these people are going to stay in their homes and it's really going to prevent homelessness and recurrence of homelessness, we're going to need more residential drug and alcohol treatment because it's not just housing first. It's housing first and then support services. Similarly, I know there are people here today to talk about Proposition 47. Proposition 47 is not going to work if we don't have this kind of treatment and support systems and case management and follow-up services available to us. So the other things that this board is on a path to committing itself to won't work if we don't go here as well.
Phil, do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you. Does that conclude your presentation?
That's it.
All right. Well, thank you. This is extremely enlightening, very well done, and I appreciate all the time that you and so many others have put into this.
Thank you. I've learned a lot, too.
On your last point, which is very well taken in terms of the necessity to carefully assemble from different sources, different places, the resources we're going to need to take the next step after now identifying clearly what the nature of the challenge is, the problem is. Has there been any conversation yet, and perhaps they were involved from day one, I just don't know, with Sutter on any of this in terms of their Getting to Zero initiative? And I don't know what you know about their commitment to help fund various initiatives intended to address homelessness, but in my conversations with representatives from Sutter, and I would imagine others on this board have had a similar experience, is that there is a ever-present interest in making sure that we are doing everything we can to effectively get folks from that would otherwise, be a burden and impact their emergency rooms to do something more effective for them and serve as a pressure relief valve for the emergency room system. So if they're not at the table yet, especially in terms of this assemblage of funding, whether it's Prop 47, maybe our general fund at some point, how it works with the implementation plan and the fiscal plan that you've identified, I think for me, what I'd like to see next, and I know we would obviously need to give staff time to think about this and bring it back to the board, is what does that assemblage really look like, and how much are we really thinking about at some point making a decision up or down about resource allocation that I believe is probably going to affect our general fund. I don't think I'm going out on a limb there, but it sounds like there's what's coming into focus here is a much more real identification of the steps, the timing, and kind of the overall budget for how we're going to have to now address the problem that's been, again, clearly identified here. So I'd like to hear your thoughts about that next step. Am I off? Am I daydreaming about this? Is it just a stream of consciousness thing, or is this something you're actually going to try and do?
You're not dreaming, okay. And I would get credit where credit is due. I think Mr. Gill and Mr. Lake have established a clarity of expectation for all the staff of the various departments that we have to braid these efforts together to make it work, right? So there's all kinds of elaborative planning and tasks that Cindy Kavanaugh and Homeless and Ann Edwards and her department and my public health folks and behavioral health folks and even CPS and APS, there is an expectation with specific work plans and objectives and so forth that and an insight as a result, I think, among the professionals that what I'm working on isn't going to work if your part isn't there. And yes, there are funding implications.
What do we all think the conservative outside date is? Give me a month and a year of when you can come back to this board and give us the first progress report on whatever we're going to call it, our intervention on especially these two substances, opioids and methamphetamine. Is that hopefully sometime realistically spring of next year? When is that?
Uncharacteristically, my instinct is not to just think it up on the spot.
Okay.
I think I want to talk with staff and get you a substantive answer to your question, because I don't want to set a target and not meet it.
Is it 2020? Is it 2025? Is it 2019? What is it? I'm looking at NAV now.
Supervisor Stern, I do need some time to talk to Sherry about what is a realistic deadline for her. Let us talk about a little bit more about it. We've been talking about the programs, putting stuff in place.
Sure.
Once we had the conversation, we'll report back to you.
It's not to put you on the spot. What you're seeing in me is excitement, because this is something we didn't have before, and you've heard the questions and the comments for years now from the dais about our interest in these two substances in particular, in terms of addiction afflicting this community. And I just feel very almost empowered or armed, if you will, with the knowledge, and I'm obviously very eager to see how the next step progresses. But I do think at some point just like other initiatives that we pursue here, we're going to need to kind of understand the fiscal consequences and the timeline for adoption and implementation.
It might not be a one deadline either. It might be,
sure.
So the opiate task force might say we can reduce the overlapping of these two kinds of prescriptions by December of 2018 by 25%. That might be very different than there will be no waiting list for meth addicts who are homeless and who come to our triage center by this date. So I think we need your point. I understand the overall point, which is it's one thing to set quantitative targets, but it's another thing to put yourself on a timeline.
Yeah, but let me suggest though that since you're going to be back to in order to meet the deadline for this implementation plan under one of the Medi-Cal initiatives, but I think, again, this crosses many different disciplines and lines, and we're talking about people in need and impacts to them, but certainly to the community. I would suggest then that, give some thought that for the point in time when we come back to budget in June, again, how this lines up, because it may take us right into the fiscal year next year, either for matches and or considerations for this board. So I don't, again, Supervisor Cerna weigh in and others as well, but it seemed to me that would give you time to kind of not only deliberate this, but to look at it, to set those practical targets, but also then, give us some idea about what progress we're making based upon what our actions have already been taken, but what we anticipate, again, Prop 47 grant, these initiatives and others that will complement them, triage center and so forth. So I guess we're going to have a lot of information in the next 6 to 8 to 12 weeks, and I guess I would suggest that no later than June, but maybe even before that, maybe as a prelim to budget. It doesn't relate to budget, but I think from a standpoint of implementation and where we're going to be going with this in the years to come and how it's going to be made a priority within various departments. Does that sound, give enough time?
I believe so, but I need some time to think it through. I don't want to just on the spot say we'll have something for you. I would like to talk to Sherry, come back with a realistic timeline and say this is what we
I wasn't asking for next week. I was saying June, so I know there's...
I understand.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah.
I think in preparing this, we knew that this was a topic that the board's asked for a couple of years for us to bring forward, which we finally got the work done. And there is some excitement behind it. We do understand that. And we will work not, the only caution that I was trying to get at is that I just want to make sure that the dates that we're giving you are realistic. If there's a budgetary implication for 18-19, we'll bring that, of course, in June. And if it's a long-term process, as Sherry's alluded to, we want to make sure that there's a placeholder for these items going into the future.
Okay.
I would just also suggest, mark it by not just June, but also it sounds like September too, based on what I heard in terms of final budget.
Okay, very good. Any other comments? We got a number of speakers. Certainly good. Thank you.
Thank you,
Sherry and Uma and Dr. Kasari and others who weighed in here. So let's go to our speakers. We're going to take the ones that sign up for item 43 first, and then I'll allow those who sign up for item 13, which was the Prop 47 grant under the consent calendar, to speak as well. So we'll start out with Greg Cox, followed by Dr. B.J. Davis, and Nikki Nelson being the first three speakers.
Hello there.
Good morning.
My name is Greg Cox. I am the program director for River City Recovery Center. I want to thank Dr. Heller and her crew for coming out here and for working with us. We work with them on a daily basis. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. A lot of things were said today, a lot of good stuff. A couple of things I want to touch point on. Definitely when it comes to residential treatment, I'm a champion for it. I am a product myself of River City Recovery, former meth user for 20 plus years. In fact, I came in through the county of Sacramento back in 2005, and I can tell you treatment works. I'm an example of that. So are many others. The epidemic out there, the meth, the opiates, it's huge. It's will we be able to touch everybody? No, but we definitely need to do more work in order to touch those out there. One of the things you were touching on is the continuum of care. We can treat them for the 90 to 120 days in treatment, but we need to have more services available for the continuum of care out there, and whether it be education, employment, these kind of things, because you can take the drugs away and teach them how to cope without it, but if they don't have any other coping skills as far as employment, education, and these kind of things, I think it's very paramount that these things are addressed and looked at. Our hands are sort of tied in a lot of areas. Not a lot of funding out there for that. Resources are low. My counselors do an excellent job of trying to get them out there, but there's so many things going on, like Mather Community Campus for one of them. You know, we can get them out there, but now the process has changed, and it's more difficult to get a guy there or a woman there after 90 days of treatment. If it wasn't for my program's mentorship program that we offer, some of the guys would just go right back out to the street, and that's unfortunate. You know, I know my counselors are diligent about getting these people out there from the beginning, from their first meeting. What is it you want to accomplish? Let's in the treatment planning process, you know, where are we going to go? What do you want to do? And it's difficult because 90 days isn't very long. That happens like that.
Greg, can I just ask real quickly, so you mentioned Mather Community Campus, which was a transitional program, and it's, again, we've had some conversations in certainly recent weeks and over the last few months about that and about the clean and sober versus housing first and how folks enter into the program, and the design of that program and the way it functioned for nearly 20 years was, I think, as you described. I'm curious, so what the difficulties now, so they go through River City Recovery, either out in Herald or somewhere else, and,
yes.
and you have them ready, and then come the end of that 90 days, what's changed as it relates? This is not Volunteers America focus. It's just about where we have transitional programs, and federal funding streams have kind of gone in a different direction as it relates to homeless. But I mean, to the folks that you're working with, describe what's changed. I guess just take them.
I can tell you it's more difficult now. I had a guy come in 90 days. We started him on the path to Mather Community Campus from day one. And they have navigators now that navigate people through the system. He's been with us now 6 months. And we've been on the navigator. When can he come? When can he come? When can he come? And if it wasn't for our mentorship program, because funding stopped at 90 days, we now keep him as a resident mentor. He helps us with the newcomer and all that kind of stuff at our cost. Nobody's paying for him to be there. It's been 6 months, and the young man has not gotten accepted into Mather, and it seems that we're getting a lot of runaround with that. Okay. I'm not quite sure what the holdup is. I know things continue to change, and they continue to implement new systems, but it seems to me it's like, where are we going to go with this? Okay. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, no, you did. And I just looked to Paul, and I think Paul's made a note of that, because we've been talking about this, and we're going to have some. I would just encourage you over the, as time permits, obviously in running a program, you've got, other commitments, but
sure.
Over the next few weeks, certainly coming back on March 21st, we're going to be talking about homelessness and triage and so forth, but it relates to our emergency shelter grants and some of the other things, discussion about transitional, clean and sober, and so I would encourage you, certainly offer any comments you might have about, things you think could be improvement, but
Absolutely.
As well as suggestions.
I'd like to bring a couple staff members as well that really, my counselors are really in the trenches doing this work. They were the ones that, they come to me with it. I try to take it to another level. It seems I get short-stopped. So, to talk about the opiate and the meth epidemic, it's huge. The statistics that we're coming up with and which areas it's prevalent in, it's prevalent in all areas. I can tell you with my counties versus my Kaiser contract and everything, it affects everybody. I deal with a lot of guys now with the Suboxone and the methadone, and we used to not allow that in our facility. We've opened the doors to that, and it's working out. Somebody said something about the cost of whether meth was more costly. I think it was Mr. Cernas. I would beg to differ with the medically assisted treatment, because I'm pretty sure that's a pretty costly effect. I'm not saying it doesn't work, because it does. I've seen some success come out of there. But to say that the meth epidemic is more costly,
well, I was talking about in a holistic sense, in terms of impact to the jail system, impact to the emergency room system, impact to CPS.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you on that. In fact, I'm a product of that as well. Like I said, 20 years plus of meth use. I celebrate 12 years this month of sobriety, continuous sobriety, mind you.
Congratulations.
And it all started at a place called River City Recovery, and there's multiple places out there, but it does seem like we do need more resources out there, and I would be a champion for that. I just met with a woman this morning who's part of a street team that goes out And she brought us a client this morning, which was awesome because he's coming straight from the street. And that's who I really want to touch. You know, we want to get to them. We want to talk about the river and all that stuff. If you give them 90 days of treatment and send them back to the river, what do you think is going to happen?
Right.
It's a no-brainer.
Thanks, Greg. We have some other folks. So I appreciate you being here this morning. Thanks for sharing, and we'd like to have you continue to engage with us. So thank you very much. Okay, good. Okay, Dr. Davis, followed by Nikki Nelson, followed by Lynn Hsu. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Dr. B.J. Davis. I know several of you, so I want to, I'm the Executive Director of Strategies for Change, which is probably the largest outpatient provider of drug and alcohol services in Sacramento. I want to thank Sherry and Uma and Lori for the presentation. I'm here in support of that. It was an incredibly comprehensive presentation, and she was on point in many different areas. I just wanted to provide some stats just recent to support the presentation. We actually right now have probably 250 open cases at Strategies for Change, adult cases. And I just ran numbers this morning. 35% of my open cases, their drug of choice was methamphetamine, 32% was alcohol, and 20% was marijuana. So, that's not necessarily what they're in treatment for, but that was their drug of choice. I think that to address the notion about homelessness that you asked, what would happen, Uma presented pretty well what would happen to an individual that you identified that needed immediate service. Now, one of the things that you have to deal with is motivation to treatment, but the county's done a really good job of being very assertive about trying to get people into treatment. Now, what Sherry was talking about would be if you want to do it better and be more aggressive in it, you're going to need people other than just drug and alcohol counselors. You're going to need case managers. You know, you're going to need recovery support. What she was talking about the waiver, if that's what you're talking about, which is being more assertive in your outreach, then you're going to need to have to fund that type of additional service. I just wanted to point that out. You asked about the pregnant lady. There's a great program here in Sacramento County. Lori is very aggressive about getting people into that. It's for pregnant and parenting women. It's called Options for Recovery. It has a continuum that starts in residential, goes to intensive outpatient, and then has also a transitional at Mather. Now, I'm sure they could use more money because we could use more beds, but Sacramento's pretty good about, in fact, addressing specific issues, and they're very aggressive in that, so I wanted the board to know that. The other thing I wanted you to know was that as it relates to the wait list for residentials, Sacramento's done something I don't think a lot of other people have done, prompted by your feedback to the county, and that is now if they are very, very aggressive about referring people to intensive outpatient that are on the wait list. And so instead of just having them set at home and continue to get loaded, they refer them to intensive outpatient, which is 3 hours a day, 3 days a week. And in fact, sometimes that works and individuals don't end up having to go to residential. But if they do, they can. And so they are very, very, very assertive about addressing that wait list issue. The other thing I wanted to say is that Sherry was really very on point about the notion of people's having memories and quality of life. The issue is if you want people to get better and you want them to quit using drugs, then there has to be something other than just not getting loaded that motivates them to do that. And that's really about quality of life. The gentleman from River City just spoke about that. People have to have a reason they have to have a life that is not miserable sober and not hopeless. They need to have things to do, things to feel good about, that will motivate them to keep struggling with their memories and the things that prompted them to use to begin with. And then last, I want to close with, I've been providing treatment in Sacramento County for 20 years. I've been the Director of Strategies for Change since clinical director since 2006, executive director in the last year. I'm part of all the collaborative courts. I'm a professor. I lecture at UC Davis School of Medicine. And I just want to say that this administration is without a doubt the most aggressive, the most comprehensive, and the most committed to alcohol and drug services and co-occurring services that I have ever experienced. I just want the board to know that. I mean, they're at all the AOD advisory board meetings, they're in the collaborative courts, they address residential, they listen. I've been in the work groups. They are really, really, really aggressive about trying to get the data and respond to the action items that you get them. I'm excited beyond belief because alcohol and drug has really taken a back seat for years, and I'm excited about this board who seems to be very dedicated to addressing this issue, and I'm excited about the current administration at the HHS. They're really a committed group, and I just wanted you guys to hear that.
Thank you, Dr. Davis, for those. Again, they're smiling, and again, rightfully so. And thank you for your leadership and work with your program, and look forward to continue the good work. So thank you. Okay, Nikki Nelson, followed by Lynn Shu, followed by Garrett Stenson.
Good morning, members of the board.
Good morning.
My name is Nikki Nelson Rivas, and I am a program manager for Bridges, the STARS program. And we provide case management for families that go through Child Protective Services. And we are currently serving probably about 452 clients. And out of that number, about 50% of them, their drug of choice is methamphetamine, and around 35% is opiates. I am also a recovering addict. I stand before you today with 14 years. Methamphetamine was my drug of choice.
Congratulations.
Absolutely brought me to my knees. Very grateful for county-funded programs, because if it was not for the residential program that I went through, I would have never been able to afford it on my own. Treatment works. It absolutely works. When I got there, I had no skills, no coping skills, none of that stuff. And that's what they taught me. And as a couple people have mentioned today, you definitely need something to replace what's being taken away. Currently working at Bridges right now. I am a part of the Early Intervention Family Drug Court, and I know that treatment works because what I get to see when I am assisting my recovery specialists with getting their parents into treatment, whether it be residential, whether it be outpatient, is the look on their children's eyes when they look at their parents and their parents have to tell them goodbye. And those little eyes fill up with tears, and they don't understand what's going on. They don't understand why mommy or daddy are having to leave them. And on the flip side of that coin, what else I get to watch, which just reinstates how important it is that we continue to advocate for county funding for these treatment centers, is because when their parents come home, the joy and the happiness that those little ones have when they get to see mom and dad again. And to watch mom and dad actually implement and practice the tools that they've learned in treatment, like myself. Like I gave 2 of my daughters away because the disease of addiction had me. And, when I returned, the joy that was in their eyes and just the ability that I had to be a parent, because I didn't know how to be a parent. I didn't know how to get a job. I didn't know how to communicate. I didn't know none of that stuff. The only thing I did know how to do was get loaded, as a lot of our families that we serve today. And so I'm just here to advocate. Please give us more money. That lady, I think the implementation of having a triage center, because we have a small window. And when those moms or those dads are ready to go, to be able to pick them up and get them in a detox or a residential, it's crucial. It's really crucial. So I absolutely advocate, and I appreciate your guys' time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, thanks to all who have spoken thus far. So we have some very strong partners out there, and appreciate the passion which you serve the folks that we're talking about here. Okay, next Lynn Shu, followed by Garrett Stenson, and then Janet Delmanchel. Good morning, Lynn.
Good morning. Hi, I'm Lynn Hsu. I am the clinic director for BART programs, formerly known as By Valley Medical Clinic. We are a medically assisted treatment center. We offer methadone and buprenorphine for opiate-addicted people. I was kind of looking at some numbers this morning. Looks like since the year of 2000, we've had over 5,000 admissions through our clinic. And if you take a look at those 5,000 people, and if they only affected 3 people in their lives, whether it's their children, like she was talking about, their parents, significant others, best friends, that comes out to around 9,000 people affected. We are one clinic. There are 5 clinics here in Sacramento, 6 in the Sacramento area. So take those numbers and times 6, and that's what Uma was talking about. You know, only 10% are receiving treatment. And so there's a huge amount of people out there still struggling in their addiction that don't have access to treatment. It was concerning when Mr. Cerna talked about having run into the woman who had the opiate problem and you were stuck and not knowing what to do. The positive thing about the opiate center, or the methadone treatment centers that we have here right now, you are not required to go through a referral service to come to treatment. Basically type in methadone, Sacramento, and the clinics will pop up and you can pick one. Most of the clinics are interested in, immediate treatment, getting people in as soon as possible. When they come, we're open Monday through Friday for admissions. Most are. I think one clinic may be doing admissions on weekends, but most of them are Monday through Friday during work hours. People, if there's a walk-in, we'll try to get them in that day.
And there's, if I might interrupt, and there's no difference in that availability whether you're homeless or not?
No, we have a lot of homeless people. So once people get on methadone and they're able to get treatment, they'll actually move to the area that their clinic's in. So it's not unusual for me to drive to work at 5:30 in the morning and I'm watching people go down our street and I know them. I'm like, I know that one, I know that one, I know that one, I know that one. And they're coming to the clinic to get medically treated for their addiction. And so it's not just homeless. And the funny thing is, it's not that because they're homeless and they have drug problems, they're coming in. One of our regular homeless guys was a nurse. They didn't start out homeless. They actually had jobs. They had careers. They're college-educated people. They're people whose addiction brought them down, like the woman said, to her knees, and they ended up there. And so the thing that makes me sad is that there's such a lack of information that's open to the community. When I go down the highway, I go, why are there not billboards saying, if you have issues with these drugs, pills to heroin, here, make these phone calls, call here, get treatment immediately. You can be homeless and be broke and get your Medi-Cal and it's covered. So no one's left out. It's just sad that people, like you said, don't know what to do. Where do we go? And it's really interesting when you get somebody sitting in front of you who you tell them, once you start the methadone and you get stabilized, you will no longer have to prostitute to get your money to go get your drugs. You'll no longer have to steal from your family to go get the money to get the drugs. You're no longer going to have to rob people's houses to get the money to get your drugs. And I say, you can wake up in the morning and not be in a complete and total panic. And they just break down in tears in front of me. Full-grown men just start sobbing. And so for people to not know that there is relief out there it's heartbreaking. So I just really want to continue, with what we're doing with the Opiate Task Force. We've got a group of them, working on trying to get a website set up for access for people to get information. It's very important. The other thing, as far as women who are opiate addicted and pregnant, they're our priority. If a woman who is opiate addicted goes into withdrawals, which they will do several times a day if they're out there shooting up heroin, they can lose the baby. And so it's very high risk for the baby to not be treated for the addiction with the opiates because they'll miscarry. So we have a high priority. We have pregnancy programs. Many of the other clinics also have pregnancy programs. So if you know anybody who needs help, you just look at methadone, plug in your city, and you'll find a clinic, and we'll get you in and get you treated. But I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you for your comments, too. Okay, next, Garrett Stenson, Janet Dumichel, and Heidi Sanborn.
Hi, my name is Garrett Stenson. I'm the program director at Core Medical Clinic, which is also a buprenorphine and methadone treatment center here in Midtown Sacramento. Just wanted to piggyback on a few things, specifically that BJ said, particularly about this administration. I think, we're excited about the wait list times going from 37 days to 27 days, but we're more excited about the effort that they've done to connect people into intensive outpatient treatment or to methadone detox or to those services while they're waiting. There's been a lot of talk about what we call in the addiction field the aha moment, when we're ready for treatment. And sometimes that is 2 hours, sometimes that's 2 days, but certainly it's not 30 to 60 days in most cases. So I really want to applaud the administration's efforts for taking advantage of that aha moment. Also allowing some of the residential treatment program to run outpatient groups while they're on the waiting list. So they're allowed to go to the facility, see the other residents succeeding, stay engaged, so they're just not left out hanging to dry waiting on some waiting list. Two, I'm up here in support of the Opiate Task Force and the ODS waiver as well, especially in the area of expanding medically assisted treatment in residential folks. We are in a heroin and opiate pill crisis epidemic in Sacramento County. There was 803 prescriptions written per 1,000 residents in Sacramento County in 2013 and 2014. Those are pretty wild numbers. 80% of the population technically could be covered. So it's something that is a problem here, and like Mr. Cerna indicated, a lot of people in the prescribing changes, sometimes when hydrocodone, for instance, was rescheduled in October of 2014, there was a bunch of unintended consequences where people were switching to heroin because it was cheaper, because doctors were cutting them off the medicine. So it's a very complicated problem. Opioids literally affect every internal system that we have. We don't, we respirate different, we sleep different. If we don't have opiates on board, our bowel movements are going between extreme diarrhea and constipation. We're sweating. We have bone and muscle aches. The physical withdrawal portion is brutal. Fortunately, we do have medications like methadone and buprenorphine that work to address those, similar to a diabetic has insulin. We obviously don't want to get to that point where we have to use these type of medicines long term, but once we cross that line, unfortunately, it is what it is, and we need to treat the disease with what is effective. So, again, just wanted to support the waivers, both the work groups, and applaud the administration for the work they're doing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Garrett. Thanks for your work as well. Okay, Janet, you doing show? And then Heidi Sanborn. Those are the last two speakers on item 43. And then I have some folks that want to speak on item 13 related, so we'll call them next.
Hi, good morning. My name is Janet Dumonchel. I'm the pharmacist in charge at Sacramento State Student Health Services. And I'm also a member of the Opioid Task Force. I sit on 2 of the work groups. I am on the drug disposal work group, and I'm also on educating the medical community. And I strongly support the efforts of this task force. Since July of 2013, Sac State has been hosting a drug disposal bin, and we have collected close to 2,000 pounds of expired and unused pharmaceuticals. So according to the DEA, 1 pound of pharmaceuticals is about 500 pills. So we've collected, close to 1 million pills and taken those off the street. And so, with that knowledge, we hope to expand sites, pharmacies that will host the collection bin, and also, increase the efforts of, law enforcement and other appropriate agencies in hosting drug take-back events. The DEA is hosting an event on April 29th, and they also have another one generally scheduled sometime in October. And also, with the task force, we want to continue educating the medical community on drug abuse and diversion, and we hope to host, town halls, seminars in the coming months, to help with this effort. So, again, I, commend the efforts of the Department of Health and Human Services in hosting and this opioid task force, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Janet.
I have a question before you leave. at Sac State, I know you have a drug disposal. Is it for people other than students?
Yes, and that's, the actually kind of amazing part of it. We have the highest utilization from the general community. We do have our students and faculty that use it, but we get 5 to 6 to 7 visits a day from just the general public.
Okay, thank you. I know when you go online and you look for drug disposal sites, there aren't very many.
Correct.
And yours being one, and a couple of people have asked me, in some places, you have to be part of that community in order to dispose of drugs, and so they weren't sure about Sac State. So
No.
I'm glad to know that. Thank you.
Yes.
Good. Thanks, Janet. Okay, Heidi Sanborn, last one on this item, and then on the item 13, I'll have the clerk call, but it would be next Diemert, Loretto, Paradello would follow. So, good morning.
I was going to say
Heidi.
good morning, but I think it's good afternoon now.
Good afternoon.
Chair Natoli and board members, and I want to thank Dr. Dumonchel. She's hosted one of our medicine bins, one of the first in the county, and she's done a great job. So thanks, Dr. Dumonchel. I'm Heidi Sanborn, the executive director of the California Product Stewardship Council, and I'm also a resident of the county. And my comments are focused on the safe medicine and needle disposal as addressing these issues. We are a nonprofit, and we are a statewide leader in the policies and partnerships that lead to producer-funded and operated take-back programs, such as for needles and medicines. You might be familiar with the paint and the mattress program, and those are also policies that we help pass here in California. But we have been doing a lot of work with medicines and needles over the last 5 to 6 years. We have installed 8 of the 11 bins in the county, and we have a Don't Rush to Flush, Meds in the Bin We All Win program that's on the web. We've listed all the bins that are out there. People can find them by zip code. But that's really not that convenient when you consider we have 263 pharmacies in this county. So we've got a long way to go. We have worked for 6 years at the state level, trying to get a statewide program and working with the manufacturers to help fund and operate a program like they do in many other countries. And unfortunately, we've not been able to come to agreement yet, but we are still working on that. And so 7 counties have not waited for a state solution, and they have passed ordinances where the drug companies actually do pay for the safe medicine and needle disposal. And they work. The ordinances provide a convenient collection program and one that is sustainably funded and has a consistent PR message so the public knows how to use it. And this isn't new. As I said, these drug companies do pay for these programs. In even Mexico, they have 4,400 pharmacies that collect medicines. Brazil, Colombia, and then most of Europe. A friend of mine was just in Portugal and found them there in their pharmacies. And the pharma industry did try last year to preempt local governments from doing these ordinances, and I would let you know that I think they're doing it again this year. So if you're interested in pursuing that, you may want to move on that, or at least watch the legislation that's coming in Sacramento. Safe medicine disposal does remove the medicines from the home. It was recommended by the President's Council on Opioid Addiction as one of the 4 key pillars to solving the problem. And 70% of kids do get their medicines that they start on their drug abuse path apparently from home. People just don't understand how dangerous they are, and they don't know how to get rid of them. So I want to thank you for being ready to take action. And just a personal note, I live right on the edge of Carmichael, and in front of my home one day I found this really beat up car. I see a young couple, and I looked in, and they were literally shooting up right in front of my house. And I actually knocked on the window, probably foolish of me, but I asked him, do you need help? I'll try to get you help, but you can't sit in front of my house and do this. And he got out and started crying and said he's been addicted. He's been through rehab 3 times, and he started because he actually had a shoulder injury, was given 100 pills, and his friends taught him how to use alcohol with the pills, and that started him down the slippery slope. And they were literally getting high to get ready to go into church to ask grandma for more money to do more drugs. So this has become really hard for all of us, I think, in the community to see. And then in Midtown, where I work, we're seeing people literally shooting up in front of the plate where we work and then throwing them in the bushes. So I've had to actually build an entire structure under this stairway in the old Victorian because they were coming under the stair every night and shooting up and finding needles every morning. So it really is a serious problem, and I really hope to help solve it with you. So thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. Thanks for all your work as well. So, Patrick Kennedy, yes, just kidding.
I just wanted to real quickly to staff, Supervisor Peters actually reminded me, and so I went online to look at our website as far as locations to drop off unwanted or unused drugs, and our own website is woefully out of date and not very useful, so you might want to take a look at that.
It'll be updated by 5 this afternoon? Good. Good to hear. Okay, thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. All right, then, Flo, if you just would call 13 so we know what people comment on 47 or this item. Just, again, we've already taken action on item 13, but we had a few speakers, and so if you just...
Okay. Item 13, authorization to apply for up to $6 million in Proposition 47 competitive grant funding from the Board of State and Community Corrections.
Agree with the
No, they may want to comment on this item as well, but someone signed up for 13, so we'll take this item in just a moment. So kind of join. I just wanted to be sure that it was clear. Maybe it's not clear now, so I may make it more confusing. But okay, so we took action on that item. We're still going to act on item 43 here. And so, Dee, if you want to come forward, that's okay. You can come forward. This may relate to what we're talking about here, and I think it did with some of the crossover. So,
well, I've been impressed with how much it crosses over as well.
Okay.
I want to thank the board for this opportunity to speak to you. And I come today representing the Sacramento County Reinvestment Collaboration. It's a group of community-based organizations who are working to reform the criminal justice system and reinvest the savings back into the community. And so we're seeing a lot of overlap between Prop 47, which I want to thank all of you for voting to support that grant. But I also see a lot of overlap with number 43 here. I echo the previous comments regarding community engagement. I think that's critical when it comes to rehabilitation, treatment, and issues dealing with incarceration. There's a wealth of knowledge in our communities, and we've certainly heard from a lot of them today. I'm especially grateful to hear from the folks who are in recovery, who are working in this area, because I think they bring an insight that a lot of times the folks in suits don't have the same impact and understanding. And I know from working with my own stepson that that it doesn't matter how much the guy in the suit knows, he's not going to listen. But the guy that says, I've been there, I've done what you've been doing, and this is where I'm at now, that's somebody that speaks with authority. I can't emphasize more that in the future we want to see more robust community engagement on important discussions like this. We want to get beyond the large agencies to the community-based organizations and the consumers. I also want to remind the board of some reinvestment opportunities that were found in our research and also by the researcher hired to review the criminal justice system. Most importantly, the establishment of pretrial programs and greater leverage of split sentencing under AB 109. These are opportunities to spend less money on incarceration and more money on treatment and rehabilitation, jobs programs, and things like that. The recommendations in review would reduce incarceration to allow for the closing of a jail unit, which is the only way to really maximize savings in that system. I'm also seeing that we're really siloed, that funding makes it really hard to work together as a team, that we really need to draw together to work on things like rehab, but that sometimes, for instance, criminal justice funding doesn't support rehab, and yet it reduces the criminal justice costs. So we've got to find ways to get beyond the silos of who has the funding to work together to address some of these issues. I want to reinforce a couple of the points that Dr. Heller made. The size of the need, the impact that it has across areas, hospitals, incarceration, homelessness, jobs, requires cross-agency cooperation. The need for continuing support, not for 90 days, but for a long term, that probably can't be done in a formal residential setting, but can be done with peer counseling. And so the need to work with community organizations as well.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dee. Okay. Then Loretto Paradella, and I believe it's Amy Bonjeri, and Daniel Williams, if some of those folks are still here. Good afternoon.
Good morning, Chair and Board. I would like to thank you for this opportunity to speak. I represent the Anti-Recidivism Coalition and Reinvestment Coalition. Today I'm speaking, and hopefully through my experience, I can shed some light upon some social issues concerning the niche of the population that is reentering society. My name is Eduardo Paradella, and I spent 18 years in prison. Upon reentering society, it was very difficult. Prior to my release, there's many programs that I went through to enable myself to be able to be paroled back in society. I was considered a lifer. Although I was involved in these programs, whether it be anger management, and all these numerous self-help organizations, I myself was a mentor in the mental health, in the mental health prison, and I worked together with doctors, clinicians, therapists, and I was a liaison between mental health inmates and certain programs that they had to go to. All these things helped me to develop social skills. But no matter what programs and what other jobs that I had, it didn't prepare me for what I was going to experience in the free world. Certain things that I went into, encountered, and only that I could explain is that after spending so long in prison and a lengthy incarceration, that I was socially handicapped. And I seen a need for programs that affected life skills. Imagine having to go into a bank and create a bank account and know nothing about it. Know nothing how to fill out a check, to apply for a credit card. There's certain life skills that people like myself that are getting re-entered in society that don't have. Some of them don't know that they have to get health care, that you're required to get health care. I remember when I started to apply for college, I felt out of place. There was no one to hold, and actually I needed someone to actually hold my hand, say you need to do this, step 1, step 2, A, B. There was no one there. I felt out of place. I felt I didn't belong. And at a point I wanted to quit, but I didn't. You're required also, when you go before the board, certain people are required to take anger management. I was one of those people. Upon coming out here, there are stressors that you do not encounter while incarcerated, and I encountered those. Certain other things that I feel that are needed are substance abuse counseling, mental health counseling, job training and vocational training, and transitional housing. I hope that what I shared here sheds some light on certain social issues, on certain niches of society that are reentering out of being incarcerated for a long period of time. Thank you for your time and patience.
Thank you, Loretta. Thank you. Okay, next is Ami, and then Danielle Williams, Daniel Silva, and Aldo Romero, last speakers I have. Good morning.
Good morning. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to be in front of you today and to actually elaborate on what the speaker for the reinvestment organization talked about. After being, I'm a little nervous. After working so hard for 20 years in the community-based organization, I would like to enforce actually the importance of community-based organizations in such collaboration with the drug and alcohol and health programs. It's very important. I work with Help the People Foundation in Los Angeles for 15 years, and that program was the most successful program because they work in collaboration with community-based organizations. The home visit these people do is so important, so vital to everything that the drug and alcohol people do, and even to preventions and drug drug gangs and other programs is very, very important. So I would truly, on behalf of every community organization, that you guys include these community-based organizations with everything that's been done, because they are very important. The simple fact is they work directly with communities and they do home visits. A lot of home visits where they get in touch with these people who are suffering but are under a lot of stress due to lack of jobs or other hardships that they're going through. So when they communicate with them, they more or less have the support. They start looking at them as their friends, as their buddies, as their family members, to confide in them to talk about issues that are really hindering any type of progress they are making towards quitting drug or any other program. So it's very, very important. And on that note, I will really hope that you guys will consider bringing the community-based organizations in this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. I'll just say, I'll take the liberty when we're done here, passing your names, those of you who have spoken, on to our folks, so they'll have you as future contacts. Maybe they already know who you are and you've been engaged, but I want to be sure we do that. So, okay, this is Danielle. Danielle?
Hi, my name is Danielle Williams, and I'm an organizer with Sacramento Area Congregations Together. We represent over 52 congregations and 60,000 families over Sacramento County. Just want to echo the sentiments that were already expressed, and just want to say thank you to the county for reaping the benefits of Proposition 47. Thank you for staff for drafting up this proposal. We are excited that the county is moving forward. I do want to echo the comments around the community engagement piece, which is the one part that that we did have concern about. The proposal states the establishment of an advisory committee consisting of behavioral health professionals, community organizations, faith-based organizations, et cetera, and that committee is responsible for identifying the needs, identifying strategy and programs, and developing the actual grant. Now, the community wasn't invited to join that committee until last week. At that point, the proposal was completed. So as we were gathering community members to attend these hearings and to become a part, everyone was seeing that it was completed. And so just in terms of processes, we just want to emphasize the importance of including a broad array of community partners, and we are here to assist with that as well. And then I think it was a beautiful presentation this morning that really outlined what some of the needs are. We're also here to work with you in terms of how do we get that reinvestment from incarceration and putting it into the treatment. As Pastor D mentioned earlier, we had provided research maybe 2 months ago that spoke to some opportunities, and oddly enough, the researcher that you hired to do a review of your system said the same thing. So we would like to meet with each and every one of you to look into that further and to see how we can make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Thank you for your work. Appreciate it. Okay, a couple of other speakers then to finalize this out. Daniel Silva, Daniel, and then Aldo Romero will be the last one on item 13. And then we'll get to some other items.
Good morning,
Good afternoon.
Chair and Board of Supervisors. Once again, I come before you. I'd rather focus on what hasn't been spoken about. I really enjoyed this presentation here. I love the fact that things are moving forward to try and fix some of the major problems that have been plaguing not just this community, but most of the communities in California and throughout the nation. I speak from personal experience as far as being a juvenile offender myself, coming from that walk. I started about the age of 12. I know what it's like to be a young addict, a young gang member, and a young criminal that was out of control, angry, and in need of healing. At the time, I didn't recognize what was set my life out of control, but I want to share that a lot of youth in this community and other communities are truly in need of assistance in the areas of healing, of intervention. A little focus should be placed on intervention to keep young people from going through the experiences that I had to endure for many years. From the age of 12 to the age of 18, I was in and out of juvenile halls, camps, and you name it, I was there. Foster homes, out-of-control kid. At the age of 18, I found myself on a bus, chained up with a life sentence, and I spent 39 long years of my life behind the walls. Today, through God's grace, I've been able to transform my life. And I'm out here in the community trying to help make a difference. And I too belong to the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I also founded a program called Self-Awareness and Recovery Behind the Walls, which is the program that actually gave me a chance to transform my life and truly change. But it wasn't until I healed the core of my issues, which is my childhood situation, growing up without a father, enduring some dysfunctional family issues that set my life out of control. It wasn't until I found a program to help heal that I was able to find true recovery. I went through many programs. I've gone through hundreds of 12 steps, domestic violence, you name it. I've been there. I got a stack of certificates for all that. But it wasn't until I healed the core of my issues that I was able to find forgiveness for myself, for the victims that I created. And through that process, I was able to forgive other people that wronged me, that caused my life to be set out of control. And I'm here to support intervention work for young people. And I hope you've heard me today. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel, for sharing once again. We appreciate you being here today. So, okay, last speaker I have then is Aldo Romero.
Hello, my name is Aldo Romero.
Hi, Aldo.
I represent the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. SAR, I'm a facilitator. I'm part of the DAPO program that's called Peer Reentry Navigators, which assists people who come into society from prison, assisting them. But one of the things we found, I also worked at Terra Loma Residential till it was recently closed. I found out that there are not enough programs out here. We had people coming to our programs talking about, I come out of prison, I can get into a program, but I live in the community and I can't get into a program and I'm drug addicted. And they're beating their children. Sacramento is right now one of the 5 hottest markets to live in. But how long will that last without community-based organizations and people that care, or drug treatment facilities? I went through River City Recovery, great program. I worked at drug places. I went back to prison. But these are things that people need to know, the resources to reach them. I mean, every board member is here is to help the members of society. It's not a guy coming out of jail because he's coming out of jail. He is a community member of Sacramento, but he can also become a positive member. Capital Christian Center, Victory Outreach. You have multiple drug transition centers, but they cost $450. How does a guy who makes $10 an hour afford a place to live? The place closed down, Terra Loma, and DAPO was paying for it, or they could pay $450. Now it's $13,000 a month. Where do they receive the funding from? How do they go and fight? Because what we're doing is we're fighting for our community. I came into this community and I wanted to fight for a better place to live. It shouldn't be just you go live in Carmichael and it's beautiful, or you go live in North Natomas and it's beautiful, or you go live in certain parts. All of Sacramento is beautiful, but it needs help. Like they said, there's certain parts you go out there and people are shooting dope. You have co-occurring disorders, homeless people out there that have both drug addiction and they have mental disorders, and they're not being helped. You know, our community-based organizations really need the funding to come together, because it's great to have a transition home, but what happens when they leave those transition homes? Because yes, it does take 2 years to clear your mind. Just like it took the King Stadium a while to be proposed and built and things like that, it's gonna take time to build people up. But people are worth it. They are definitely worth it. There's a lot of people that you might see here that you can never tell their past lives, but I can guarantee you somebody helped them along the way to become better people. Now, I would really urge this place, if they could, just to fund community-based organizations or at least provide resources and consider them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aldo. Thank you for sharing. Thanks to all of our speakers, certainly those on item 43 as well as those on item 13. Again, a lot of crossover, but understand certainly the community engagement part and our provider network. And with that, I want to thank our staff for the presentation. Any other comments by board members on this? And again, thanks for patience for folks in the audience. So with that, this is a receive and file. You'll be back to us, though, I think, in
numerous occasions.
Numerous times, but with some of the requests and some information that was requested here today. So, okay, thank you again to all, and that we will receive and file. We don't need a motion on that, do we, Flo?
No.
Okay. All right, with that, then, we're going to go to our next item.
Item 44?
Yeah, our 1015 item, so. And then we will get to, and we'll take item 46 before we close the morning as well. So.
Okay. Item 44 is the Alvarez property time extension, a 5-year extension of time for a vesting subdivision map for a property located in the Vineyard community. The environmental document is an addendum to prior negative declaration.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Leanne Moffett, your County Planning Director. I do not have a PowerPoint on this item. This item was originally approved by the board back in 2008. There was a rezone along with the map and the associated permits. Due to the economic downturn, some of the development in the Vineyard community has been very slow. There were a number of automatic extensions, and the applicant is now requesting an additional 5-year extension of this map. I did want to point out for the record that staff did do a small substantial compliance call, and the map that is in the record and before you today is that slightly revised substantial compliance call version of the map. This was heard by the Community Planning Advisory Council on October 4th of 2016. They recommended approval on a 6-0 vote. It was heard by the Planning Commission on November 28th and recommended approval on a 3-0 vote. And so the item is ready for your action today.
Okay. Would you just note the substantial compliance item, Leanne?
Yes, it is. There's a before and after map in attachment 6 on page 5.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the streets is modified into a small cul-de-sac, but there are multiple other through streets.
Okay. Lotting pattern stays same?
Yes.
I mean, the same, but same number of lots.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do note that. Okay. Any questions of Leanne? Brief staff report. Anyone here wish to speak? George? Yeah. Or on behalf of the applicant. Good afternoon.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. My name is George Carpenter, Vice President of Wind Communities. We own this property through our investment company, Family Real Property, and I'm excited that on this property we're doing the improvement plans, and this is something that could actually go to construction maybe this year. I do want to give a shout out to Mike Penrose and the DOT team. The North Vineyard Station area has struggled with some significant traffic improvement triggers, and with the support of the chair, we've been able to get around those, and there's 900 homes being slated for construction out there between what we have and what Lennar has. So thank you for your continued support. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Any questions for George?
Thanks.
Okay, good. Thank you, George. Then nothing else, then I would move the staff report.
Second.
Okay. Moving second then to move staff report recommendations on the environmental document as well as the extension of time and the vesting tentative map. And nothing further, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Good. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Leanne. Okay, the next item, item 46.
Item 46 is the Adams Residential Accessory Dwelling Appeal of the County Planning Commission approval of a use permit and special development permit for a property located at 7130 Beach Avenue in the Orangeville community. The environmental determination is exempt.
Okay, and will testimony be required under oath or no?
Yes.
Yeah, it will be, so maybe we ought to take that.
And staff is actually not sure if we have a representative of the Community Planning Advisory Council here. They are the appellant. We are prepared to do the presentation, and we know we have the original applicant, Mr. Adams, as well as at least one of the neighbors here. Do we?
Yeah, we have some names.
Oh, yes, we do. Great. You're Mr. Adams.
Okay.
Planning Advisory Council, is there anyone here?
Do we have someone from the Community Planning Advisory Council? It is somewhat unusual. We have tried to call them this morning. They are technically the appellant, but we do have a number of people here for the item, so my preference would be to go ahead and hear the item.
Okay, let me just turn.
Yeah, it's very unusual to go forward without the appellant. The CPAC is the appellant in this matter. I understand you've got people here.
Closer. Yeah.
I understand you have people here.
Is it on?
I don't know if your microphone's on.
Your microphone must not be on.
I'll be louder.
There you go. It's on.
I understand you have other people here to speak onto this matter, but I don't think we've ever gone forward without the appellant, and technically they should be here to present their case. If you want to listen to the people who are here, I think you can, but otherwise I think your options are either to deny the appeal or continue the item.
Supervisor Frost, any? Well, again, I just think that's good advice. We certainly can get people waited. We can take, I guess we can take some testimony under oath, but not to, I think, for action. I think we wait to the appellant. It would make, if folks couldn't come back, I know obviously people have waited here for an hour or two, and I didn't know that we didn't have.
Right. We have tried to call this morning within the last hour and didn't reach anyone.
So we can either deny the appeal.
I mean, I suppose I said I don't think I've ever been faced with this before. This is very unusual. If you were in court, you would just not hear it. This is obviously different than that. Okay. But I would say you can refuse to consider it if you like and make a decision on that. If you want to hear people out, I suppose you can go ahead and take testimony. And if the board is prepared to make a decision without the CPAC here, I guess you can do that. The other option would be to continue it.
How does it work if we just deny the appeal? Then it's approved?
Right. Then the application would be approved. Right.
Can we just hear the item without them here, or do we have to deny the appeal that way? Or
I think you're going to have trouble granting an appeal without the appellant here. But if you want to hear the item and see how things go, we can do that. Instead, I've never had this happen before where an appellant has not shown and we've nevertheless heard the item.
Let me just ask one other question procedurally then. We've got, again, folks that are here that want to talk to it. We've tried to make contact. Have we made contact with anybody from the CPAC? Because, again, we're going to be in session this afternoon. And, again, what's one thing to maybe hold it over for an hour or so and see if we can get people back for the 2 o'clock session and get somebody down here and make good use. Again, I don't want make bad use of people's time, but people here have been waiting already, and so I don't know.
We can try again, and we can try all the CPAC members. We focused on trying to reach the chair.
Yes. Again, I think in deference to folks that are here, both in in support of as well as opposed to. Again, we've got a closed session, and again, I don't want to hold people over unnecessarily, but rather than have people go away and come back in another time, if we can get a CPAC representative here, then I think it would be helpful. But
so that would mean everyone would go get some lunch and then come back at 2 o'clock, and they would be first?
Yes, I agree.
You can do that. I mean, you can hear from the people who are here if you like.
Okay.
Whether you can make a decision after that, I don't know if you'll have enough information without.
And then people would want to come back if we didn't make a decision. Obviously, those that are interested parties, either opposed or against. I mean, if we're talking about homeowners and property owners here, they're going to be very interested. So, to your point, so pleasure of the board.
Should we hear them since they're here? They're probably going to want to come back if the CPAC does come at 2, they're probably going to want to be here to hear the rest of it, right?
Right. Well, absolutely, yeah. I think they would.
I think holding it then, well, I don't know what to do. This is...
Well, maybe a show of hands who would like to testify now and who would like to testify
wait and
at 2.
Do it with the appellant here.
Okay. There's only one person here to testify?
No, we've got... Okay, so we have...
If they don't show up at 2 o'clock, then where are we at?
I mean, that's not right. We all showed up.
Okay, wait. Okay, I get it. So we asked for comments here. So we've got folks, again, that would be very frustrated.
We have the original applicant.
Yes, I know, Mr.
And then we
Adams,
have at least two parties, concerned neighbors.
Okay.
Sir, the CPAC has drugged this out for a really long time here. This appeal was was
Okay.
important. Somebody should have been here.
Yes. We're not disagreeing with that, but on the other hand, procedurally, if we're going to take action, we certainly need to at least see if we can't reach them. So I guess I'm going to suggest that in light of that, obviously the frustration levels are here on and again, I understand that. So I'm going to suggest that we hold this over to 2 o'clock. We have the ability to hear it. If we choose to, I think council offers advice to this board. Obviously, it's come up through the various elements for appeal. We'll do our best to reach the Orangeville CPAC representatives. Maybe start calling down the list, and either we have an explanation or somebody here, and we will hear this at 2 o'clock. It'll be the first item. We will bump the other items till later in the afternoon. That's, I think, best we can do at this point in time.
We will go get on the phone.
Right,
Yes.
and I do think you'll need to give some thought as to what you want to do if you can't reach them and nobody shows up at 2.
Yes. Okay. Well, we'll give some thought to that. We got a little bit of time to think about that. So, all right, we're going to hold this item to 2 o'clock and reach out to the CPAC and come back in session, in open session at 2 o'clock, because this concludes the morning calendar. We have a closed session, and we'll be back at 2 o'clock with item 45 being the first one, 46 being the first one heard. Thanks. Sorry for the delay. Okay. Anything else we need to announce before we go into closed session?
No.
Okay. All right. We're going to recess into closed session and come back here at 2 o'clock with item 46 being the first item heard, and then we'll adjust the item accordingly.
Closed session?
Yes, closed session. Yeah, closed session.
Closed session.
Closed session. Okay. Come back at 2.
And you might get 5 minutes for lunch.
I want to call into session the Board of Supervisors afternoon session for February 7th, 2017. There we have a little audio now. Thank those who've returned from the morning session and appreciate your patience. And we'll call the roll and then we'll go right into the agenda. And I know we have an off-agenda address when we conclude the agendized item following that as well. So Flo, you want to call the roll, please?
Okay. Supervisors Cerna?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Peters?
Here.
Frost? Here. Natoli?
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, as we said we would, we're going to reshuffle this afternoon a bit. I know we put over items 45 and 46, but we have other items that are scheduled, but we're going to take up item 46 as the first matter of order. And I don't know, Krista, or do you want Flo to call it into
You're going to call the item?
Leanne will tell us.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're going to call the item. Okay. Yeah.
Item 46 is the Adams Residential Accessory Dwelling Appeal of the County Planning Commission, approval of a use permit and special development permit for a property located at 7130 Beach Avenue in the Orangeville community, and the environmental determination is exempt.
Okay, very good.
All right, so we did reach most of the Community Planning Advisory Council members, none of whom are available to come down to the hearing this afternoon. So we do have a decision to make about whether you want to move forward and hear the item.
So you have 2 choices, I think. First one would be if you want to simply summarily deny the appeal, I think you have grounds to do so because the CPAC was the appellant and they didn't show up. I think probably the better move is to go ahead and hear the item. You have people who've shown up, give them an opportunity to testify, but I think you can certainly take into account in your deliberations the fact that the CPAC didn't show up to present their case. But I would recommend going ahead and going forward since people have come down here today.
Okay. Thank you, Krista. And with that, Supervisor Frost, you're okay with proceeding that way?
Yes, everyone's been here all morning waiting, and
Right.
they deserve to have their voice. So.
I concur. Okay, with that then, Leanne, if you'll do the PowerPoint, and then we'll proceed. And we do have a number of speakers, so if anyone else, and did you say earlier this would be under oath, though, so we'll need to swear people in? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Want to rise now?
You want to do it now?
I'll rise at once.
Yeah, so we can do yeah. So if we could all rise, and we'll go do that quickly, Flo, and yes. And
Okay. If you wish to address the board about this item on the agenda, please stand to be sworn. Raise your right hand, and the appropriate response is I do. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give this board is the truth, so help you God? If you do not swear, do you so affirm?
I do.
Okay, and when you get to the podium, please state your name for the record and state the statement, I have been sworn.
okay. Thank you all for standing being sworn. And with that, we'll turn to Leanne for the staff report, and then we'll proceed to the discussion and public testimony. Okay.
All right, so the topic at hand is a residential accessory dwelling unit and accessory structures located at 7130 Beach Avenue. This is 1,000 feet north of Elm in the Orangevale community. It is shown in red in the center of the map, a bit hard to see on the screen, but it's dead center over there on that graphic. The item before you is an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of the use permit and special development permit to establish a residential accessory dwelling and garage in the AR1 1-acre ag-res zone. The Community Planning Advisory Council has appealed the decision of the Planning Commission, and their expressed concerns were on the height of the structure and the size, overall size. The CPAC met back on October 4th of 2016. There were 3 immediate neighbors who spoke in opposition to the project. I do want to note there was also 1 additional community member who spoke in opposition, so there were actually 4 speakers opposed, 3 of whom were immediate neighbors, expressing concerns about loss of privacy due to height and window location. The windows is not on the slide, but I wanted to point that out as well. The CPAC voted to recommend denial of the item on a 4-to-1 vote. This is typically an item that's heard by the zoning administrator, but because the CPAC recommended denial, it automatically bumped to the Planning Commission and went directly to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission heard the item and recommended and actually approved the item on a 5-to-0 vote. And then the CPAC followed that up within the requisite period and appealed the Planning Commission's approval and filed that appeal on January 18th, which is why we're here today. The requested entitlements are a use permit for a 1,200 square foot residential accessory dwelling. 600 square foot accessory dwelling is allowed by right in the zone, and you are allowed to go up to 1,200 square feet with a use permit, and we do get a fair number of these types of applications in ag-res zones. There's also a special development permit to deviate from the maximum allowed height, and I'm going to be showing you some graphics of the structure so you can see the height item, and a special development permit to deviate from the maximum total combined square footage of accessory structures on the project site. The 1,200 square foot accessory dwelling unit will be a second story that's constructed on top of a 1,200 square foot garage and 750 square foot RV garage. The total height of the overall structure is 22 feet 4 inches. There's a prescribed method for measuring height in the zoning code. The structure does exceed the setbacks from the zoning district, so the rear yard property line from the edge of the new structure to the property behind it is about 43 feet if it were approved and built. And there is elevation change where the structure is proposed. So here's the site layout. On the left of this graphic here is the street. And the existing home is built a little bit more than halfway back from the street. And the darker outline lines here are the existing and new accessory structures, a combination of garages and the new residential accessory structure. And there are, I believe, 3 properties that are served by that private drive, which is what's shown on the bottom of this graphic. So there's a home to the south, and on the right side of this line, there's another home served off that private drive. These are the elevations of the structure. On the upper left is a side elevation looking from the inside of the Adams. The Adams are the folks who are building this. This is from their yard. So those windows there look out on the yard, and you can sort of see how the elevation change happens with the existing garage being at the current elevation, and then they would drive around back to the rear and park under with the residential accessory dwelling essentially at the same elevation as the original garage. So the elevation on the upper right shows the backside of this from the rear of their yard, with the larger RV garage on the left, the regular parking garage below, and the windows of the residential accessory structure above that. And then on the bottom is the elevation that faces the private drive and then that neighbor across the private drive.
A quick question while you have it up there. So then the elevation, you said the one on our right is what faces the neighbors to the east?
Yes.
So the garage doors, or is it the one with the windows and the standard person door? Which one of those?
The one on the upper right
Yes.
is facing away from the street, and that's what faces the wood fence that I'm going to show you in a minute in a photo, and the neighbor at the end of the private drive.
Okay, so that's what
Yes.
that faces to the east that elevation.
Yes, and that elevation would be approximately 43 feet to the fence line.
Okay.
The elevation on the upper right.
Okay, Supervisor Frost.
And I had two questions. On this appeal, is there a rationale that, or is there a required rationale that a CPAC must have in order to appeal a decision that the Planning Commission makes?
So the board has authorized community planning advisory councils to have essentially taxpayer-funded free appeals. And they are required to make a finding of community-wide interest. They did make that finding when they took their vote back in October. They did declare that this accessory structure was of community-wide interest due to its height and size.
Okay, and then the other question I had was, it was 43 feet setback on the back of the unit to the other property, but what about on the side? Did they exceed the setback on the side as well?
They do exceed the setback on the side. I'll have to check in a minute. I don't have that numeric.
I was just curious.
Memorized, but we can get it in the.
So do you think 43 feet is about from the distance of that back wall to this dais, or what do you think 43 feet looks like? I'm trying to figure that out.
Well, if you, these are relatively large lots. This is 1 acre zoning. If you think of a standard subdivision type lot, that might be 50 by 100, 50 feet wide would be a typical RD5 urban lot. So this is 43 feet as it compares to a typical urban 50 by 100 size RD5 lot.
Okay, thanks.
If that helps you imagine it out in a subdivision.
Yeah.
Just one follow-on question, if I could, then. It was on a previous slide, but my question is on the shared driveway. Was that a condition of some previous land division entitlement that was agreed upon, obviously, at some point in time? Was that some previous entitlement?
I presume. I don't know the history of the creation of the lots.
You have 3 homes, you said, that are served off of?
I believe there's 3 homes. Yeah, at least 3. I think that there's 3. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
These are some photos of the site. I'm going to start with the photo on the right. That's actually taken looking back towards the street with the neighbor at the end of the private drive behind you. So that's looking on the right-hand side, basically where you'll see that elevation with the doors and the windows above it. And then the photo on the left is looking away from the private drive, so the private drive would sort of be behind you, looking into their yard. The photo on the left is now that existing garage is now behind you, and now you're looking at the wooden fence and the neighbor at the end of the private drive. And then the photo on the right is looking at the rear of the existing residence, with that garage slightly visible over on the left.
So while you're there, the photo on the left, if the building were to be constructed that's being asked for here, what would be, kind of looking into the foreground there, where would that building edge be, and then you'd be standing at 16 foot in the windows? Where would that be?
Yeah, well, you're probably standing where the structure is going to be built. I don't know how to tell you what exactly 43 feet is on this photo.
Okay. But so there's a disturbed area here? Is that
Disturbed
roughly
area,
the
yes.
edge of the garage, RV?
I think the disturbed area represents both where the new structure would be, as well as it looks like it's disturbed all the way to the fence line. So I think some of that would still be within the 43 feet, if you're talking about the photo on the left.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get some sense about where the party was that took the photo, and you're looking, trying to get, to the question Supervisor Frost asked about distance-wise to kind of gauge that. Obviously, we're going to hear something from folks today about that, I trust. So, okay. Thank you.
This is an aerial of the vicinity. See that? with the outline of the site with the street on the left. The private drive is at the bottom of the yellow box outlined there, and the neighbors' homes are shown there. The Planning Commission ended up approving the entitlements, and the staff recommendation before you is to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's approval. We believe that the setbacks are sufficient and they exceed the minimum required setbacks. We have our recommended finding is that there's no significant impact as a result of the requested additional height, in part due to that 43-foot setback as well as because of the slope on the property. We believe that the findings for the special development permit can be made and that the development is consistent with the surrounding area.
Okay, Supervisor Frost.
Can we go back to the elevations that show the, is that the actual, how that properties, is there a picture with the elevations showing both of the properties? Does the new unit go higher than the existing house, or is it lower, or how does that?
Yeah. The new unit, I believe, if you look at the upper left there, you can see the existing garage to the right of that portion. And so the new structure is approximately the same height as the existing garage. That's what's shown in these elevations.
And that's just being dug into the hill and added to that unit that we saw in the picture, basically? Yes. Okay. Yes. But how is that in comparison to the other house in front?
I believe the height of the other house is the same height, as general height as the garage. So they're all, from the front, all essentially the same height. There has been, I think you're going to hear some testimony from the neighbors about concerns about runoff. And I did want to point out that our water resources staff have received those concerns, and they had through the process applied a condition number 4 that the applicant has to provide a grading plan showing proposed and existing conditions regarding site grading and mitigation of any impacts. The purpose of this plan is to identify any impacts to neighboring properties due to past or future grading and to mitigate those impacts. So our water resources staff is aware of neighbor concerns about that and would intend to look into that as part of the subsequent building permitting and site improvement process.
One follow-on question while you have that exhibit up there. So the orientation of the garage and RV entryways is oriented towards the east, if I follow this correctly.
Yes. The
road comes in east to west, and I guess you have to, on the property, would have to make a turn to get into this. Why wouldn't your garage doors be oriented towards the south, towards the entryway to the private drive, private road?
Well, I'm speculating. I'm guessing that they probably want enough turnaround, and maybe the applicant can address this for their RV rather than trying to maneuver it off the private drive. But perhaps the applicant can describe their intent there.
And then how close is does that house on the south side, does it orient towards the private drive as well? The aerial doesn't give me a very clear depiction of that.
I do not know which way it orients.
Because I'm just getting, that might just put it in front of somebody else's house. I'm curious. Again, I having not visited the site, but I see, although it may be, because there are accessory structures on the property on the south, I see the home and obviously the pool looks like another outbuilding.
I'm not sure which side is their front door. I guess I would speculate maybe it goes the street, but I can't answer that definitively.
All right. But you're saying that the orientation then may be due to, rather than have to make a tight turn, is to make a more
that way they have their 43 feet back there rather than relying on the private drive.
Okay, and then just one other question. Again, there are folks in the audience I'm sure that can answer this, but maybe you, Leanne, the orientation then to the east, where is that in the front of the house? I take it, for the property that lies to the east, which I know the folks are here, but I just, so.
Right.
So
I'm not sure. I did see some pictures of a patio area that had some sort of muddy water in it.
Yeah.
I'm
we
not
got
sure
those
where
too,
their front
but again,
door
I'm
is.
just trying to get some sense. That didn't really show me that. I'm just trying to get some sense about orientation. I mean,
Yeah.
a lot of times we've had discussion over the years, not necessarily specific to this particular community, but of orientation of second-story windows to existing residences and so forth. And this will be a, even though it's a secondary accessory unit, it's going to be somebody's primary dwelling, I take it, and so it'll be occupied, and those windows will look out distance-wise or not. They have an elevation that looks that way. I see some tree coverage and so forth. But I'm just trying to get some sense of how that lays out on the site.
Yeah, the best photo we have is the photo on the left there. But it's hard for me to tell from that photo
All right, well, maybe
where their front door is.
I trust we'll get some testimony along those lines. So, okay, let me ask any other members of the board any questions of Leanne or staff at this juncture. All right.
I'm going to go ahead and leave the aerial up.
Sure, that would be helpful.
And that might be helpful as people testify.
Yeah. Let me ask, Krista, I don't have a sign-up sheet from Mr. Adams, but I have 5 who either say they're opposed or 1 neutral. So in this case, the appellant was the CPAC, who's not present. We have the applicant, whose application, so would they...
Why don't you call the neighbors in place of the CPAC member?
Okay, all right, that's fine. I just want to make sure we keep this in proper order. And so I trust, Mr. Adams, you may want to speak to this at some point. But okay, let me call the neighbors. I'll have these in the way they were handed to me. I have Brent McCabe, followed by Debbie Kirkwood, followed by John Kirkwood, followed by Greg Gilbert, followed by Vicki Gilbert. That was the order I had them. So if you had any particular order you wanted to come, you're welcome to, and I'll give you each 3 minutes. Okay. Just identify yourself. Tell us you've been sworn, please.
My name is John Kirkwood. I'm the house in the back.
Okay, John.
7126. I've been sworn in.
Thanks, John. Okay.
The grading of if we can go to the picture of where the fence is.
Okay. Maybe we can hold a second. Can we pull that up? She needs a magic wand. That one there, John?
All that dirt down there by the fence has been raised. He did all that before he applied for his permit. He took down his hillside and pushed it up against the property line, caused flooding in my front yard. And Brett, my neighbor, his septic tank's getting flooded out. He's had to have it pumped out. And he used core samples for concrete for his wall, which shouldn't be used anyway. And it's over 4 feet high in most spots. The wall is leaning into my property. I have excessive water coming through the core samples. And my water line runs along the easement where he plans on driving his motorhome over it. He's already broken my water line once. If the building does go proof, I want my water line to be moved to the other side so it doesn't get damaged anymore. And straight from the street back, no curves and bends in it, so it leaves my pressure going. He's encroaching in on the easement. The excess traffic that's going to be going through there. His motorhome is 36 feet long, I believe, and the space between my house and where he plans on parking it is 43 feet. So that's going to be shining right into my living room. I have all those trees. I'm worried about them killing off my trees. I have oak trees up there. I got my redwoods and stuff. My tortoise is flooded out. He lives on an island now because of all what he's been doing. He has disregard for all the neighbors. He just went ahead and did all this moving of the dirt and caused havoc to the neighbors. I don't want the building to go in because it's going to encroach into why I bought a single family home on 1 acre. It's zoned for one house. It's what I bought it for. And he plans on making it into an apartment. Because once his father dies, he's going to rent it out. That's what happens to us. He doesn't take care of his easement before. He's had a BMX track out front. Had it going for, you'd have 100 people over there. And blocked the easement. I had to call the cops out to get into my property because he blocks the easement. He's never taken care of the road.
John, let me just ask you if I could. So I asked about it earlier, and again, there may be different views on this. But so what? Again, it's a shared easement. Is there a road? Is there a road agreement to?
There's a chip and seal road. It was at the beginning before he moved in. Once he moved in, it's deteriorated. I resealed my half, but now he has excess traffic on that, so now it's deteriorating.
So there is a road agreement, but attached to your deeds. Then is that?
Yeah, it is attached to our deeds, even though they keep on telling me it's not my road. It's.
Okay, so shared access and shared maintenance, at least as per the agreement. I guess that may be in dispute.
And the house on the south side, his driveway butts it right up to the easement. His car is sort of parked on the easement because that's the way the garage is.
Okay. Can I just ask you another question? Then with the drainage, again, I don't know how long you lived there, and
since '96.
Okay, so. We've had at least one other rainy period since the time you lived there. So
I haven't had any flooding.
I was going to ask you if you had any.
None.
Okay.
I built, I landscaped it so I wouldn't have any flooding. Now it's all the work I put into it doesn't work anymore.
So is that a good neighbor fence, or does that fence?
He built the fence. I had a chain link fence up there.
And all the boards are facing in towards Mr. Adams' property?
Yes.
Versus. Okay. Did you talk about sharing in the cost of building that fence, or you didn't?
Oh, no, it's on his property.
All right. I don't know. Any other questions of Mr. Kirkwood? Okay. Okay, John. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. Then, again, in any order you wish, I say I have Brent and Debbie, Greg, and Vicki. So. Just come forward, just identify yourself. I'll let you kind of decide what order you want to go in.
My name's Debbie Kirkwood.
Hi, Debbie.
And I've been sworn in.
Thank you.
So my husband and I, John Kirkwood and I, have lived there for 22 years. We bought that purposely to raise our children and because we've grown up in Orangeville. We've been community members for 35 years. This serene area that we have is perfect setting. We have parcel 2, Adams parcel 1. They've never cooperated with what we needed from a 3-parcel property with the easement road. But my main concern is an apartment. It's the magnitude of an apartment will look straight into my bedroom and living room. They think the trees will stop it, but currently, every day they look at me in my driveway. They watch me drive down. They watch me at the mailbox. They do it because they want their way. Orangeville is not set up for apartments in a backyard. The noise, the pollution, for him to turn around a RV, it will interfere with our horses, the chicken coop, my dogs, the cats, the goats. We raise farm animals. We don't want an apartment. Yes, I feel bad that his father-in-law is in poor health and needs to live with them to be taken care of. Currently, they have like a 6-bedroom house. They already have a 2-3 car garage. They're already putting cars in the backyard. So I know we'll have heavy traffic. I know it'll be noisy. The environment will be ruined with a peaceful, serene Orangeville property. And I beg that this doesn't happen. Thank you for your listening and your cooperation.
Thank you, Debbie. Okay, next. either the Gilberts or Mr. McCaleb.
Hi, my name is Vicki Gilbert. I've been sworn in.
Thanks.
We live, if you could put it back to the aerial picture,
Okay.
Please.
Sure.
Okay. We live in Kildee Court. If you notice, it's the little street that runs from right across beach, smack dab into their property. What you see at the front, the whole half of that property, is the dirt bike. Ramps, jumps, hills, everything. We've tried to be good neighbors. Their kids ride those dirt bikes out there in the summer. The exhaust, the dust makes the air almost unbreathable. I feel very strongly that in adding the back half of the property, I don't believe, I'm an RN, I know what Graves' disease is that they're claiming is the reason for the father-in-law. It's a hyperactive thyroid. Most of us would love to have a hyperactive thyroid, right? What they're proposing to build is much bigger than the original structure, which was 25,000 feet.
2,500.
2,500, correct. Also, they are notorious for having big dirt bike parties where there are multiple campers, RVs, and all covering the entire back half of the property, and they'll spend long weekends, 3-day weekends, with, as the gentleman said before, it looks like hundreds of people there doing the dirt bike races, which destroys everything peaceful and calm about the reason we pay extra for 1-acre lots in Orangevale. I do not believe that he will use the property as he's stating and intending. They are very aggressive neighbors. I've been warned by all the neighbors on my court and in theirs not to come testify because they're very vengeful. And that's why there's not as many people here. At each meeting, they've decreased. And not to mention the fact that the poor people behind them will have absolutely no privacy whatsoever.
Well, thank you, Vicki, for sharing. Okay, so is this Brent or Greg?
Yes, this is Greg.
Hi, Greg.
I'm Gregory Gilbert. I've been sworn. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I'm an attorney. So I know that I wanted to mention that. I was going to ask specifically, since this appeal was made by the CPAC, but it's Orangevale Community Planning Advisory Council. There we go. It was not pursued by some of us. So I appreciate the county council's request that we allow our people to talk. But I have a special request. I request that the case be continued, and I have a good reason for it. You see, we would like to submit a brief on why this is an illegal use, not just an inappropriate use. If you go back to the section, maybe I can do it, that shows the property. Whoops, there we go. There are three, basically the first two on the left, it's not very zoomed in, I'm unaware if you can. But the first two buildings are from the back of the house. In other words, going from left to right, going away from the beach. The first two buildings are existing. There's a garage and a so-called rec room. Okay, they are existing. But if you add up the amount of square feet that he's planning on adding to it, it's 3,150 square feet. And and of course it goes up to 36 feet. That is hardly the exemption that was intended when the planners allowed for a 1,200 square foot annex for someone like the so-called needy father, whom I have no qualms with. I'm 70 also, so if I were in bad health, I'd like to have somebody put something up. But what they wouldn't do, and why this is so disingenuous, is because what they're building has 2 bathrooms, has a rec room, and most importantly has a number of added garages. Now, why is that important? Because you see, these people work with motorcycles and dirt bikes all the time. The disabled father is out there working on cars. They're turning this into a little, I guess you'd call it a gaming area. And if they were quiet and they didn't do that so noisily before, I probably wouldn't be so sure that they're going to do it again. Why does a disabled person need almost 2,000 square feet of garage when they already have over 600, almost 700 square feet of garage? All this garage is, now you have to understand one other thing. Looking at those maps doesn't tell you what the ground is like. This is the only knoll in all of Orangevale. This is a line. It's the highest part of Orangevale, and what they're doing is they're coming into a very low density environment, and they're trying to put a high density use into it so that they can look out on all the other people who are low density. And frankly, it's selfish, and that's okay. I understand selfishness. But the point is that that's not what this was zoned for. So my request for a continuance is for you to send it back to the planning department, because you jump by that with this appeal. And if you send it back and you ask the county council to give you an opinion and to have the county council opine as to whether or not this is within the law as written, then you'll find out that 3,150 square feet is always more than 1,200.
Okay.
And then finally, I appreciate your time, but I'd like to say that I have seen the dirt brought in there. This family does not play according to the rules. They have a fence that they built out of concrete testing cylinders. I used to test them for the Army Corps of Engineers. And those testing cylinders are inherently, A, porous going through the stacking, and B, they're always dangerous. And they're not only dangerous because they tend to move, they're dangerous because they crumble. That's why they're test cylinders. So he took test cylinders, brought them up to this side, and then brought in a whole bunch of dirt. And then he comes to the county planning and says, isn't it nice I have this disturbed area? So I would ask that you continue, because obviously something happened with the community council, and I would ask that you refer it to the county council so that they could opine as to whether or not it's legal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Greg. Okay, is Mr. McCaleb? Is it Brent?
He had to leave.
Okay, he had left. Okay, he had to leave. Okay. All right, was anyone else wish to testify on this matter? Okay, Mr. Adams? And fill out one of these when you're done, please. So.
Well, the last 2 people that spoke, I don't think they're really my neighbors, because
Introduce
I own
yourself.
no dirt
Tell us
bikes. I'm Greg
sworn,
Adams.
and you've been sworn.
I've been sworn in.
Okay.
The last 2 people to speak, they're lying. I don't own dirt bikes. Dirt bikes don't get used in my front yard. Bicycles get ridden out there, which my lovely neighbors have called the county on me multiple times, and the county's come out and done all sorts of investigations, research, yada, 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 and found that there's no county code about riding bicycles on your own property. What I do with my property is really my business. Their house sits way, way down below that fence, so the argument of headlights and exhaust and dust, that's a great argument. But let's remember, they drive past my house multiple times every single day. Am I not affected by their exhaust and dust and fumes? The reason why I don't have the garage doors facing the driveway is because I want privacy from them. That's the same reason why I built a fence this summer, was to get away from these people. They call the sheriffs on me once a month. I have a different county organization at my house 2 to 3 times a year. So really, this has been drawn out by them harassing me, basically. The CPAC, I knew, was going to vote it down from the get-go, because I did enough research on the CPAC to know how that was going to go. And then the CPAC wastes everybody's time here, and they don't show up for their own appeal. I am within the county guidelines of what I'm doing. That's why the planning department approved it. The water line that they speak of, it was there when the original homeowner put it in. I wasn't even home when it broke. So this little idea that he has in his head that I've damaged his water line, Didn't happen. You don't like where your water line is? Move it. Not my problem. Shouldn't be on my property in the first place. And these test cores walls they're talking about, just about everybody in Orangeville has retaining walls built out of this material. And those walls were there long before I was there and long before the people behind me were there. So I don't really understand why this issue keeps getting brought up. And yes, I did move dirt, but you don't need a permit to move under 300 cubic yards of dirt, and they didn't measure it. They don't know what I moved. And again, most of that dirt was moved because I had a call from the county came out because they called on me because I had rubble in my backyard. Well, when I started moving all the rubble to get rid of it, I found out that everything was built on rubble, and that's why it was all moved. So I think that this appeal needs to be denied. I think this is absolutely absurd that it's gone on this long. I applied for this 7 months ago. This is a good project. I'm a cash dealer. I'm not getting a loan from anybody. This is all cash money on the table. The county comes out ahead. You guys get taxes. I'm not encroaching upon anybody's anything down here.
Okay.
Have any questions?
I just have one question for you. So on the road easement, is there a maintenance agreement that
there's a road maintenance agreement that all 3 homeowners have to agree and split the cost to do anything to the road? Well, the road is owned by me and the other neighbor across from me. We own the entire driveway, and they have an easement to pass and use.
So the fee title is held by the northern and southern property owners, and the
right.
ability to pass.
They have a right to pass on it, but they've conjured it up in their minds that they own that road because they get to pass on it. So again, I'm using my own driveway to access my own backyard. I didn't know I was only buying a half a lot when I bought my lot. I didn't know that when I bought in Orangeville that it was going to take 7 months to get a building permit approved to do anything. You know, people buy lots in this area so they can have large buildings. The one man that left, Brent, he's got a 3,000 square foot 2-story barn in his yard that I stare at. He's worried about me looking at his windows. I got bad news for him. I can see his windows from every room of my house currently. I'm not looking at his windows. I want a big garage. I have multiple cars. I want to be able to park my cars, my motorhome, in a garage. I'm building a 2-bedroom, 2-bath house because I don't have any spare bedrooms. I have a 4-bedroom, 2.5-bath house. Neighbors have it conjured up in their heads that I'm building an apartment complex, bed and breakfast, and I'm going to have 8 rooms and 14 bathrooms that they said at the last meeting. It's not the case. It's just not. You know, I'm tired of being slandered. I'm tired of the neighbors having this forum to come in here and talk about me and not talk about the issues of this building.
Okay. All right, thank you. You answered my question. Okay, Supervisor Frost, did you have a question for Mr. Adams?
I have a question for Leanne.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Adams.
So I heard some comments regarding high density, and my understanding is high density is 5 units or more than that. I mean, can you define high density? Because I don't think this is high density.
Sure. Our general plan defines high density as typically 13 units to the acre or more. So this would be 2 units on 1 acre. Furthermore, state law encourages, in general, conceptually, the construction of residential accessory dwelling units. Our general plan and our zoning code also, therefore, have provisions for these. It is a discretionary use permit, so you know, typically most go to the zoning administrator. They are allowed with no use permit at 600 square feet or less. If you want to go between 600 square feet and 1,200 square feet, you need this zoning administrator use permit. In this case, because of the controversy, it's made its way all the way to the board. It's pretty common in a lot of the ag-res areas for a lot of properties to come in and request these because they are larger in size. So we probably get a lot more use permit requests in AR1 and AR2 zoning than we would on an RD5 50 by 100 square foot lot, just because it's a lot harder to, you know, fit something onto a lot and meet the parking and setbacks and all that. So it can be denied. But we do typically approve. In fact, as staff, we tried to go back and think about the times that we've seen a residential accessory dwelling unit denied, and we actually could not think of one that had been denied. There was one that staff recommended denial of initially because there had been a marijuana grow on the property, and we had a lot of concerns about the fact that the house and the unit were being housed by people associated with a marijuana grow. Ultimately, that all got cleaned up and went away. The CPAC, a different CPAC recommended approval, and that one was ultimately approved. But it is fairly rare, particularly on these large lot sizes, that one is denied.
Okay, and then there was mention of the cement wall and all these other things, the fence. Were those even part of the project? Are those part of the project?
They're not part of the project, so I don't think staff did any particular evaluation of any of the fencing.
That someone mentioned a wall that was leaning or a fence that was leaning. That wasn't part of this
That was
proposal.
not specifically part of our analysis. We were really focused on the, whether the design, the height. I mean, the height is certainly, I do want to, adding to what I said before, oftentimes the residential accessory dwelling units are single story. So the height certainly is more unique to this one than in other circumstances. But we did not evaluate the walls or the other component. We do have the condition, because of a lot of the complaints about the drainage, for Water Resources to look into what's going on with runoff and drainage there.
If I could, just a follow-on question on that, because I certainly heard testimony from both Mr. Adams as well as from a couple of neighbors relative to the grading. You're saying prior to issuance of a building permit, provide Department of Water Resources a grading plan showing proposed and existing conditions regarding site grading and so forth. I get the sense that obviously there's some difference. I thought maybe you said somebody from Water Resources either went out there. I know obviously it sounds like there's been some folks that have been out there over time. So what is that going to be required to be provided to the county as a part of that? I mean, again, I understand, we're not going to patch up things between the neighbors, but I think, in good faith and obligation and the condition that we put on any entitlement, and this does require a use permit and a special development permit, so it's properly before this hearing body based upon the appeal. But I guess I'm curious as to what's that going to entail, because I heard right here where some of those differences are about work that's been done that may not be related, or may be related to what's being contemplated but hasn't yet been approved. So where does that?
Yeah, I'm not sure that Water Resources staff has actually done an on-site visit yet, but certainly because of neighbors' concerns, it seemed warranted that before we issued the building permit, that we do get improvement plans and that we look at that in more detail to make sure that the property owner in the past or in the future does not alter the flow of drainage and isn't causing any undue additional drainage onto any adjacent properties, and that seemed very reasonable to do.
And that will be enforced prior to issuance of a building permit?
Yes.
Because this is what it says here, is that, and to mitigate those impacts. Now, it sounds like there may be some question about what those impacts are, or how they got there, or who's responsible for them, but I think irrespective of what we do here today, but in particular, if this is approved, that's a condition, and I think there needs to be an understanding for everybody involved, Mr. Adams, but also the adjoining neighbors who believe there are impacts and have sent photos at least describing what they believe is the impact of their property. I don't know, you're going to put Water Resources in the middle of all that, but it's going to be prior to issuance of a building permit, and if in fact, I think Mr. Adams' testimony, something to the effect that, you can't tell if I move 300 yards of dirt or not, and, so what? Well, somebody's going to ask that, so what? So I just want to say that my understanding, if we take action to approve, that's what we do, that condition needs to be met, it needs to be serious, and I think Water Resources and Building Inspection, and certainly your office, Supervisor Frost, who may, get called in on this as well, to identify those impacts, and that's that may be atypical, but the entitlement that's requested before us is now going to have that as a condition, at least as it came from the commission. So I just want to be clear. I mean, that's yes. What's stated here, but that it's not just a matter of somebody taking somebody's word. Somebody needs to go out and do the site inspection and so forth. That's my view of it anyway.
All right.
Okay. I don't know, other questions or comments from board members here? Ms. Frost, turn to you.
If there's no other comments from my fellow board members, I'm going to, I just wanted to make a couple of comments. I sympathize with this situation that you have with the neighbors. And I understand what it's like to live next door to someone and they're doing something that isn't necessarily what I wanted next door to me, and I've had experiences like that where I've had to try to figure out how to mitigate that situation and make my environment more comfortable. So I sympathize with that. I'm going to go ahead and move to support the Planning Commission's and uphold the Planning Commission's decision. In part, I'm doing that because the appellant is not here today to state their case. But also, the project appears to comply with what the county plans are and ordinances and state regulation, and I just can't see a reason. I can't see any overall extenuating reason to deny it. So at this time, given that Planning Commission will ensure that the drainage is in order and that the conditions that they've stipulated are met, I move to uphold the Planning Commission's decision.
And just to clarify, and to deny the CPAC appeal.
Well, yes.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Does that include the conditions then that were placed by the commission?
Originally there were a couple of conditions that the Planning Commission laid out. It was ensuring that the drainage was addressing the drainage, the turning radius of the recreational vehicle needs to be met without crossing property lines, and whatever other conditions that the Planning Commission set forth. If I missed anything, I'm not sure.
There were four conditions. They added 2 at the commission. There were two previous ones to your point, and so those are all included in the motion. Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second. If there's nothing further, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay. All right. Thank you all for being with us today, and that takes care of that item. All right. Let's call the next item, please.
Okay. Are we going to go ahead and take item 45 from the morning?
We can go ahead and let's take, we have folks from the Sheriff's Department. Let's take item 47.
47, okay.
Yeah. And then we'll come back to 47 and 48. I think 45 is going to require some board input, not to delay it, but since we did continue that, let's take the items that were timed for this afternoon. We'll come back to 45. So sorry to Britt and to Troy, but we'll hold on that for a moment. So let's go to item 47, please.
Okay, item 47, approval of staffing plan and operating cost statement and RCCC life cycle cost analysis for the Rio Consumnes Correctional Center SB 1022 new construction project.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Darren Green. I'm captain with the Sheriff's Department and the current commander of the Rio Consumnes Correctional Center.
Darren, good to see you.
What I'd like to do is kind of give you an overview of the project, and then we'll get into the staffing numbers, so it gives you a better idea of what the layout is. So the background on this project is that $80 million was awarded from Senate Bill 1022 by the California Board of State and Community Corrections with a 10% match, which is $8.8 million by the county. And the timeline on this project has changed continuously, and it's probably going to continue changing just to the nature of the work. But current projections right now are that the construction will actually begin November of 2017 with the completion date of September of 2019, and then occupy it November of 2019. Again, those are very fluid, so that can change as well. So the scope of the project is replacement of the mail booking with a new intake release building with a central command. Replacement of the underside kitchen with a new cook chill kitchen, which is designed to supply meals for both the main jail and the correctional center. And then a replacement of the old antiquated laundry facility with a new larger facility. And a much-needed warehouse on the premise, which will be a cost savings of about $250,000 a year from the off-site warehouse that we're using currently. The construction of the new two-part medical and mental health facility, which will give us an additional 26 special use beds. And just kind of an overview of our old current medical facility right now. In addition, just to the nature of this award, it's going to give us additional educational classrooms to go along with the programs that we have out there right now. And then a new much needed employee parking lot, which will put it on the actual exterior of the security perimeter fencing, which is, more of a modern design where it should have been. And a new entry point for staff and deliveries. So currently all staff and deliveries are coming through the same gate, which is causing a problem for us too. So there's kind of a map of the overview of the coloring shows the indication of where the new facilities are going to be built in relation to what's currently already on the site. New intake release, central control, medical and mental health, pharmacy, and a vehicle sallyport. Right now, the exchange of many inmates occurs on Wednesdays out at the branch between numerous agencies up and down the state, and there's just no room in the facility, so those occur out in the visitor parking lot, which is unsecured, so this will help ease that problem as well. And then the new kitchen, laundry, and the classrooms, as well as a guardhouse, if you will be to the north of that construction, off to the property there, you can see in the color. And that will have its own separate entry as well for the delivery trucks. Okay, so as far as the staffing levels go, these positions are what is needed on top of what we already have, and we'll break them down and explain the different positions. So for the medical housing unit, there's a need of 1 officer per day per shift, and we have 4 shifts out there, so that's a total of 4 deputies. And the same with the acute psychiatric care unit.
So just how do you get to 4 shifts per day?
No, 4 shifts per week.
Oh, per week.
I may have said day. Excuse me if I did.
You. Okay. Right.
So we have 24/7 operation, 12-hour shifts.
Got it. Thanks.
And then 1 position in booking, again around the clock with the 4 shifts per week. 1 in the warehouse for day shift, and we have 2 sides of the day shift, so that's a grand total of 2 deputies there. It's only needed during the daytime because it's not operational during the nighttime.
I'm sorry, did you say what's in the warehouse? I saw that it eliminated the cost for another warehouse. Is it storage or?
Oh no, the warehouse is both for dry and cool storage for food and clothing and mattresses and you name it, everything that we need to run the facility with. The off-site storage that's $250,000 is for the cold storage of food.
Thank you.
Can I just, while you've got this slide up,
Sure.
Going back, so there's no booking done whatsoever now down there?
Rarely. So we do on occasion conduct bookings for GALT.
Yeah, you used to book down there. I know for some
but it's
training.
very rare that it happens, and we have 1 deputy that currently runs the control room in there that will handle that booking if needed. With a new booking facility, you're looking at 10 times the amount of traffic coming through there, because then Elk Grove would be allowed in there, CHP, the South deputies.
So does it relieve any of the booking needs down here, and is that taken into account relative to any shift of responsibility? Because if you do it there, it means you're not doing it here, at least in the same quantity. So what sort of offset is considered in that overall?
It's very difficult to put a number on that, but it'll certainly relieve some of the downtown traffic, but the downtown traffic is overwhelming as it is. So we're hoping that will relieve the pressure that's already put on the main jail. But I don't have a number for you exactly.
No, I'm just trying to get some sense again, because we're looking at staffing, because once we commit, and again, I know you've done analysis, so I'm not questioning because I don't believe you. I'm just trying to get some sense, because when we commit to this, this is a $9 million ask that will be ongoing, and that will only go up, it will never go down. And so I'm just trying to get some sense as you try to allocate. Again, you may refine this, but particularly the sworn positions, it's when we sworn folks, then they're hired on, and and they have a duty to do, and that's why I'm asking that. Though with the booking, you need to have somebody there. I understand, but if you trade some of that activity that may be relative to the overall activity in the county, then it says, you have officers that are assigned down here, and I know they get stacked up on certain hours of the day and times of the week and so forth. But we basically are going to have 4 more deputies solely assigned to booking at RCCC that, where one kind of handles now because it's very intermittent. So,
well, what you're looking at is 4 deputies for all 4 shifts. So it's 1 deputy that we're adding to
Right. But I mean, again, but you're putting 4 more positions that will keep that coverage for 24/7 throughout.
Correct. We anticipate getting much more bookings than we do now, which is almost nothing, but I don't really have a number. I couldn't tell you. But to the effect, could we take bodies from the main jail to augment?
Yeah.
I don't believe so. I think the volume is still too high. And the other things that we have that they don't have at the main jail are bookings of ICE detainees. We have, like I said, the transportation hub of many state prisons that meet there to exchange prisoners, to drop off prisoners with us. Those are things that that deputy will be responsible for as well.
For the exchange of prisoners, then, so they don't come to downtown; they come to RCCC. In order, if somebody's transporting to LA or Riverside or Santa Clara, it doesn't occur here; it occurs down there.
They don't have the room at the main jail to do that. So they may have on occasion vans and so forth, but the bulk of it occurs at the branch.
And that occurs now, though.
Yes, out in the visitor parking lot.
Okay.
And again, did I answer your question for the warehouse? I think.
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Thank you.
In addition, again, 1 records officer per shift with a total of 4 records officers to handle the additional bookings that aren't currently being done. And 2 security officers, and those were for the new gatehouse, guardhouse, if you will, that is at the back of the facility where all the deliveries occur. So those deliveries will have anything from food to materials needed for the facility, or to clothing and that kind of stuff. So the idea behind the guardhouse is to fully check, inspect all the vehicles coming in and out of there. So we're going to need 2 because those occur on day shift only, so it's not around the clock.
I'm sorry, and so the layout is such they can't all come through one guardhouse, and why is that?
The current design and the current construction of the facility doesn't allow for the travel of that because of the footprints that already currently exist there. So the idea was to design a road coming north of the current entrance, which will give us a direct link to the warehouse, which is the only part of the property that will fit the warehouse. So it's better for security reasons, but it's also it makes more sense as far as ingress and egress.
Could you go back a couple
Sure.
slides on that site map and show me where that is? Sorry.
Okay, so to the northwest is the new warehouse kitchen area, and that's green and blue. And that road that you see going off to the east is a direct line to Bruceville. That will be the main entrance of all deliveries.
So you come in off Bruceville, you turn left if you're getting booked, and right if you're going to the warehouse?
Correct.
And so which one of those buildings is the booking location?
So booking is the green on the east side, right at the front, right off Bruceville. That is also currently where our current gatehouse is that the employees drive into right now.
Okay, so is that guardhouse that takes in the prisoners, that's getting improved also?
That cannot be used due to the funding. It cannot be connected to the current construction. So the booking is just adjacent to it, but the current gatehouse will still be used for processing employees and non-sworn employees coming in and out of the facility.
Okay, thank you.
So you're going to have a kind of duplication then of where people enter, different people entering, but
No, not really. I mean, the one part of the entry is for prisoners. The other part is for employees. So there's a central control that is run by, this new central control run by an officer that will actually control many of the gates and the cameras and the functions of the new facilities. But the old gatehouse is completely disconnected from any new construction, and that is solely a function of operating metal detectors and x-ray machines and stuff for employees coming onto the property.
So how many, what we're talking about here is trying to, you know, do we really need all these extra employees? Because that's a lot of cost. So there's no way to consolidate somehow the intake area for either prisoners or civilians or sheriff's deputies checking in?
So everything that we're talking about here is in addition to what we've already consolidated. So our current booking staff would be moved to the new booking, but these are positions that would be needed on top of that. So again, we have one deputy that currently works a control position in our old booking. He would be used in the new booking control, but we still need an officer now to be a booking officer, if that makes sense. So all the positions that we currently have that we can reuse, we're repurposing those. But these are positions that have been identified that we need to function the facility with what will be built.
So the booking, we've got 4 deputies there. You're really going to have 5 because that other person is coming over, or is one of those 4 already paid for?
Well, one is paid for. That's the one that's currently in booking. We'll go to booking the new control, central control. And then the 4 additional positions we're asking for are strictly for booking. There's no control there. They'll be handling inmates coming in and out of the facility for booking purposes. If you compare that to the main jail, you know, they probably have a staff of between male and female 4 to 6.
Oh, I'm
so
not
I'm just trying to
quibbling
make
about
a picture
that. I'm
for
just
you.
trying to figure out a way to, you know, where we didn't need as many people. It's an ongoing cost.
I agree.
I guess you can't bring people in, you know, not have a night shift and let them be in a room and book them the next day.
If you have people there, they have to be watched. I mean, you know, there's nothing we can do about that. So when we start talking about the medical and the psych unit as well, we have to have coverage 24/7.
Okay, sorry, that was a naive question.
Okay.
Okay, so that was a total of 22 detention staffing positions. That's the sworn side of the house and the security officers. On the new kitchen, they're looking for a total of 6 new Cook 1 positions, which are used primarily in the production of, in the new kitchen, production of the food. And the idea behind the Cook Chill is to produce weeks in advance prepared meals that would then be transported down the main jail and then rethermed at the branch. Again, the layout at the branch is one that we have, you know, we're so spread out, we have various locations with different kitchens as well. So they already have the current cook positions will work there as well to monitor the inmates and retherm all the food that's coming out of the main kitchen. So that's the need for the new one.
So are there any savings in all of this? Well, all I see is adding 7 more positions. Maybe for efficiency's sake, I get it, but you can prepare meals in advance. You got to prepare meals either that moment or in advance. So where is, help me understand, where is the savings? Because then you're still transporting meals, you're preparing them, and you're bringing on 7 more positions.
Yeah, so the Cook Chill, the idea behind the Cook Chill is to be able to save the cost per inmate per day by cooking in bulk. So there's going to be a built-in savings there.
Okay.
The other idea is, and there's been discussions about that kitchen that could possibly use as an emergency operations center for providing food for just more than just the jail facilities if needed. So those discussions were long before me, but that was the plan behind it. Was it's a facility that could potentially, you know, expand out to other county entities such as probation, you know, hospitals and so forth if need be. So that's where the savings would be. Up front, you're right. It's an additional 6 cooks to pretty much do what we're doing now.
They say amount of meals, maybe in advance, but yeah.
So the cost savings really is in the food preparation itself. And I don't know what that number is, and I'm sure it doesn't compare to probably the positions, but over time, that's the idea behind it, and then the warehouse savings.
Are these sworn positions?
No.
So, but if you're doing it in advance versus doing it on the very day, at some point in time, so but you're projecting you'll never catch up. You'll prepare them a week or 2 in advance, but I mean, hypothetically, if you could do it fast enough and get enough of them, if you had enough places to store them, you could, do a year's worth of meals and then take some days off.
Well, that is the case. Actually, there's a prep time, and I'm not a cook, so I don't remember exactly. But there's a prep time of it might be Monday through Friday, and then they have the weekend off. So we're not running the cooks those days as well, but the cooks that are doing the retherms 24/7 around every day of the week for the other facilities, right? So I don't know what their schedules would actually look like, but that was what was provided to me to be able to produce the food that needs to be produced.
It would be helpful because, again, as we look at this in the overall, and obviously you're here because, we said we're taking the grant, we're going to do the renovations that were needed, and, for a variety of reasons. And I think to know, though, that as we look at, we're, again, building the employee base to provide the services and the programs and, the oversight that's required, that whatever savings, again, I don't put it all off on you, that there's some calculation because, again, what we see in the simple equations are total projected staffing increase. We see general fund dollars in the order of magnitude of millions and millions of dollars a year that are taken on by virtue of the service we can provide. We get a new facility with 25, 26 beds for folks who may have mental illness or other challenges, and so now I just would say that as we come back, and again, some of this, the sheriff's done some of this internally, and with the consultant costs and so forth. I think there needs to be some analysis because, again, I think we're too far in and we're not going to say no. But on the other hand, what sort of savings accrue, at least some offsets, even if there aren't savings, but because I'll just say, sitting up the years I have and knowing that, we move forward, but then the incremental piece of this is big. And having come off of the recession where we were downsized, we did all those things, now we're looking to improve the setting both within the correctional facility, but certainly, hopefully, some of the outcomes. I guess I'm just curious is that, it's like we don't go back, we go forward, but I need to know what we account for in the going forward so that, if we're making these changes, and he's correct. I remember that discussion about being the emergency operations food preparation for X, Y, and Z. Well, I don't think that's, it could happen in an extreme circumstance. I don't think that's in our planning right now, and if it is, then somebody needs to tell me that.
It's not our plan right
Okay, so, but he's correct. I remember those discussions at one time, and that was a kind of a grandiose plan. Well, that's not part of the base anymore. We may have the capacity to do that if we were called upon. So I guess what I'm asking for is you come forward in the months ahead, and we're talking about ramping up, and this is just the RCCC. We haven't got to talking about the main jail yet, as to what the offsets might be in all of this, because again, I'm having a hard time seeing anything but just spending more money. Again, not for
Yeah, the offsets are at the state of California because they can let these guys out of prison.
Mm-hmm. That's what happened.
But they're going to pass along the savings to us.
I'll be waiting to see that check and go to the bank and put it in together. Okay, but anyway, so now again, without getting into a great analysis, but I know we were looking at corrections, some of the costs and so forth, and this just seems to me, and then you haven't gotten to the general services backup piece yet, which we're going to get to, and I know Jeff's here, because again, new position, we're replacing some facilities, we're adding some things new, but we're adding significant sworn staff, support staff or sworn staff, food preparation staff, medical staff, support staff. Got a whole, there's 7 more people to just do the maintenance, and these are going to be brand new facilities. But I don't know, square footage wise, and yet we got people down there already keeping together with baling wire and bubble gum in some cases, and so I'm having a hard time getting to this hill when it comes to how this was such a great deal from a county general fund standpoint anyway. I am not seeing it. Recognizing we're into this now, but anyway, continue.
Well, with that, let me discuss the correctional health services staffing levels. So for the staff, the new booking intake and release facility, they require 5 registered nurses. And then the psych unit is 4 LVNs, 2 LVNs, and 1 psychiatrist. Now, these are positions that obviously we don't have out there right currently in the numbers due to the fact we don't have a medical or psych unit that's anywhere near that. We don't have a facility to even care for what we probably need to be caring for. So it gives us obviously what we need, but along with that comes the staffing levels that we're talking about here. So the total is 12 correctional health positions. And then this is the ongoing total staffing projection and the positions. And then the operational costs that you were talking about. So the estimated cost for the energy and the maintenance is below the personnel costs that we just discussed. General Services anticipates requiring 3 additional maintenance personnel in the second year at a cost of $410,000 annually, $920,000 annually for 7 personnel starting in year 2. And Department of General Services anticipates requiring additional maintenance supplies in the second year at a cost of $90,000 annually or $180,000 annually for maintenance supplies starting in year 2. And if I go to the next, which is the life cycle cost analysis, the estimation of the cost to operate and maintain the MEP, or the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems that were included in SB 1022 funding. This is for a 30-year period, and this was conducted by the DLR group using standard life cycle cost principles. So during that assessment, they assumed the energy, gas, and electric, and sewer costs increase at 3% annually for a 30-year period. And the estimate is $117.8 million to construct, operate, and maintain for 30 years, or an average of 3.9 annually. So that figure includes $18.8 million in the construction cost, which is already included in the $88.9 million cost of the project itself. And then they estimate that the first year cost for maintenance and energy for the new systems will be $1.9 million.
Could I ask you a question? So when I saw those estimates in here, so that's additional energy costs. You're going to have more energy efficiency. I know you're adding some more motors. You're going to have a chill facility and all that. But so old antiquated facilities, old heater units, air conditioning, not even everything's air conditioned out there, I don't believe. But so we're going to have another $2 million in life cycle against maintenance, part of that, but the energy. So how is it that you build a new facility that's more energy efficient, better lighting, and all that, and it's going to cost us, I don't know what proportion to share, it's in here in the report somewhere. So how do we get to that? I understand sewer connections and so forth. We're only adding 25 beds. We already have a kitchen facility. I mean, what is it that we're going to, where I'm having a hard time with all of this is that it's just so additive. You know, you get this grant, and so, you know, yippee, we get to build this facility, and now when I look at what we're going to take on, and again, back in my mind, I'm thinking about across the street here, you know, and that's not your responsibility today to explain that, but so, anyway, so how do we get to more energy costs when, in fact, we're going to do new facilities that are better insulated, better lighted, better heated and cooled, more energy efficient motors and so forth, and it's going to cost us. Well, or is it more? Is it less? I don't know.
Well, this is in addition to the current facilities that will still be maintained out there, but this cost comes from an analysis that is an industry standard based on what is being built. That's, unless someone from DGS wants to address that, I couldn't answer that question.
Well, maybe Jeff or somebody can, Mike Morris. So again, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I just,
no, I understand.
You know, to understand this again, because this is, you know, basically today when we give you a pass on this, then it's, you know, you got, you know, the green flag, go. I mean, you're already going. You're going to build this thing, and so if we bless this, and at least don't ask the questions, and then we're not doing our job either. And I just,
I understand.
Yeah, I know you do. Phil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to understand some of the math here, and I do share some of the shock that has been expressed thus far by our chair about the statements at the conclusion of the presentation about kind of the overall shock for me. But I need some help on the arithmetic. I'm looking at page 2 of the board letter under fiscal impact, and it shows 6.2 million in additional personnel costs for security and correctional health. And then later in the same paragraph, it says their overall cost for personnel, maintenance, and energy is 9.1 million, and that's a general fund cost, total general fund cost. But I'm looking at the 6.2 million identified for personnel, plus here on this slide, the 1.9 million for maintenance and energy. That's 8 million. What am I missing? 8 million versus 9.1.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're looking at.
Do you have the board letter in front of you?
I do not.
Okay, who has the board letter in front of them besides the board?
I have it.
Okay, so go to page 2, please, under fiscal impact. That boxed paragraph there says, this box identifies 6.2 million in additional personnel costs for security and correctional health personnel. If you go down further, and there's a sentence. It says, estimated total first-year cost for personnel, maintenance, and energy is 9.1. See that? 9.1?
Yes.
Okay. So if you take the 6.2 identified above just for personnel and security and add it to the 1.9 that's on his current slide, which is maintenance and energy, that's referencing the same component total cost, and that's 8.1, that's 8 million, not 9.1. So I'm trying to
I think if he goes
reconcile that.
One slide prior.
So does that include the 2 million for the 12 correctional health staff that's listed in there as well?
Does it include the what?
There's 2 million for 12 correctional health service personnel.
Yeah, because the 6.2 includes that, yes.
6.2 should be for security staff and personnel.
Right, and that's 2 million is a parenthetical that makes up to 6.2.
Captain, go back one slide. The one that has one more. Keep going. It's right there, Supervisor Serna, I think, is how you get to the 9.1.
Yeah, but I'm not.
You're not tracking it with the board letter?
I'm trying to track the board letter. I'm not trying to track this graph.
Give us 1 minute, let me.
Does the rest, do my colleagues see what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Doesn't look like the 6.2 million they're referencing doesn't take into account the 520,000 board members updated that. Well, it's actually down here. 520. So you add that into the 6.2, you get to the 6.7.
Do you mind explaining that since you're already here?
Jeff Gaswood, General Services. The 6.2 million you're referencing, plus the 520,000 for the additional non-sworn staff, comes to the 6.7 million. That was referenced in the earlier slides.
Where is it in the fiscal impact on the staff report?
Yeah, see, it's not.
I think
it's
there it is.
Just below that 12
Yeah, I
correctional
see it.
health.
Okay, yeah.
Beyond the personnel expenses identified, SSD is anticipating requiring approximately 520 in additional non-security personnel expenses.
Okay.
And then it talks about the DGS costs as well, for the total of 7.1 million.
Yeah, that's another 930,000.
Is there still a difference? Still a delta? Very confusing, obviously.
It is. I believe from with that number, if you take the 1.9 and then add the additional 90,000. That should bridge it, but I'll do a quick. Let me do this. Let me work with Brett and sheriff staff to come up with a discrepancy and let him finish his presentation. We'll get back to your question.
All right.
Could I just get a clarification? So we're adding all total about 120,000 square feet of new building, and is that net new building square footage, or is that a gross when you net out some old classrooms and so forth?
That's all new.
That's all. So the net new square footage, including the well building and so forth, the shops, medical facility, all the things you described earlier, that's 120,000 square feet of.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have the actual numbers, but I could tell you if it's reference to square footage, it's talking about the new construction, because nothing is connected to any old construction.
Okay, but is it displacing? Is anything coming down? I guess that's my question. So what would be the net of, lost versus new replacement / new replacement?
So at this point, nothing's coming down for various reasons. For instance, the old booking is still connected to RBF,
right.
So that will maintain. The current medical facility, which is very tiny, will probably still remain as an outpost of some sort. So
the old kitchen facility.
And the old kitchen will be a retherm kitchen for that side of the property. The problem with us is we're so spread out, as you know. Yeah. So the main kitchen will be the new main kitchen will be the main kitchen, but the old kitchen will be another retherm for the honor side inmates.
So, and that may help to explain my point I made earlier about, costs of adding more, service personnel to service it. So you basically, the old stuff is not getting displaced. It may get reused or used less, but it's going to be there. So we're going to keep facilities in some cases that are, they're 40 years old, 50 years old, at least.
Well, I would hope
before you were born, probably.
Yes, probably.
Yeah.
I think the future plan is to eventually, tear some of the older buildings down. But currently, where there's a need for RBF, for instance, booking will not be staffed, but it's connected to that building, which is sometimes staffed. And then
right.
The kitchen, the old kitchen, will be used as a retherm. That is in the plans for reutilizing some of the current staff we have to maintain that.
So currently you have some portable buildings or fairly modestly in place buildings for like culinary arts and classrooms. So
correct.
Are you going to retain those and then put new ones, or are you going to take any of those? I mean, your campus, as you said, you're pretty spread out, but is that all new classrooms? We got 11,500 square feet of new classroom.
Yeah, so that's a great question. That actually wasn't even talked about because they're basically trailers, but ideally that will replace those trailers. But office space is in such need out there that we may keep a couple around for that reason.
Okay.
But we're looking at maybe 6 additional classrooms, which would really help things out.
No, I think that would be good. I mean, I'm supportive of that. I think that's a vocational, hopefully with somebody's supposed.
That's kind of part of the point of that whole facility, isn't it, to train people for reentry?
Correct.
So some of those old trailers may get yanked out of there then, because it is a hodgepodge. So.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Phil, did you have any other questions? Or Susan? Okay, all right, good. Continue. They didn't tell you it was going to be a long presentation, did they?
I anticipated it. I understand. Trust me, I understand. I think I was down to the last point on this last PowerPoint. The maintenance supply cost of $90,000 in the first year and $180,000 annually in the second year. And that's really the overall summary of that, other than the question that we're still going to get answered for you. So,
all right. Phil, you punched up.
Yeah, thank you. So I have a general question for Mr. Gill. This requested action, is this, how should we think about this? How should the 5 of us think about this in the context of the upcoming recommended 17-18 budget for the Sheriff's Department?
So what we're going to be expecting from the sheriff is what portion of this plan needs to be funded for 17-18 and what's 18-19.
Okay.
So the bulk of the cost here is 18-19, and we'll present to you in June whatever components they need for 17-18.
Okay.
And the purpose today was to kind of give you a little bit of a preview. We took a motion a couple years ago. We wanted the grant. And we had talked at that point that there was a 10% match.
Right.
And today's that day that we kind of pushed down the road.
Right.
So that's what the purpose today is. And then it does frame our discussion, working with the sheriff's office, what kind of needs they have, and to move forward.
Yeah, I certainly do not want to minimize the need for facility improvements, and then of course the fact that we need to staff the facility for the needs of this county at our one of our jail facilities. But I do have to express some just overall philosophical frustration with the fact we're talking about, and I understand that this, this is a grant, so it's a responsibility pursuant to a grant. But it is extremely frustrating to have to go through all the mental gymnastics and push and pull and having public workshops and having these chambers filled and kind of the tortured conversation, ad nauseum about just trying to find the ability to enhance our other facility needs relative to some of the other initiatives in this county. I mean, it'd be very easy for someone to point out that, by way of this action, we are focused on certainly enhancing the facilities and personnel deployment for incarceration, and we're not even near the same in terms of our focused intent to find facilities and personnel for a homeless triage center or for, Parkway Rangers. I mean, pick your example. So again, I think all of us have said it at one point in time that in some respects, if you want service delivery, get incarcerated. I mean, that's where you can get health care if you don't have it. That's where you can get mental health care if you don't have it. It's where you can get your pharmaceuticals if you can't get them. So that to me is just it's an odd way to think about things, I know, but it just shouldn't be this hard to also identify when we need to identify our facility needs and our personnel needs for other various critical initiatives. And this is not, please, for those of you from the Sheriff's Department, do not interpret this as a condemnation of the Sheriff's Department. That's not my intent in speaking up this way. My intent in speaking up this way is just to remind our executive staff, the public, and my colleagues that time and time again, we have these priorities, and I understand why they rest where they do. But there's got to be a shift here at some point. There's got to be a shift where we're not stealing from any other priority area, but we're trying to elevate some of those other priority areas with the same kind of order of magnitude of resource allocation. So you can bet, at least, Mr. Gill, that I'll be bringing this day up when we get into our budget discussions in June as a reminder of where we're committing ourselves today, should this pass, relative to the needs of a particular department. But it'll be a reminder. It'll serve as a reminder again of where we need to have equal focus, at least, on other areas and other initiatives that deserve serious consideration for resources.
Okay, Patrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Nav, the recommendation here is to adopt the resolution approving the attached staffing plan and operational costs. But we still have to go through the mental gymnastics at the budget time. So what does this really do? Does this just show the state that, look, we're thinking about this?
It shows how our 10% comes in, how will we operate the facilities. That's basically what this ends up doing. When it comes to budget time, there will be refinement. The timeline might slip. It's been slipping. There could be other changes made. But this shows a commitment from this board how to staff this going forward.
So it does lock us in a sense.
Yes, it is lock-in.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. I mean,
Or why can't we do it in June?
I guess because, Supervisor Peters said, this is the whole idea of it, we realize, is to get people so that they're transitioning out and all. But, $9.2 million a year to the probation department and certain programs could do that too. I mean, and, we just gave a lot of money last year, and deservedly so, and I think we all supported it for the Sheriff's Department to do the intelligent model policing, with the understanding there would be more down the road, and we haven't even let that work yet, though it's showing great promise. And I think we're all committed to that and what it does for the neighborhoods of the district. But, this just going forward with another $9 million, $9.2 million, it's 9.2 plus after the first year.
Can I add to that real quick? The staffing plan is what the BSCC requires to give the funding, and it's, like you said, an acknowledgement that the board understands that it's going to require some staffing.
Yeah, it's a good acknowledgement.
Honestly speaking, this is the staffing we identified that we believe at a minimum we're going to need. Yeah. But as far as it's locking us into anything, I don't know about that.
Well, I'm not criticizing you guys.
No, I understand.
I actually appreciate the fact that you're clearly not trying to hide the ball anywhere here. You're giving us a price
we see
tag.
the ball.
Yeah. So
I think
Just got to be able to catch it.
I think that's the spirit, is that this is what the issue is that we have. Are we locked into the 9.2? I mean, that's a conversation we got to have with the sheriff. Their budget's not.
But is it a conversation we have to have with the state of California? Is what I'm saying. I mean. That's when I use the phrase locked in. I mean, are we tying our budgetary hands down the road? Maybe Mr. Ferguson is the one who wants to answer that question.
Perhaps I can clarify a little bit. I think the shorter answer is, as Mr. Gill said, that we are not locked into this precise amount, but what we are doing here and what the state is requiring us to do in order to receive the grant is to provide a staffing plan that basically indicates that you as a board understand that there will be staffing costs, there will be costs associated with running this facility. If we get the grant and if we build the facility, will be legally obligated to operate it. I think for 20 years?
30 years.
There's my answer.
Yeah, we're legally to operate the facility as we've proposed that it will be operated, in terms of we're going to have these features, these types of facilities, mental health, all those things. Obviously, over time, staffing requirements can change, philosophy can change, lots of things can change, but I think to the sheriff's credit, as you said, they've identified what they think more or less, not necessarily to the exact dollar, but more or less the sorts of things they're going to be needed to operate the facility as it's designed. So these components of the facility that are being funded out of this grant. So there is some flexibility, but you wouldn't have the flexibility to the point where you couldn't operate it as it was designed and as we were funded to operate the facility.
If I could, I mean, kind of stating the obvious, I think what the board's struggling with, level of wiggle room we have is not that big in this. So once we started seeking this, 80 million, there's a 10%, that's what we were seeking. So the dollar amount's always been out there. We just never quantified or showed you what the plan was going to be. That's what we did today. And there is a sticker price component in here. Can we move some money around, do some different kind of modeling? Maybe.
The funny thing is, though, is that if what we agreed to was an $80 million grant with a 10% local match, but now we're talking about operation costs of over $9 million per year for 20 years, that's a different conversation.
Correct. Well, we are the total cost is sitting at about 90 million at this point. So the cost has gone up, we've got additional money.
Okay.
So that's basically the essence of what you have in front of you. I just didn't want the board to believe that there's going to be, that you're seeing a $9 million, what we showed you today. I'm picking a number out of the air, that by June or by next June, when bulk of this is going to come due, we're going to be at 7 million. I just don't want to have the board left with that impression. I don't think the sheriff's office wants that impression left either. That's minimum is what we're talking about is the $9 million.
Bill.
Thank you. What's our current parks budget?
All funds, about 12 million.
So, I mean, just to put it in perspective, I mean, our parks budget for a county of 1.5 million people is just, you know, $3 million more, but basically than this. Let me ask you this: what's the time sensitivity on this? I feel much more comfortable if we're asked to make this decision in the immediate context of the budget.
I need more information.
Do we?
Hi, Chris Bryson, Architectural Services Division. Right now, we are on schedule with the state for preliminary plan approval for March 10th.
What does it mean if you miss March 10th?
More months of delay by the state. So that's to move forward into design, finishing out the design, and I believe at that point that's when they want the cost analysis and the staffing plan approved.
Okay, so there's no punitive damage to us if we wait until the summer?
Not technically, but there is what's called CCI indexes that every month we go on.
I know what a CCI index is.
We're losing quite a bit of money to inflation.
Professor, if I could, if the board so desires, we could continue this. Let me have a little bit more conversation with Architecture Service, Sheriff. I want to make sure that we're not jeopardizing any of the grant component, make sure the state understand what question we have, and then report back to you on what the delay would mean.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just be frank. I just think you'd get a no vote out of me today because I just feel that uncomfortable with this kind of order of magnitude expense outside of understanding what you plan to bring us in totality relative to the Sheriff's Department. I need that understanding before I can commit to this.
Let's talk to the state if the board so desires.
You know, just one other point on this. Thanks, Chris. You know, we are, again, facing a look at downtown facilities, and I think, again, how we, deal with folks before they get to jail, you know, when it comes to mental health and some of the medical facilities. Obviously, if they commit crimes or, you know, the offenses for which they can be arrested and incarcerated for, then they're going to, you know, be housed in, you know, in RCCC, or if they're sentenced, or downtown jail while they're waiting trial or some disposition. But it seems to me that we need just a little fuller picture. Again, it doesn't, you know, it's not connected to this aspect of what we're doing, but it really is when it comes in the bigger picture, when we look at all the general fund dollars that have to go in, both certainly to provide the support services for staffing in large part, but also then what we take on relative to facilities that then get borne by all the county departments potentially, or some other measure, and in capital cost, in this case, it's a 10% match, but still significant. I guess I, for one, just along the lines of more information, again, I don't want us to, you know, start tacking on more cost to a project that's already, you know, lifetime costs are $117 million. But I do think that we need to have that little bigger picture here as we look at, again, when I think about correctional health, what it costs us in its totality, you know, $40 million plus annually. Not all general fund, a lot of realignment dollars in there, though, that could go to other services. So it's not just what we're looking at here today. It's that overall drain. And we're talking about, I want to put one more exclamation point on this. And again, this is not directed toward the Sheriff's Department, and it's not. You'll hear what I say in a moment. But when I think about the number of folks that actually, you know, touch the criminal justice system and that actually then, you know, pull on those dollars in what we put into correctional health, it just as a part of that, let alone feeding and processing, and then obviously doing the public safety work on, you know, outside of the facilities, it's incredible. And so you not only look at this aspect, but what's coming down the pike. And again, I think to Susan's point earlier this afternoon, certainly we can thank the state for a lot of this, but nonetheless, it's the hand we're now being dealt. But before we, at least knowing some of the cards that we have, and we don't get a chance to change the cards, we're basically going to, you know, we're going to have to deal with the hand that we're dealt. I just think that when I look at the incredible amount of resources, and then and what we heard this morning for a good hour and a half, 2 hours about some of the work that we're going to try to do with folks that have addictions, a lot of them that may end up in criminal justice system, some that may end in jail, what we're trying to help people do with mental illness and some of the challenges there. Again, not all the same pots of money, but the incredible amount of money that's being spent on a very small segment of our population that I think really puts us at a disadvantage when we look for sheriff's requests to maybe provide more patrol services or special enforcement to do certain things in the neighborhood, or we're looking for health services for people, or we're looking to do maybe have some general fund capacity to fix some roads in this county. To me, it's beginning to look like a big swirl here, something that obviously you folks have to help us juggle on any annual basis, but I want to have a clearer picture, very frankly, of what we may be at least facing in part across the street. Certainly we know what our CCC, and we've, again, been embarking on that, but this bigger picture, because I got to tell you, I think that if we aren't able to either get some relief from the state, which I'm not going to sit here and count on that for a second, but that we are going to get swallowed up by the commitments, and again, certainly under the guise of public safety and maybe public protection, public health, but there's going to be so little discretionary dollars left to, and we're going to have a conversation this afternoon if we get there on TO tax, but to do anything that would be responsive, in good part anyway, to the 1.5 million folks that we answer to, whether they're in the cities or in the unincorporated area of the county. I just find it incredibly challenging. And again, that's not going to change anything that's factual, but I guess I am concerned that we continue to go down these paths. We're dealing with the problems at hand, which we have to. But I certainly find it very compelling that we have this broader discussion, because I just think we're going to be so hampered, and we're not going to be able to blame the recession. This is going to be because of either legislation and or commitments that we've made that this board, as it currently is seated here and going forward, is going to, you're not going to grow your way out of it, because I don't see that revenue growth being there. And I think some of the funding sources we've depended upon for some of the things we do may shrink or become static. The general fund source is going to be as precious as it's ever been, and I guess I'm seeing these are general fund dollars that we're committing in large part, or realignment dollars that allow us the flexibility to do that. And with some of the things that are on the horizon that we know about, and certainly the sheriff and other departments have kept us apprised, I mean, I don't know how we're ever going to strike out on some of these new initiatives. I just don't see the capacity there. Certainly in good conscience, we can fool ourselves on a given year. And so before we dive too far into all of this, and again, maybe the choice is you don't have a choice. But I don't necessarily subscribe to that without at least having a discussion with my colleagues and with you and with folks that are here and others that advise us and the broader public about it, because it's not about woe is us, it's just about the realities. And if that's the message that we tell folks, is that those choices were made for us by somebody else. Our obligations start here and stop here, and if you think you're going to get any money for this or that in your neighborhood or your community for improvement, you're going to, you're kidding yourselves, you're kidding us, because it's just not there. And so without being too stark about it, I just think that picture, again, needs to be really clear, because I think we're embarking upon a time when people think that, prosperity is going to be a little bit improved and the economy is this and that. I don't see it from a county perspective, very frankly. I think that what's been handed to us legislatively and maybe judicially and out of the necessity for some of the obligations that we have under why counties exist at all, I guess I don't see a very, very good path out of this, and that's not to be doom and gloom, but I don't see it. And so I just want to be real about it. If we pursue this, and we do that, and we do this, before you know it, there's not pennies left in the cookie jar any longer. So anyway, I would ask you, if you come back, we maybe ought to have that context behind it. So sorry about that lengthy comment, but
yeah, thank you. I just want to make my position clear here. I mean, I agree with what's been said, and I would be in the same position of not being able to support this today. And the biggest reason is because I feel like I would be making a decision that locks this county in for a great number of years for a lot of money without having it at all in context and without seeing what the full budget picture looks like. And that's where I believe it's just, basically what Supervisor Cerna said as well, and I agree with that. So I need more information to find out what, when our successors come, what are we locking them into, and how does it impact the rest of the budget?
So we're going to continue it to a certain date?
I would like to continue it to February 28th. That gives us time to talk to the state, at least come back and let you know if we were to go till June, what's the impact, and then go from there.
We schedule that for a night meeting now? I was saying that because we've added so many items to the 20th.
I jumped.
I know you did. I don't want you to jump out of your seat. Anyway, okay, so that's going to go over to the 28th. Do you have a time, Ms. Flo?
Do you guys have a preference, the morning or afternoon? We can do 11:30 or we can do 3:30.
3:30.
3:30.
Okay, 3:30.
Is that okay?
Well, I guess. I don't know what else is on that day. That's a pretty full calendar.
Not 11:30, I can tell you that.
How about we are looking at opening March 1st to have a meeting because we have a lot of items coming. So why don't we look at March 1st? Let's bring it back in the afternoon then.
Okay. All right. Good to give it the attention it's due. Again, I want to thank you all for the presentation. I know a lot of work went into it, and again...
you can give it again in a couple weeks.
Need a motion to continue?
Yes.
So moved.
Okay, move a second to continue this to March 1st. At what time?
Let's do 2 p.m. for now.
Okay. All right, that's p.m., not a.m. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, thank you all. See you back in a couple weeks. All right. We've got the airports item and a TO tax item, so let's take airports.
Airports. Also, just want to let the board know I do have Steve can tell me. I wanted him to give a brief update on storms, and I know he's got EOC active. Can we just have him do it so he can get back to the EOC?
Sure. Mr.
Before John, before airports?
Yeah, John, if you could yield for a minute, please. Yeah. Steve?
Sorry, John, he's got it. Emergency.
All right.
And while he's coming down, is Zan Edwards going to be here a little bit later too?
Yeah, yes. Okay. Other staff is upstairs watching.
Thank you.
Yeah, they'll be here.
Okay. Good afternoon, Steve.
Thank you, Board Chair and board members. Stephen Tellme from County OES. We did activate this morning at about 12 o'clock. We have a level 2 activation for the storm that's coming in. Came in yesterday, actually, and this is a series of storms. We'll have one more coming in on Thursday. Right now, the precipitation is a little less than it was forecasted, so we're looking a little bit better than we thought we would be. We expect the water to stay within the channel at least through today and into Thursday. Thursday is a different story. Our biggest concern is that they're going to be right at the flood stages, so we may see some overtopping like we did in the previous storm in January. So we have sent out notices to the Point Pleasant area and to Wilton, letting them know that they need to take precautions because we may see some flooding in the same places that we saw in the last storm. And the bigger concern is that the impact the previous storm had on the levee systems down there. We know we've weakened them in a lot of places, so we're concerned with the integrity of those levees. So we're monitoring it really closely. We're flying the helicopter, giving us some aerial observations, telling us where we are seeing any type of overtopping. And as of about 3 o'clock, we hadn't seen any. So that was the good news. As far as the last storm, we submitted our initial damage estimates to Cal OES and to FEMA as well. We reported $14.8 million, and that is not going to be a final number. We still have a lot of places that we weren't able to get into because of the flooding, so we can't get estimates in those areas. And also the cost will fluctuate too. Those are just initial damage estimates, so they'll refine that as they get a better look at some of the damages. That also excluded the ag damages. That's a separate entry by the ag commissioner. Last I talked to her, it was around $2.8 million, but that may be different from the last time I talked to her, so I'm not sure about that total number. And that was about it for an update. Was there any questions?
Supervisor Peters.
Yeah, I had a question. Have you looked at the Sacramento River and the American River levees and during the last, I know you're busy flood fighting, I think the expression is. Do you have any comment on how they're holding? Were there any problems on those levees?
They're doing really well. We monitor them just like we do the other rivers. The Sacramento is doing fine. The only real issues we have right now with them, as a matter of fact, as of this morning, they hadn't even opened up the Sacramento Weir yet. Right. The Yola Weir was open, but it's looking good. We do have one thing, though, that we're keeping an eye on. At about 3 o'clock, we were notified notice by Orville that
I saw that.
they have an issue with their dam, and I have a picture on my cell phone of it. Initially, it was reported as just some erosion on the spillway. I got the picture just about 20 minutes ago, and it looks like a large sinkhole. So it is a significant issue for Orville.
How high up the spillway is it?
It looks to me, it's from an aerial picture, it looks to me it's about midway, but I can't be sure of that. And so they're not flowing any water. There's no outflow. There's still about a 48,000 CFS inflow. So they're at about 80% of capacity. Until we hear more from them, I don't know exactly what this means. Other than they're not going to flow any water until they can inspect that damaged hole in the center of their spillway.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, you enacted a state of emergency this morning. You extended it for another 30 days. So the event that's coming, we're covered under what you passed this morning.
That's
okay.
correct.
Thanks, Steve. Just a couple of questions on it. I've gotten inquiries, and again, certainly as we get a chance to sort out from these storms, but from folks who've either noted on their property or throughout the general neighborhood where they reside, and certainly seen reports about it, when it hits somebody's house. But the tree canopy and the damage to the tree canopy, particularly in light of saturated soils, the winds, and obviously you get to the incidental or related damage to homes and cars and such. But I don't know if there's any accounting for that in your disaster declaration, but certainly I know there's been disaster declarations when we've had die-off in the forest for, related to the drought. And again, I don't know how you get any concrete really number as it relates to that, but I would just say that I've had that inquiry about that, and if it can be accounted for in our disaster damage, I don't know what that means. If that means you just tell you how badly you were hit, both on private and public property, but I would just say that I know that there's areas in the county where, and it's not over yet. I mean, the winds last night, continues to take trees down and so forth, and so. And not just ornamentals, but I think some of our heritage trees and so forth elsewhere in the community. So, is there some accounting for that? Is there, if you had folks that wanted to account for that, you could keep that in your tally or not?
We're trying to get some sort of a survey on that through the state insurance commissioners. We're trying to see if they can provide us with some data in terms of the number of people reporting insurance damage. It wouldn't account for the people that do not have insurance, and we don't really have a mechanism to capture that other than they can call our EOC and report it. And to date, we've only had one person call and report damage without insurance.
Okay,
so
but just loss of the canopy alone. I mean, even I'm saying if it didn't hit a building or whatever, but if trees were down, and again, I'm not trying to overwhelm EOC at a time when obviously you're looking at, potential flood fight and so forth, but that has been brought to my attention. That's kind of the aftermath of the January storms, and here we are into it. So maybe I can have some more discussion with you offline about that. I did want to, again, I know Nav is here in the chambers, that you've given the alert, again, and I got to thank you for certainly in Wilton and Point Pleasant, and there will be likely, as soon as maybe tomorrow morning, if people are watching the gauges, and I guess I would just ask you, you said stay within channels, what is the latest projection down at Benson's Ferry?
Let me see, I have it written down here.
Which is Thornton, basically Thornton. But that's the area
at Michigan Bar, it's supposed to crest at 14.2
today.
Today at about 4 o'clock, so it should be cresting right around now.
But then it takes it a couple of days to get down.
Right. And then I also have McConnell, it's supposed to crest at 42, same time. And then at Benson Ferry, it was supposed to crest at about 17.8.
But that's not until late tomorrow, right?
That'll be at about 6 a.m. on Thursday.
And again, if we get the request, I've spoken to you now about, again, in the event that that community is going to see flooding of houses again, what action they might be able to take beyond what was either provided for and or allowed. And I think I just want to put that out there because I know I've had a number of conversations with folks, and I don't know if that's an EOC call, but just heads up, because that request may very well come forward, and we've looked at it for the flood fight down there.
And we've haven't had any requests other than some help with some fallen trees. We've gotten the Forest Service to help us, or excuse me, the California Department of Forestry to help with some of the felling and the cutting of the trees.
How about Reclamation District 2002? Have they requested again to close Franklin Boulevard?
There has been a request that went to transportation. I don't know the outcome.
All right. Well, then I probably need to, maybe by phone after today's meeting, we can talk a little more, because again, I anticipate certainly for the Point Pleasant community that we've got basically tomorrow before that peak gets hit down there, and they're again, to the point that was asked about by Susan, is that saturated levees, but saturated ground, and water hasn't gotten out of that area there. At least completely, and so you're starting already behind the curve. If you push more water in, it'll fill up that much quicker. So, all right. But I appreciate the heads up. And when you say stage 2, you're not going to have everybody doing 12-hour
Right now we have about
shifts,
25
right?
people in there, and we're evaluating it. We wanted to see what the 4 o'clock crest looked like before we determine whether or not we're going to have more people come in or less.
Okay.
So when I get back to the OC, we'll make that determination.
One last comment. I know that at least in the Point Pleasant area, maybe elsewhere in the county, we had some. And again, we have franchise service. We had some missed garbage service pickup in that area, got handled. But again, we learned a lesson. And also, if wells again get inundated, the EMD went out there and provided the testing and did it. It took us a while to kind of get that protocol ironed out because we hadn't had an event like this. So I would just encourage us to continue to proceed. I know I got some very good feedback from the handful of folks who were affected in both of those cases, but they were very appreciative of the county's efforts in lots of regards, but that's very, very important. So, all right. And all the sandbag stations are open?
They are open, and they actually opened up a few additional ones. I think they put one in the Herald area because they wanted to do some precautionary sandbagging down there. So
where were they expecting?
I'm not
down
sure.
there?
They put a request in at about 11 o'clock, and it was forwarded to DWR. And last I heard is that they were going to fill that request. So I haven't been able to follow up.
As we get more information, we will go the same protocol and sending emails, update.
Text. Or call or phone call.
And you want to talk about the phone call tree that you've started?
The
calling the citizens?
I'm sorry?
The warning them about the flood.
Oh, the Sacramento alert going out? Yeah. So we have sent out 3 alerts to Wilton and Point Pleasant area and Rio Linda, and we expect to send them out again on Thursday because we're going to see just as much or more flooding on Thursday as well.
Okay.
So we have kept in contact with those people, and we made phone calls to the RDs, just double checking to see whether they have any issues that they need to.
So we've ironed out because we had RD 800 last time. We had a little confusion on the phone, so we're
right.
Good. That's what we learned from January.
Right.
Okay, good. Well, thank you, Steve. Thanks for your folks, for everybody manning the centers, and again, for all the folks that respond both urgently as well as obviously keep an eye on things to help keep us alerted, and hopefully we'll, get through this without too much flooding. So, all right, thanks. All right, thank you, Steve. Okay, Mr. Wheat.
Item 48 is the Department of Airports workshop on airport status and accept the draft final Sacramento International Airport Master Plan.
I guess TJ's going to have to handle it. I think John may have stepped out for a moment. So what does everyone do?
After waiting all day.
Okay. You want to take our appointments?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, let's go to our appointments then.
You mean the nominations, item 49?
Yes.
Okay.
That's right.
For your nominations, you are continuing to February 28th, the Adult and Aging Commission and the Sacramento County Redevelopment Successor Agency Oversight Board. You are continuing to March 7th, the Assessment Appeals Board, Local Child Care Planning and Development Council. And for your matters today, your first is the Arden Arcade Community Planning Advisory Council. Ms. Peters?
I'd like to reappoint Jennifer Kennedy, Craig Kramer, and Brenda Davis to the CPAC and continue the remainder to March 7th.
Okay.
Okay.
And for the Carmichael Old Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, Supervisor Peters?
I'd like to reappoint Bernie Leno. Please continue remainder to March 7th.
And Supervisor Frost?
For Carmichael Old Foothill Farms, I want to appoint Patty Kleinknecht to continue. That's a reappointment.
Okay, and are you okay? Let's see, you only have one anyway. Okay, so we're continuing that to March 7th. For the County Planning Commission, Supervisor Kennedy?
Nominate the incumbent, Alan Hahn.
Okay, and then Supervisor Frost?
Nominate Teresa Stanley.
Okay, and Supervisor Natoli?
James Shelby, incumbent.
Okay. And we're going to continue, we're going to have the appointment actually on the 28th. You guys are okay with that? Okay.
Yes.
Next is the Elk Grove Consumnes Cemetery District. Mr. Natoli?
Yes, I would nominate the two incumbents, David Lima and Dennis Busher.
And then we have Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee. Mr. Natoli?
Yes, I think recommended by the chiefs to nominate Molly Chacon and to continue the remainder to March 21st.
Okay. Fair Oaks Cemetery District, Supervisor Frost?
Nominate Robert Klaus.
Okay, and Supervisor Peters?
I'd like to reappoint Patricia Vogel and continue the remainder to February 28th.
Fair Oaks Community Planning Advisory Council, Ms. Peters?
I can reappoint Becky Wood and Rebecca Lund, continue the remainder to February 28th.
Okay. And we have the Galt Arno Cemetery District, Supervisor Natoli?
Yeah, nominate Manuel Rocha, incumbent.
And then Public Health Advisory Board, Mr. Natoli?
Okay, we have, I believe these are done in concert with the chiefs. Carol Jong, community member. Barbara Law, community member, incumbent. Then also Martha Moon, public health professional, along with, I hope it's not a typo, I think it says Farla Kaufman.
Yes.
Public health professional as well, and continue the remainder for 2 weeks or 3 weeks to February 28th.
Okay. And then we have the...
Well, excuse me, I guess these are all, were there a number of seats? I'll make sure I read this. They had to, for Barbara Law community member. I don't know if those were others that just had applied.
I just have Barbara Law on mine.
Okay, Barbara Law, so I may have misspoke there. They had them all done in red, but I'm not so sure. So I think it was Barbara Law for community member, so I would retract what I said. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Barbara Law for community member. Catch me on this. I was reading what was here and highlighted. And then continue the remainder to February 28th.
And just so that I'm clear, for the two public health professionals, that's Martha Moon and Farla Kaufman.
Continue. I didn't have that. I just had to nominate.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're just nominating
so we just
Barbara Law.
hold those others. I'll get this squared away for the 28th, but I want to make sure I didn't misspeak here. Sorry.
All right. Next is Rio Linda Alberta Community Planning Advisory Council and Mr. Cerna.
Yeah, for District 1, we're recommending reappointing Michael Huras.
Okay. And then Supervisor Frost.
Continue to 228, please.
Okay. And next is the Sacramento County Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board.
Okay, maybe I can get it right this time. I have the recommendation after the interviews by the chief staff is Alicia Castaneda for the technical seat, and then Thomas Johnson for the technical seat, or the other technical, and then also Michelle Dallimore for public seat, and then continuing the remainder till March 21st.
Okay. And then your last one is the Sacramento County Youth Commission, Supervisor Cerna.
District 1 nominates Eleanor Love.
Okay, and Supervisor Frost.
Continue to 228, please.
And Supervisor Natoli.
No applicants, and so we'll have to continue searching for applicants. So we'll continue this to, I think, March 7th, the first meeting.
7th, okay.
Yeah, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
I failed to mention I need to waive the process too, so I need a vote on that.
Okay.
This is to nominate Eleanor Love.
Okay, it's moving second then to nominate and appoint Eleanor Love for the District 1 Sacramento County Youth Commission. Please vote. Let's just make the appointment.
Oh, hang on a minute. Unanimous vote. Okay, and that concludes your nominations.
Okay, well, we already did all the A's in order of agenda, so we're now down to the B's, so airports has to wait. No. John, I'm kidding. Can we call the item again?
Okay, item 48, Department of Airports Workshop on Airport Status and Accept the Draft Final Sacramento International Airport Master Plan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wheat.
Well, hi, how are you this afternoon? It's a delight being here, and I'm here to make you happy.
Give it a try. I hope you're bringing money.
Thank you, Flo. Let me just, a couple slides here. We have a presentation. I'll keep it fairly brief today, and then the other item was really an item we're requesting you to accept the draft master plan and send it off to community development for environmental review. So these are the topics we want to discuss today. Update on our progress over the last 3.5 years, give you where we are in negotiations with the air carriers, a little more discussion on the updates of transportation network carriers, talk about possible revenue enhancements for 17-18, and then a real quick marketing update, and then we'll go into the master plan presentation. If you go to the fourth slide, which is about 3 years ago, you'll recall, I met with most of you individually after we had done a 5-year financial projections, and we really established 4 objectives that we wanted to accomplish for the airport. One was to reduce airline costs to a CPE of $14. The other is to achieve a 15% operating expense reduction. The third one was to really look at our airport system plan and determine what needs to be done or what we can do to improve the financial viability of our GA airports, and then work on our airline relationships, negotiate an agreement, and ultimately improve service to broaden our passenger base. Wanted to share this slide with you. I think that this really does show what's happened in the last 4 years and what the airport has really been able to accomplish. What the blue bars show there is in 2010 when the airport issued its last bond series. These were the expense projections from the feasibility study that went along with that bond issue. The red basically shows what we've been able to accomplish on the expense standpoint. Obviously, anytime you're looking at projections, you're building in certain assumptions, things of that nature. We've been very successful in reducing costs. We have reduced staff by 22%, and one of the proudest things I think we have is that we've taken our executive group from a 9-member person down to a 4-level to 4 people. So we've really flattened our organization, and then underneath that, we now have 22 managers who are reporting to those. On the next slide, this really kind of tells the tale as it relates to passengers. That's the rolling 12-month passenger totals. You can see, you're all familiar, 2007 was our record year. We continued to fall for various reasons. Everyone else was falling. The recession was going on. Airlines were merging. In 2014, however, we saw our first year increase 3.3%. In 2015, we saw a 7.1% increase in passengers, and in 2016, a 5.3%. A lot of people ask me, why is that? I'm going to take all the credit. No, I'm joking. The real reason is I think that the airlines have responded to what we've been doing, and they brought in additional seats, added new service. But probably the most important thing is that the economy is definitely picking up, and we're seeing an increase in disposable income. The other interesting thing is the rolling 12-month seat total. Now, when you compare these two, we still see the same dip, but the big difference is back in 2008, the airlines were operating somewhere around a 68 to 72% load factor. If you fast forward now to 2016 or 2017, those same airlines are operating at an 87 to 88% load factor. So while the seats have not come back to where they were, the load factors have drastically increased, as we're all pretty well aware of that when you fly. On the air service side, we've been fairly successful with regards to working with our air carriers and encouraging them to bring in service. But the most important thing is when they do bring in a new city, almost every time this community reacts in a very positive manner. You look up here where Southwest brought their service into Love Field in 2015. That is the most successful flight that Southwest operates out of Love Field as far as a load factor. Its average is a little bit over 95%. You also notice that in Southwest, while they've added 4 cities, they, as well as other carriers, have brought in larger aircraft. So as they phase out the older 737s, they bring in the 8s, the 9s, and the new MAXs. Those aircraft have approximately 30 to 45 more seats per aircraft. So they're growing it not only by adding frequencies, adding new cities, they're growing our seat capacity by adding larger aircraft coming into here. A prime example of that is with United. You'll recall United used to operate quite a few flights to San Francisco with 12-seat aircraft. They've replaced those now, where SkyWest is flying those for United down to San Francisco with 50-seat RJs.
Mr. Weed, I had a question relative to the statement you made previously about the new Boeing 737 class, the 800s and 900s that are going to have more seating capacity. How does that? How will that affect the efficiency slide you had earlier, the seat efficiency slide, where you mentioned the airlines are now generally at around 87%. If you have more seats on a plane, do the airlines that are going to be using those newer model Boeings, those newer model 737s, are they somehow going to expect the same efficiency with more seats available? Not only expecting, they are. Getting, as soon as they bring those aircraft in, it's amazing. The Baltimore service again, that flight's pretty well sold out all the time. So the demand that's been created here because of the economy and people are back flying a bit, whatever they seem to put into this market, it grows. And then so they're really not seeing, when they bring in a 737 and add it to LA, a newer one, their load factors aren't decreasing. They're staying the same. Now, obviously, aircraft is a pretty major investment for an airlines. So that's one that's hard to be flexible with at times. Does that, do you foresee that being a wise decision in terms of the ability to be nimble and in terms of all the other aspects of what goes into filling those planes, whether it be pricing or destinations or frequency, that they can maintain that? I think that the revenue management systems that the air carriers operate today are extremely sophisticated, and yet I would have to answer yes. I think that every action they take, they're not all going to larger aircraft, but you're seeing a lot. That's how they're growing the system nationally. The other side is that when you bring these new aircraft on, the efficiencies of these aircraft compared to the ones they're replacing that are 25 years old are night and day. They're almost 50% more fuel efficient.
They're quieter too?
Yes, they are.
Thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. I lose track of that sometimes. This is a slide that you've seen, I'm sure, before, but we just wanted to share it with you again. It's our cost per enplaned passenger, which is nothing more than a metrics that our industry uses to determine what we're charging air carriers. You can see our high in 13 and 14. We brought that down to 1545, the most recent audited numbers we had in 2016. Our outstanding debt, while still high, obviously is improving because we continue to make our debt payments. As you will recall, we issued, we had a high of approximately almost $1.15 million in debt, or $1 billion in debt. That's now just a hair over $1 billion, and you can see that the cost per enplaned, the outstanding debt per enplaned passenger, which is a metrics that is pretty important to the rating agencies and how they really, one of the major metrics they evaluate us on. While that has dropped from $250 to $200 per passenger, we're still well above the national average, which is just a hair below $100. But we're definitely making progress associated with this.
That was a hair below $100? Is that
yes, it's about 98. I think it's like 98.57, something like that. It's about $98.
Double the average.
Yeah. But again, that's an average. Okay, that takes in everybody and divides it by everybody. So, I mean, a lot of airports are, you know, in the same vicinity we are that have newer facilities. On the next slide, this is really our debt, our entire debt structure. The green bars representing our subordinate debt, which is paid for by our passenger facility charge collections that we receive on an annual basis, and the blue lines representing the debt which we pay for from our earnings on an annual basis. As you guys are aware, we did do a refunding. It was very successful. We saved about $2 million a year. The good news as well is that come April 1st of 2018, if the rate structure, borrowing rate structure either maintains where it is or stays somewhat stable, we have another close to $580 million of debt that we can call, the debt we issued in 2018, which based upon today's rates, we could probably save in the vicinity of another $5 to $6 million a year. On the airline use agreement, that was one of the initiatives that we had in our 4 objectives. We met with the air carriers. We've started discussions on initiating a new agreement. As the board is aware, we currently operate by ordinance, and by going into a negotiation, there's an opportunity for us to reduce risks as well as reduce their costs. What I'm showing you here is just what we've done to date. There are meetings scheduled between February 14th and 21st where we'll be meeting with all of you individually and walking through the terms and whatever, so you can fully understand where we are at this point. But our last meeting was on January 23rd. We've pretty much agreed on all the business terms, and now we're just going through on a few minor wording changes. The assumptions, what I'd like to do is kind of share what the projections were that we ran for the air carriers when we began this negotiation. We ran 5-year updated forecasts. These are the assumptions that we utilized. We anticipated a 1.6% landed weight increase, a 2.2% in passengers. Our non-airline revenues would increase 3.6%, and our operating expenditures would increase 3.2%. I won't spend a whole lot of time, but what this is showing based upon those projections is that our total revenues would increase from 2017 to $173 million to $193 in 2022. And our operating expenses would increase from approximately $95 million to $108 million over that same period of time, producing net revenues of $78.9 million in 2017 and $85 million in 2022. Then one of the things that we've negotiated, and we use that money to pay for debt and things of that nature and capital programs. One of the things that we are talking with the airlines and incorporating in their new use agreement is a revenue sharing component. And so these projections went through and did that. It shows our accrued, we then take our net revenues, we net out our debt service that we're paying on an annual basis from our earnings. We take out amortized capital improvements, and all that that's the amortized cost of the investment that the airport is making with its funds on capital improvements that we're putting into their cost centers, capital outlays. We come up with our total non-operating expenses, and it leaves a net remaining revenues. What we're proposing to the air carriers is that we then enter into a revenue sharing agreement associated with that after we cover everything, if there are revenues left over, we'll share on a 60-40. And again, we'll walk into a lot more detail when we meet with you individually. But the slide I really wanted to focus on is this is the impact of what we're looking at right now as it relates to the use agreement that we're currently negotiating. The cost per enplaned passenger, again, we're using a 2.2% increase in passengers. We're currently estimating 2017 to be about $15.38, and come July 1st, 2017, which we'll be requesting that the new agreement go into place with your approval, we will drop those rates under $14 and accomplish the goal that we set out about 3.5 years to get taken care of, which we're very happy about. This is the remaining steps that we have. We have a meeting on the 16th. I mentioned I'll be meeting with the board between the 14th and the 21st. We have set the date of March 15th to attempt to finalize that agreement. We'll be coming to the board in May 7th for your approval with the lease effective date of July 1st. I wanted to just spend a minute, too, giving you a brief update on the TNCs. We've talked to you previously about these, but this phenomena continues to grow out at the airport. What we're showing here is ground transportation trips. The green line is representing the trips that are provided by our taxi cab out at the airport, Saitoa. The purple line is representing limos and other ground transportation trips that are coming to and from the airport. And the blue line is representing the TNCs. So it's pretty easy to see in September of 2015, when we had a 7.1% increase in passengers, that's when the TNC started. You can see what's happened. The actual month of November was the first month since they've been in here that we've actually seen possibly a normalization tied to seasonal frequency or seasonal activity at the airport, because they've just been on this whirlwind going straight up. We'll continue to track this, but there's no question that the frequency that's coming out there and the popularity that they're enjoying, we do not anticipate seeing a real lull or necessarily a normalization. It might happen, but we're still pretty confident that that's just going to continue to grow. What does that
I'm sorry,
mean?
John. And so you said that chart only went to November. You have data now for December?
I don't off the top of my head. Well, yes, I do on the. Nope, I have November's date. Mm-hmm.
All right, very good. Patrick, you had a question? Okay.
You just changed the slide. That's my question.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Excuse me. On this slide, what we're showing is the transportation network carrier parking and taxi impact, and this is being shown on a transaction per passenger. Okay. No, excuse me. It's a impact per transaction. So when you look at the blue line, again, that's the Saitoa trips. You'll notice that in October of 2015, they represented 2.8% of the transactions between parking and ground transportation. They've now dropped to 2.1%. When you look at the limos and the others, they've gone from a 3.9 to about a 4%. So they're staying fair. They're not being as impacted as immediate. Then you see the big impact of the purple line, which is showing the TNCs. They now represent 9.5% of the transactions out at the airport, and that's parking transactions, as well as commercial ground transportation. The rest of it is other modes. And then you can see the impact of the parking. We've been seeing a drop in number of transactions at the airport for the last 2 or 3 years. Although revenue continues to rise, we've seen some modifications on transactions. With the TNCs, that has continued that trend. And as I mentioned, I think previously to this board, the biggest impact we're seeing with the TNCs is on the hour to an hour and a half parker. Those transactions are down dramatically. But we're also starting to see impacts in all of our parking garages as they continue to grow. In our budget, we'll be presenting to the board. We're still working on these, so we don't have any recommendations for you today. But we're looking at a couple of revenue enhancements. One of them is going to be our ground transportation fees. This just gives you an idea. We have not adjusted our ground transportation fees in 20 years, and it's shown pretty clearly on this chart right here. And those are the fees that we charge to our ground transportation operators at $1.25. So we are evaluating that. Will be in our budget and message, as well as for that period of time, we'll be coming to the board with a final recommendation with regard for your consideration for increasing those revenues.
John?
Yes.
Sorry. Patrick? Since you don't have my name on there. do we have the technology? Is it through technology that we will be able to adjust the TNCs, ground transportation fees? I mean, how do we capture those?
The TNCs, basically the agreements we have with the TNCs, is they capture that data. Lyft or Uber sends us all of that data with the check, and then we have the opportunity to audit that off of their system.
Okay, so we don't have any. There's no technology on board their vehicles, which
not on theirs. All the other ground transportation providers we do.
So it's kind of an honor system at this point. I mean,
well, it's an honor system, but we do have the opportunity to audit, which we anticipate fully taking advantage of that in the next year.
Okay,
just so we can do it. But from an industry standpoint, most of the airports have gone to that. There is technology available that you can do that. It's an expense. But what we're seeing right now, and the best way for me to answer that is once we do an audit, I think that will give us our best recommendation should we be doing something different.
Okay.
Okay. Then the last slide on the revenue is just nothing more than a depiction of our current parking rates. As you all know, all of our lots that we have out there, we charge $2 every 30 minutes. So whether you're parking long-term, economy, whatever, you charge $2 for every 30 minutes until you reach the daily lot maximum, which is shown on this schedule.
You should get the city of Sacramento's parking consultant, see if you can raise those rates.
We are. No, we're definitely looking at it, but we have to be fairly cautious with regards to how we set those rates, especially on the economy garage, the economy lot. Because right now we're very lucky we have no off-airport competitors, and we want to make sure that we're not encouraging that type of activity to come out in Sacramento. But I think it's pretty easy when you start looking at the garage and even the daily lot. Those are things that we may want to consider, and we're continuing to evaluate those, and we'll be coming back to the board. And then the last item I have before we get into the master plan is just a quick marketing update. For those of you who don't know, we're going to be 50 years old come October 21st of this year. We're going to be doing a lot of social media. We're going to be doing a lot of publicity events, things of that nature over the next 8 months. And the whole real purpose of this is to continue to generate awareness of really our brand, and that being easy to use, because we all know what our airport is, and we have a grand story to tell. So we're going to continue to drive that through our primary and secondary markets and reinforce the brand personality. And then on the 21st, we'll be throwing a small party out at the airport. You'll all get an invite, and hopefully all of you will be able to attend.
John, earlier this morning we had the opportunity to recognize the Sacramento Bee for its 160th anniversary of publication, and obviously they've covered events, but I think you might find it of interest if you aren't familiar, and certainly for those that are, it's still interesting that there was a lot of criticism about Sacramento, Metropolitan Airport at the time, what it was called now, Sacramento International, but basically that the locating of it out in middle of nowhere, and where Thule Fog was, and about the property transaction, but there was a lot of criticism.
It was a very insightful decision because it's paid off extremely well.
But the Board of Supervisors at the time took a lot of criticism for the thing. I'll just tell you, so it might be an interesting note that 50 years looking at what's around it now, the operations that you pointed out, and the employments and the size and scope of that airport. But might be a little tidbit if people go back to the newspaper, not just when they cut the ribbon, but I think just even leading up to the decisions, there was,
Because one of the things we will be doing too, we're going to be showing, events over the last 50 years. That gives me a good idea. Maybe what we should do is have some clippings from the time that the board was talking about doing this new airport and having those on display as well.
Yeah. We can always bring the previous supervisor to help with engineering architecture on it.
Yeah.
Okay, now what we're really here for and we wanted to talk to you about was we have an agenda item on the board to, like I say, accept our draft master plan and submit it to Economic Development for their review, environmental review, and then we'll come back to the board for final discussion and final approval. So I'd like to turn it over to T.J. Chen. I think you've all met him, but for those of you who haven't, T.J. Chen is our new Chief Administrative Officer over Planning, Development, and Facilities at the airport. He's one of those 4 that I referred to. We've got a pretty new group out there. I've got myself, T.J., Lisa, who's been here with us for quite a while, and then Sylvia Ambrosio, who came on about a year ago. So I'll turn it over to T.J. Oops.
Thanks, John. Well, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. It's my first time presenting to the board, so certainly appreciate the opportunity of your time. So I'm going to go back real quick. Again, my presentation is really to support the agenda item on asking the board to accept the draft finals master plan for Sacramento International Airport. And I'll go right into it. Master plan is really just a 20-year plan, very similar to city or county's general plan, but for the airport master plan, just focus on the airport itself. And we look at what the airport needs to do in the next 20 years and plan out what are some development that needs to take place to continue to support the operation at the airport. The previous master plan was completed in 2007. And if you ask what we do to have another master plan update so quickly, it's mainly after the big bill, which was the focus of the previous master plan. A lot has happened, and we want to take the opportunity to look at, with the change in the economic environment and how we view the future economic growth at the airport. We want to have the opportunity to take a look at what improvements are needed to support our future growth. And for the master plan, we primarily focus on 8 areas of focus: the airfield, the terminal, general aviation, air cargo, rental cars, support facilities, mainly our main is support facilities, parking, and ground transportation. And for this presentation, I only will really focus on 3 of those areas: the airfield, the terminal, and parking. Part of the master plan is look at existing land use. We just basically take a very general look. We have a separate document, is the airport land use compatibility plan, that look at land use more closely. But for the master plan purpose, we essentially validate what was depicted in the previous master plan. There's no major changes with our existing land use, and we'll continue forward with the existing land use. Big part of the airport master plan is to look at forecasts based on historical trends, based on the aviation industry, and also to look at guidance provided by FAA. So in this graph, the graph on the left is the historical passenger count. This chart itself is just for the in-plane passengers. I have another chart that talks about airplane operations. So for on the left side is the historical data of in-plane passengers, and on the right is our forecast. The green line that's kind of in the middle part is part of our 2007 airport master plan forecast. As you can see, it has a far more aggressive growth projection. And on the right, the orange red line is what we're projecting under what FAA projected in their own 2012 forecast. The blue dashed line is what we're projecting for the airport for the next 20 years. And we're projecting a 2.9% employment passenger growth rate for the next 20 years. That's slightly higher than what John just projected for a financial projection purpose. The reason for that is we have to, for capital improvement plan purpose, we have to be a little bit more optimistic in our employment growth. The next chart, it depicts the aircraft operations. Again, historical data is on the left, along with the projection in the 2007 master plan. What we're projecting is on the right. The dashed line, again, is what we projected onto this airport master plan, and the red line is the FAA, they call it the terminal airport forecast. It's fairly consistent, and we're required by the FAA to have our projection fairly consistent with the FAA projection as part of our master plan development. So with that, with the forecast information, we started developing what improvements or project we need to evaluate in the next 20-year horizon. Again, we divided.
TJ, let me just ask you,
yes.
You left that chart, so, and I know you briefed on this, but is there a point, again, it may be well out there, and this is a 20-year master plan, but using the forecast that was the 2007 pre-recession and the excuse me, the graph that charting that you're using now, is there a point that you could foreseeably see out where those would intersect, where you could still get to, because the green couldn't go forever, although it anticipated a third runway and additional capacity, employments, and so forth. Is there, if you projected those out a place, they don't just keep going like this, because someplace you reach capacity, and is there any analysis that was done around that?
Right, if you're talking about compared the 2007 forecast and the 2014 forecast, I don't believe there's a point where the two will intersect, because the 2007 forecast was projected at even much more aggressive growth pattern compared to right now. The negative 1.4%, I think that is more depicting the downturn, historical information. But we don't, based on our forecast currently, the 2014 airport master plan, we don't see that aggressive growth. It will surpass the 2007 forecast, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, but 2007 wasn't just going to keep going into the atmosphere. I mean, at some point it would have to, you would get to a point where,
and that's, you know, when we look at these at 20 years, so looking out.
Get closer to the microphone.
Excuse me, trying to get out 40, 50, 60 years, will these ever meet? The real difficulty with that is we have no idea what technology is going to be. Right. And so it's a very difficult question to answer, honestly, because historically what's happened is we've seen more efficiency, we've seen larger aircraft. If that trend continues, then you know, they really won't, if all of a sudden everybody goes to smaller aircraft, possibly.
Okay, well, and the reason I asked the question again, I know that in the brief we talked about it, but and you're going to get to in a moment, you know, what the, you know, some of the major changes in the master plan, but and how you propose to accommodate, and that's on this slide here, but we spent a lot of time in these chambers and, you know, spent a lot of money, both airport money and certainly time and staff, looking at options and talking about how we might accommodate, you know, that third parallel runway. And obviously you've got a plan that would, you know, take on that capacity without having to do that. I didn't want to get ahead. I just want to be sure, because once you close that door,
absolutely.
None of our successors are going to be revisiting that. I can almost assure you of that. So.
Absolutely. We take major developments, analysis for major developments very seriously, especially major development from the past. So let me just go real quick. That just depicts the areas of improvement that we plan to do. To answer your question, it's really our next slide. It's you're talking about the runway. In our current master plan, we not only analyze forecasts, but also analyze our current airfield capacity. It's not depicted in the slides, but in our actual master plan itself, we do have that analysis. Currently, with our dual runway system, we can handle capacity at about 400,000 operations per year. That's what our consultant is telling us based on the current configuration. With our aircraft operation forecast, currently we're just slightly under 200,000 operations. Even within the 20-year projection, we will never reach our maximum capacity of 400 operations per year. And that's the main reason why we decided to take the third runway off our current master plan update because it's difficult for us to place development that we don't see a justify or will realize within the next 20-year time frame, within the time frame of this master plan. And also part of our project we plan to do is the taxiway A is the parallel taxiway for our main runway that has our Category 3 instrument landing system. By optimizing that runway, we will also gain some efficiency and capacity with our main runway. That also adds to our overall runway capacity. So even in addition to the taxiway, with the taxiway improvement and the capacity that comes along with that, it is a decision that within this 20-year horizon, within this master plan, we decided to take the third runway out of this master plan. It doesn't mean that we can't add it in the future. It just, what we could see right now, it certainly does not justify the third runway at this point. And other project within on the airfield is our runway extension. It's depicted in the master plan itself. It gives us an option on which runway end to place the extension in the future. That's based on multiple, more analysis, and also really based on demand by the airlines. For the terminal, as we continue to grow, terminal project recommendations is really based on the passenger growth. The master plan recommends that we continue to maintain where we are right now, two separate terminal environment, Terminal A and Terminal B. And if passenger continue to grow, we have capacity to add additional baggage claims in Terminal B. Right now we have 4. We have easily can add 2 more to accommodate the additional passenger growth. And as well as we also look at the automated people mover. Right now it's a 2-track single car system. If there's passenger capacity needs, we simply add 1 additional car to each track that will allow us to accommodate the passenger growth in the future. As well as our gates on the concourse, the master plan allows additional gates to be added to either concourse A or concourse B, depending on the need and discussion with the airlines. And landside recommendation is this is the third part of the focus. Really focus on parking. We have a parking study underway right now to really look at how do we optimize the parking that's at the airport at this point. And we're also looking at building an intermodal transportation hub just right in front of the Terminal B. So as passengers come to the airport, whether it's coming from our shuttles or whether it's being dropped off by TNCs or taxis, they'll be dropped out in front of Terminal B, so it becomes more intuitive as they get off their vehicles. They see the terminal, they see the escalator, and they see the different floors within terminal, so as they travel through the airport to reach the gates, become more intuitive and increase some efficiency of the use of the Terminal B. And also we plan some curbside improvements. During the holiday, we see some spots of congestions along the curbside in Terminal B. There are some smaller projects what we could do to improve that. And lastly is we'll continue to maintain the regional transit light rail alignment. That was part of the previous master plan. We will continue to maintain that. We have ongoing meeting with both FAA, the FTA, and as well as regional transit to continue to reserve that alignment for the future light rail transit that will be coming to the airport. And the next steps, obviously, we need to initiate this environmental review process with PER. And as I mentioned, we have started the parking study. And we have also started some preliminary analysis on the long-term support facilities, such as our vehicle maintenance facility, our landscape team's equipment maintenance facility. I mentioned about the taxiway alpha or A optimization plan that's within our 5-year CIP. And lastly is our airport environmental sustainability management plan, which is already underway. It is something that we have done quite a bit of work at the airport and that we're very proud of. We want to continue that to be a more measurable and achievable plan that's also consistent with our master plan for the next 20 years. And with that, That's our presentation for the master plan.
Questions? All right. You got through your first presentation. You're now a veteran.
Yeah, it's an experience. I definitely appreciate the time.
Breathe easy. Okay, all right.
I just wanted to say,
yeah, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There aren't any questions up here, by the way, because we were all pretty well briefed recently. So, but kudos to the airport staff for continuing to really do some great things out there. So thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I'll certainly add my thanks to John and all his very capable staff. And I'm going to thank you in advance because I know we're going to all do a wonderful job in coordinating various outreach efforts in the months to come with the Natomas part of the district I represent and the neighborhood I live in relative to operations, and that's a whole nother different presentation. But during our briefing, we had a good conversation about how best to quite frankly, do a better job through my office and through airports to get ahead of some of those operation issues before they sometimes get misconstrued or misunderstood by my constituents. So we're going to work together and make sure that we do our best to educate folks about what might be changed in terms of operations.
Yep.
I think part of the message too, because there was quite a contingent of folks when we talked about, again, related certainly to operations, to noise and traffic impacts, air traffic in particular, but on the third runway, since that's now being eliminated from the master plan, there was no easily arrived at decision at the time in that master planning process. And so I would just indicate that maybe something you want to reach out to folks. I'm sure you got some mailing lists that you could dust off and invite them to at least be advised, if nothing else, of what the new plan is. So, yeah. All right. Any other comments? Then we do have action item before us, and acknowledging certainly the presentation and the comments. Do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, move a second then to accept the draft final Sacramento International Airport Master Plan and forward to the Department of Community Development for the CEQA analysis. Anything else? I don't want anyone here want to speak to this item 48? All right. If not, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, take us
Thank
back.
you.
Thank you, TJ. Thank you, John. Back to item 45, and then we do have an off-agenda speaker. Cindy's been here. Appreciates your patience, and we'll get to you in a moment. Item 45, you'll call it, Flo.
Item 45 is the transient occupancy tax allocation policies and processes.
Okay, Mr. Ferguson, you've been in and out all day long, and now it's your time.
I had to cross out the good morning part of my presentation.
Almost got the good evening, not quite.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Britt Ferguson, the county's Chief Financial Officer. As you're well aware, since 1964, the county has imposed a transient occupancy tax on those staying in hotels, motels in the unincorporated portion of the county. This is discretionary revenue, and like all discretionary revenue, whether it's property tax or sales tax, it can be allocated to any public purpose based on your board's priorities. Historically, this money has been used for a number of purposes, and generally, until about 10 years ago, it was really used in three ways. One was to fund a number of organizations or programs on a pretty continuous basis, such as the Chamber of Commerce and other, the Convention and Visitors Bureau and things like that. Secondly, it was used each year. There was a process that was conducted to allocate that money by soliciting proposals from community organizations. And third, it was used to fund the general net county cost of all general fund programs to help balance the general fund budget. About 10 years ago, as the economy turned down, the money, the annual process, a competitive process of soliciting proposals ended, and for the most part, the money was used to fund sort of an ongoing group of programs that we've sort of labeled civic services, like the Chamber of Commerce, like Convention and Visitors Bureau, like the Metropolitan Arts Commission, as well as to fund certain economic development activities, and a few projects that arose, such as funding proposed for the Powerhouse Science Center and other, and then to, again, help offset the general net county cost, the general fund cost of county programs. Your members of your board requested that staff come back and try and find a way to reinstitute, at least to some extent, the process of providing an opportunity to go through a public process of soliciting proposals to fund needs that might arise during the year. And that's what we've come before you today to outline. What we suggest is a process, and of course the ultimate decision will be your board's as to how you want to proceed. In summary, what we're proposing, let me just also note that basically in 16-17 we budgeted to get about $5.4 million in TOT revenue. About $2.6 million of that was dedicated to specific projects in the cost of administration and programs and organizations, and about $2.8 million was used to fund general net county costs, so about 50-50 was what was done this year. And that's been pretty typical for the last few years. So the proposal that we put together would include sort of the following general parameters. Each year, we'd set aside $3.5 million for dedicated projects or programs, such as, well, I'll get into that in a moment. And the remaining TOT revenue would be treated as general discretionary resources to fund net county cost. Each year, of course, your board would have the opportunity to revise that number and add to it or reduce it, and we might recommend an addition or reduction based on circumstances, general fiscal conditions and so forth, or identified opportunities, but that would be the general intent. With one exception, there'd be no funding changes made to the existing TOT civic programs. Again, that's things like civic organizations that have historically been funded, like the Arts Commission, the Convention and Visitors Bureau, and so forth. The one exception to that would be the $287,000 in this year's budget that was set aside for the Powerhouse Science Center. That was set aside based on the Powerhouse Science Center meeting certain conditions. Thus far, they have not met those conditions, and so we're recommending that that not be set aside in the future. They could always come back and submit a proposal like anybody else under our proposal, but it doesn't make sense to us to continue to set aside money absent some indication that they're likely to be presenting a proposal that would meet those criteria. We would also not propose any changes to the amount set aside for the community service and neighborhood programs. That's the roughly, well, that's the $120,000 allocated to each district that your board individually makes funding decisions about, so that would remain the same. Continue to provide $90,000 to fund economic development and market activities, but in addition to that, add an additional $100 million to provide targeted support for economic development.
100 million?
100,000.
Not 100 million.
Excuse me, 100.
He just went out and hired 50 people.
Sorry.
You must be counting those jail savings in your account. I don't know.
I'm sorry, $100,000 to thank you, to provide.
We'll take those 3 zeros right now.
To provide targeted support for economic development initiatives, and this is an issue that's been identified by economic development. As you know, things come up throughout the year, and there's a need to have that flexibility to address those in the economic development business. We're proposing to increase the program and administrative costs from the current $90,000 annually to $200,000. That's in part to address the cost of administering these new competitive program that I'm going to talk about, but also because, frankly, the amount that's been collected in the past has not been sufficient to cover the cost of the board's money and the other funding that's provided. And then continue to fund the Department of Finance for things like audit and so forth at the same level. And then finally, in this regard, to add a new TOT grant program that would provide $1 million annually to be allocated to community organizations through a competitive process. We've also suggested that one principle, again, subject to annual decisions about funding, would be that if one dedicated project category is increased in any year, it will be offset by a decrease in another category, with the idea that if you don't do that, what's going to happen is eventually everything could potentially be dedicated, and then there won't be any money to go through the competitive process. So with regard to the TO grant program itself, the $1 million, we proposed a sort of a process and policy, and that would involve the following. We would do an application process, conduct an application process annually with awards for the upcoming fiscal year made in coordination with the county's annual budget process. Funds could be awarded for 1 or 2 years, but with no more than 50% of the funds allocated for 2 years, and that's so that basically there might be opportunities that come up between a 2-year period, and we don't want to not be able to address those, so there's some flexibility to do that. Funds awarded to a grantee must be spent for the year awarded. They will not be carried over from year to year. So the idea is we want the grantees to spend those. So if it's a 2-year grant, it would come out of 2 years allocation. We wouldn't try and keep track of carrying money over for 2 years. Again, your board could always make an exception to that if there were some exigent circumstance. The proposals can be for any public purpose. We're not suggesting that there be any elaborate criteria or priorities set at this point. But the grantees must be a 501c3 nonprofit agency. The minimum contract amount will be $20,000 as we're proposing, again, just because of there's a lot of administrative costs in doing this, and because your board does have money that you can also allocate for smaller projects in your districts. And the maximum amount will be 50% of the total amount being allocated in that year. And that would, again, be to make sure that there's some flexibility in meeting a variety of needs. The grantee would be required to enter into a funding agreement with the county, and funding will be processed on a reimbursement basis. The grantees would be subject to a county audit. That would be part of the agreement. Proposals that include matching funds from an outside entity would receive a priority consideration. We don't identify any specific numerical priority, but just that those would be given priority, some priority consideration. That staff would advertise the TOT grant program, open an application process through the county newsletters, social media, local chambers of commerce, and county website posting, and we're ready to proceed with that once you approve this program or revised program. They would submit, the applicants would submit funding proposals through either my office, the Office of Financial Management, or the Office of Economic Development. We've left that a little flexible to sort of, over time, see where that might best lie. Initially, it would be through the Office of Economic Development, as was the case in the past. Staff will verify proposals meet the minimum criteria. And then we're proposing that a review committee made up of the 5 supervisorial districts' chief of staff be designated to evaluate and rate the grant proposals and make funding recommendations to the Board of Supervisors. The recommendations would come back then to your board in coordination with the county's budget process, and you would make the ultimate decision. And the decision to, the recommendation regarding using the chiefs of staff is sort of, we looked at this as in 2 different possible ways. One would be to establish some fairly specific criteria, get direction from your board on priorities, on areas to focus on, and then under that approach, it's possible staff could do some analysis of that. Alternatively, we thought what made more sense, though, was to give you as much flexibility as possible and not establish elaborate criteria, but instead rely on your designated chiefs of staff to conduct that initial evaluation and make a recommendation to you. That gives you the most flexibility in the end.
Britt, if you just give for a moment here, Supervisor Kennedy wanted to ask a question. And
sure. One question, you said that the Powerhouse Science Center, thank you, Chair, the $287,000 didn't meet the criteria. Now, is this for the upcoming budget cycle? You're recommending it not be in there?
It would not be included in the funding that's sort of already committed. Because, as you recall, there was a fairly lengthy list of conditions that were placed on the Powerhouse Science Center, and they were starting with this fiscal year. Yeah. At the beginning of this fiscal year, they did not meet those conditions, but we kept it set aside in the idea that they might. So far, we have not received any proposal from them, and again, we don't think it's it's prudent to just keep holding that money aside. They could always come in and make a proposal, and you could consider funding it out of the $1 million.
I think you could probably expect that. They're pulling permits next month, so.
Well.
I think they'll meet a lot of the criteria, so. Okay.
Okay.
If I could, Britt, just, and I know you want to wind up, I just wanted to, as you've gone down through a lot of material here, just back on your bullet points you just covered. As far as the advertisement, I think we mentioned local chambers of commerce. That may be great for economic development or for some community project, but I think there's a number of other sources you can go to, and whether it's, you know, historical societies, there's associations in the county, there's your museums, there's your I think even your some of your public agency partners, like the libraries, or maybe even, you know, sometimes school districts have an innovative project. They want to do a garden. They may not have a nonprofit, and so I will just say that as we get into discussion, I want to kind of talk about that. I think you want to open the playing field for nonprofits who may not have a good competitive edge otherwise, but sometimes there are partnerships, and it may not always involve a nonprofit. The nonprofit certainly may be the provider, and maybe you're going to have a real wealth of them in this process. But it seems to me if you're going to open this up, that there, you know, maybe some opportunities in cultural, civic, recreational, and certainly in community enhancement projects that could involve more than just a 501c3. That may be a key piece of it, but not the only piece. And I just wanted to offer that comment. And I know you've given a lot of thought to this. So,
and we had discussed this a little bit yesterday evening, and I do agree with that. I think this is narrow. Chambers of Commerce and anything else we can get the message out. We will absolutely keep that in mind.
And as far as qualifying for that too, I mean, because it says very explicitly in bullet number, I guess 5 or 6 on page 4, that grantees must be a 501c3 nonprofit agency, and that may or may not be too confined depending on what we want to do. But as I mentioned, there are other partners, and you know, that we may look to that may not have that status, but maybe doing good work, public works, maybe of a modest amount. And I can think of even the library recently with some of the community funds that we're funding some of those workshops with a group that's at Sac City, but the library is the funding recipient, working then with probation department and with Sac City on their robotics program. And ultimately, putting that all together to pieces, and your offices were helpful, Brett. I just use it as an example, though it's a modest amount. But okay, so I appreciate that you'll follow up on that. And I have Phil and then Sue Frost, and you're not going to get all the way through before we start asking questions, Britt. So and Susan Peters. So
it's all right.
We're all lined up. So anything else you want to conclude with? Otherwise, we're going to go right to the speakers.
Can I just briefly mention what our intended timing was, assuming that you approve this evening, and that would be the initial grant application period would be February 14th through March 30th. So we'd give about 45 days opportunity and engage in the outreach that you've suggested. Have initial screening March 31st through April 14th. Have review committee review April 17th through May 12th. Notify those who are being recommended May 15th through 26th in that period, and then bring it to the board at budget hearings, which are scheduled for June 13th through 15th. As proposed, just to recap then what this would mean in terms of the money, assuming about $5.4 million next year, which is probably a reasonable assumption. There would be about $3.5 million then that would be allocated either to existing programs, to the money that goes to the districts, to administration, and to the new program. And then $1.9 million would be available to fund general fund net county costs, which would be about a $900,000 reduction.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Brett, for your presentation. So we'll hold there. Let's go to questions. Supervisor Cerna, Frost, and Peters, followed by Kennedy and Natoli, I'm sure. So.
All right. Thank you. Brett, thank you for your work on this, and to others that have put obviously a lot of thought into, I think, a very singular yet intricate and somewhat complex process as it relates to the $1 million. In my briefing with Nancy and with NAB about this, I made it clear that I know I understand, and I would suspect others do as well, that from the county executive's perspective, the need for, and certainly from Britt's perspective, the need for certainty for budgeting purposes, especially around this time of year as we get closer to budget discussions in earnest, you're going to want to know how much of that rare discretionary funding you actually have available to cover net general fund costs. So that's understandable. I have I don't debate that at all. I guess what I do debate is, and that's the reason why I won't be able to support this in its current form tonight, and will hopefully get some support relative to sending you back for a little more work on this, is what I had hoped for was giving us, as we have asked for on many other and many other occasions, different options, different alternatives for how the $1 million might be appropriated in some systematic way. I mean, you've given us one, so you've got kind of, option one, but I got to believe there's at least an option 2 and an option 3 out there, and we kind of brainstormed during my briefing about what some of those might look like. I didn't see the county executive necessarily objecting. I think his disposition is pretty clear that that's a policy decision for us to make. And so, again, while I think good work has been done thus far, it represents just one option. And I would also like to suggest that this body, as much as we tout the fact that it's a grand all funds budget that we are asked to grapple with every year, the largest in our region, largest in inland Northern California, in fact, for a local government. When it comes to true discretionary funding, it's a very small universe relative to the size of the organization, relative to the size of the all funds budget. Here we are talking about $1 million in an almost $4 billion all funds budget. So what I'm leading up to is the fact that I want to be able to exercise the discretion on that, even as it relates to how we get to a place of advising how best to use those monies collectively or individually. Meaning, and then this is no disrespect to my own chief of staff or to others, I could foresee in the option that's been presented today that there might actually be respective differences of opinion between chiefs of staff and their supervisor on how best to spend or to appropriate these funds, just because there may be a missed nuance in terms of understanding some of the histories of the organizations that might benefit from these funds. I mean, a whole host of things could be missed or lost in translation within each of our supervisorial districts, and so I think that poses a problem for me. So in other words, I would like to see an option where the entirety of the process is left at this dais and not left to some advisory role for others to play. I think we need to think carefully about that. So that too is something that I gave a preview of coming attractions to Nav and Nancy during my briefing, that I would be making this statement. But I think that is something for, if it's the will of the board today to send you back to do some more work, that you might consider in terms of shaping at least another option, if not a third or a fourth.
Okay, Sue Frost.
So my concern about this is over the last couple months, and I'm new, but it seems like there's a whole lot that we need to do, but there's never enough money. And we're talking about initiatives around drug addiction and homelessness and the legalized marijuana and mental health and the sheriff and our RCCC, and there's all these things coming, and then whispers of a potential coming recession, and still we haven't paid back money that we borrowed from our own funds from the recession, and now we're setting ourselves up for a 2-year grant program that is wonderful. I'm all for economic development, but my concern is that we're setting ourselves up for a program that sets up expectations and commits money in a direction that we may not be able to sustain, and all at a time when we still have a mountain to climb when it comes to social services and public safety, and all that is intertwined, and those priorities kind of do need to have some discretion, that full discretion as to how we're going to spend it. And so my concern with this is that, not that I don't want to be able to create those kind of programs where we can issue grants to nonprofits, because that's one of the things in my campaign that I said I wanted to do. I want to be the wind under the wings of those community organizations, because government can't do it all. But we don't have a whole lot of money to do what we do need to do. And so I have a hard time supporting it for that reason, that we're setting up an expectation that I'm afraid we're not solid yet. We're not on solid ground to be able to set up those kind of expectations. And I also, I haven't been through the budget process with you folks, but I'm trying to figure out how NAV is going to maneuver that budget, because a whole lot of increases are being thrown at us, and I'm thinking, where is all the money coming from? I hope the money's coming. So I think that's the challenge that I have at this time with this proposal, and the reason I don't think I can support it.
Okay. Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. I recognize your concern, and I think $1 million is too large to start with on this. I'm okay allocating maybe half that for a program like this. If times get better, then we can always go to a larger number, but it seems like, similar to what Supervisor Frost said, we have a lot of unexpected things coming at us. When we do it, one of the criteria, I think, needs to be a geographical spread. The money is coming from the unincorporated area, and this is TOT, and I'd like to see a better spread into the unincorporated area with the nonprofits, and something I talk to SMAC about every year. Many of the arts groups are City of Sacramento centric. I don't have any problem with the City of Sacramento. It isn't that, but they have their own funding sources, and so I want to make sure that we try and inspire non-City of Sacramento nonprofits to do better. And I do like the chief of staff model. I think this is going to be very time intensive, and I don't want to be here for 2 days trying to decide amongst people or in groups in a public setting.
Like we used to do in the old days, because it wasn't 2 days.
I don't like that, Don.
I know, I'm just saying, that's what it was.
I'm sorry, that I did have a couple of smaller questions. In the funding categories, you have TOT program administration at $200,000. That just sounds like a lot of money to administer this program. So how is that going to be? Is Troy getting a raise?
Yeah, Troy.
Or what?
I thought we just had $100 million.
Yeah, well, you don't have to got the $100 million. Yeah. And as long as you're going to be answering this, you could probably talk about $190 million for 190,000. I'm back. John infected me with the 100 million. 190,000 in economic development, marketing, and support.
Sure. So over this period of time, as Britt had mentioned, there are 3 components to this. There are the civic programs, the neighborhood funds, and most recently the community services programs. So over that time period, with the addition of dollars that have been added into the program, as well as the new program for community services, we've had a dramatic increase in the number of contracts we administer. So for instance, in 2005, 2006, we administered 83 contracts. This year we're on
How
pace.
many?
83. Okay. This year we're on pace to administer 350 to 400 contracts. So we've had a dramatic increase in cost.
I have a suggestion on how it could be made easier. Reduce the paperwork involved in receiving a check from TOT. It's what is it, 20 pages of forms to fill out or something to get $2,000?
We've worked with county council on that process. We're looking at hopefully moving that online.
Ridiculously complicated.
I would agree with your assessment on that.
You'd save in postage mailing all the forms out. Go ahead.
So involved in that, we have the drafting of the contracts, the overly excessive 20-page contract, the coordinating with the recipients, the executing the agreements and the payments for those, and tracking the budgets for all of those processes as well. So if there is a new additional fourth component to this, and we have additional contracts and an additional competitive process, we expect the cost to administer this to continue to rise.
Is this additional people for $200,000? Are you hiring a couple people, or?
We wouldn't be hiring a couple people. We would be potentially hiring an additional person. But as it stands now, to administer the 350 to 400 contracts that we have now, it's about $180,000 a year.
I'm stunned. I don't know quite what to say about that. I'll think about it and get back to you on that. And then what about the other 190,000? This looks like, is it new money?
He's talking about the extra 100,000 for economic. The targeted support is, those are funds that would be set aside to address projects that come up in the middle of the year. If the Sports Commission has a sponsorship opportunity that the board has endorsed and would like to activate, if those funds are not spent, that would potentially roll into the general fund. So those are not allocated, but they're set aside for events that may come up.
So targeted support is events, and marketing is putting our logo on Chamber of Commerce events?
It's sponsorship of events, sponsorship in coordination with GSAC and others.
And audits for $50,000. Sounds like Jeopardy. Audits for $50,000.
Audits for $50,000. That is something that is typically done on the TOT. They audit generally they potentially audit a couple of hotels per year.
Oh, this is the hotel audits?
Yes, that's correct.
Last I heard, we were years behind in that and really weren't doing it.
We have stepped up on that with internal audit. They are going back out and getting caught up on it.
We funded it every year. Why would we be behind?
At one point, I think the funding had gone down. Then funding, we came to the board, you upped the funding, and we put that back on their work plan.
Okay.
Well, seems like that 50 ought to be able to be included in the 200 administration or something like that. Then the music circus debt service is $66,000. Do we know what year that ends?
Pretty soon. Yeah, pretty soon.
So that is no longer actually debt service. As you know, we're no longer part of the music service. They refinanced, and we're no longer. But as part of that, there was a sort of a commitment that we would continue to provide ongoing funding at the 66,000 level. It's not really anymore for debt service. It's just ongoing funding.
Ad infinitum? I mean,
I'm sorry.
Forever?
There's no legal obligation to go on forever, but there was no talk about not continuing it.
Okay. All right. I realize I could have had those conversations at the budget, but I just wanted you to know I'd really like to see some more detail on those things.
Understood.
Okay. I know Phil's punched up. I just wanted to, while Troy is there, and just a general comment. I had some specifics, but I'll let colleagues talk to him first. But I wanted to say that I think this discussion day is again, long overdue. We've had it a couple of times, but I do like the fact, and maybe to something that Supervisor Frost said, it doesn't so much pertain to the amount or even to any processes being talked about here. I think allowing this board, before these dollars are all basically plugged in, again, Britt and his folks doing their work, so that in the event that we want to, any given year, and again, we can have that conversation, we will, depending upon what we do with this, but again, some of the more difficult times, but it got to be just an assume that all the money was budgeted, and then if we wanted to call back for whatever particular purpose, even in the budget context of wanting to support one departmental need over another, it was pretty locked in, and there wasn't much ability for the five of us with community input and certainly staff input to really juggle that to any degree. And so I think certainly this is a reflection of I think, conversations over many years, and again, I want to thank you, Nav, and certainly staff for bringing this to us. Whatever iteration we come up with or not, I think it's an important conversation going into budgeting to know, at least from a standpoint of a plug number. Certainly gives Britt and his folks and more or less to work with, but I think it's important because I think it retains the ability in a fund that has had a good deal of discretion under, certainly under good budgeting practices for decades now, and has served to support a lot of general fund needs, but also community needs and a variety of things. And so again, I'm pleased that you got this before us, and thank you for bringing it to us. And I got some specific questions, but let me go to my colleagues. Susan, did you have anything else? I'm sorry.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, Phil, you're up. And
Yeah, just a quick question to dovetail off of Susan's question about the 200,000. Does that 200,000 reflect the fact that there'd be higher administrative costs for a somewhat complicated process associated with the $1 million?
It was partially in anticipation of that, yes.
So if we had a simpler way of appropriating that, and as was mentioned, I totally agree on the check cutting protocols. They got to get simpler. It seems to me that's where you could find some cost savings, correct?
That's a possibility.
I think the 200,000 also, what we're anticipating is costing us $190,000 to process the existing money that we give out. So which
is amazing. I mean,
yeah, when he told me that,
20% overhead.
Yeah, in private sector it's 4 to 6% max. So
part of what's anticipated is, given the criteria that we put out there, that to get that money out, just the administrative function of getting the contract signed, getting the checks issued, that's what that money represents, not the upfront side on it. This is more push the money out is what we're anticipating, this 200,000. Again, when Troy said this, I did agree to put that in the staff report, but also with the caveat that I would like to get a little bit of a time and material study on it. And then as we get into the budget, if we need to make adjustments, make the adjustments to see if we need to go down on that money. So that's, I know Troy doesn't like hearing that, but it's more like a plug number, but I do see the justification that he brought forward to it. But it is a number that we're going to look very closely. Whatever we do with this billion, but even with the other money that we're pushing out, it's a pretty big nut at this point. We would like to shave that down.
All right, Patrick, any other comments? I'm going to just offer a couple quick comments then to this, and it sounds like we're kind of a bit over the map here today. Certainly, if folks want to have different iterations, again, we've had conversations over many months, but I'm certainly not to delay it because I think there was a process here that would have started next Tuesday and begun the clock running. But if we need to take a couple more weeks, then we may have to compress that or adjust that depending upon what we choose to do. I guess I would just offer this, though, that I'm not, again, there are a couple of things here that I would speak to specifics, but relative to the process, at least to the one that existed some years ago, not to have the 2 days in session necessarily, I understand that, but I think one that has a pretty open competition, and again, in my view, I'll just share this, is that it's not just limited to nonprofits. You want to focus there, but that, and it's not limited to just geographical areas, that, whether you're in a city, or whether it's the city of Sacramento, one of the other 6 cities, or in the unincorporated area, and whether you're, a public entity that might have something that would direct itself to children or to activities, to supporting efforts that the county either embraces or not. I think there's a wide opportunity. Again, these aren't unlimited dollars, and whatever number we choose, certainly there'll be a much more, I'm sure, demand and request for it than we have in any given year. But I think it's healthy. I think it allows us to look at the civic and cultural, as well as the, I think, aesthetic impacts, aesthetics in the sense of how we relate to our communities and, reinvest in different ways. And so there's a whole combination here. I think this leaves kind of an open slate for us to consider. But I do like the idea that we can kind of have a competitive process. I've said this before when we had these discussions 2 or 3 years ago, that, again, I'm not uncomfortable because I think that if, we can, try this out, and if we don't like it, obviously we have the ability to do it in a different way. But if it's too confining and or too open-ended, and I guess that's the balance you're trying to achieve here, it can make it either more difficult, more costly, and more frustrating, I guess, for us as well as for others. And so whatever we decide on, I think we ought to do something pretty short order. If it doesn't work from the standpoint of either budgeting or from the standpoint of the constituencies, but the county constituency that we view, then we can come back and change it. And again, I think having processes though that are auditable and hopefully simplified, but also ones that hopefully reflect community needs and community investment that we'd like to see, and whether it's at $500,000, $1 million, or more, or something less than that. I think this is a wise way to approach it, and gives this board and future boards the ability to look at any given budget year. And so I could go through without in more detail, but I know the hour's late. So it sounds like there was a desire to maybe continue for a couple of weeks to kind of keep working on this, have more conversations, obviously with Nav and Britt and Troy, and then come back. I think we should expect though by the end of February come back, because if we're going to do a budget year, if we're going to give some direction, if it is going to be a community process, I think in light of what was outlined, unless we want to delay that until like the September or whatever, but maybe we want to get that money out sooner rather than later if it's that we choose to do. So I would be comfortable giving it a 2-week, or basically a 3-week continuance, and we're going to load up either 28th or the 1st of March, but and then coming back with expectations that we can either give direction, vote something up or down, or modify it here at the dais. But I would like to see us get to something in the next 3 weeks. So that's my thoughts. I have Supervisor Frost and Supervisor Cerna.
I just have one comment that I was remiss in saying. If we do go down the road that we're going to have this, our preference will be to come to you in January to kind of give you a status update on how the money
next year, right?
Next year,
yeah.
How the money's being used, what's the utilization? Did we use all the money? But the other lesson, at least that I learned, actually sitting over here at that point, when we went through in 9 and 10, was that this was the first money that we took out. And this was the most difficult piece that we went out. I was reminiscing with Phil that when he was running, he was sitting up in the chambers, and we were arguing about World Trade Center. We were down to arguing about $500.
Yeah, $6,400 is what I remember. something
so
like that.
Part of what I want to build into this is the caution that I think Supervisor Frost has brought in is that there are fiscal constraints we always have, but I would rather be in front of you in January letting you know that we don't believe this funding is going to work, so whoever's gotten the grant, that they know up front that this money is off the table and we're not getting how we had to deal with it in June and September 9 and 10.
Okay.
Are you talking about January of next year, or?
Yeah, correct. Each year, if you have this program in place,
then
each
you'll get
January,
an update. Oh,
yes.
But earlier you were talking about this is a 2-year grant program, maximum 2 years. So we're setting them up for one renewal on the grant. Is that correct?
So we had proposed that a portion of it could be for 2 years, but that's obviously something that we could look at if we come back, and maybe for this initial cycle, it would be limited to 1 year until we sort of see.
Actually, I'm sorry, I understand the question. The initial grant could be up to 2 years. What I'm talking about, January check-in, that money's been allocated. It's the future money coming in if we need to take that money out and make adjustments, and not adjust the existing grants at that point.
So, and the other question I have, it relates to, you made a comment, the max amount, 50% of the amount allocated that year. Is the $1 million divided by 5 districts, and each district gets their allocation? And then Supervisor Peters brought up the unincorporated versus the incorporated, and how do we rationalize that?
So our tradition, and I'm just merely stating as tradition, I'm not, the way we were viewing this, the grants that the board gave back then were countywide. So anybody from the county could compete for it, and there was not any district allocation provided. So that was our thought process going in, that if there's a need from City of Sacramento, unincorporated, Citrus Heights, wherever, they come through the process, and we will go through the granting the money. The reason why we ended up adding $100,000 for each supervisorial district on the community service program was more of a nod towards that there are community needs that you all hear.
Yeah.
And at one point, I think you guys were down to 20,000 each. So that's why we went to the 100,000 to give you a little bit more flexibility.
At first you went to 50 for a couple while.
Yeah.
We did, you're correct. We went to 50, then we went to 100. So that was our thought process, is that you have community money to take care of the community needs. This is more larger projects, if you will. We talked about the power center, trolley issues come up, and other examples are escaping me, but there's things that come up during the year. We're trying to put them in a process countywide, not in a district manner. If it's good for the whole county, and we believe, and the supervisors believe that's something we should do, that's what this is for.
So I just want to make sure Supervisor Frost understands that currently there is a pot of the TOT that is set aside that is equally distributed, 120 per supervisorial district, as of the policy that was passed last year, or the budget action that was passed last year. What we're talking about is a different pot of the TOT, and it would be additive, but as Mr. Gill was saying, it would be for a longer period of time, 2 years versus just the one budgetary year.
Correct.
And as is currently proposed, it would be countywide, not just specific to a district.
Correct.
And that different pot is currently going to...
That's the million that we're talking about.
Yeah, but it's currently going to...
The general fund.
It's general fund.
General fund.
Yes.
Right.
For the discretion of you or the department.
Yeah, and his recommendations.
Recommendations back to
It
you.
just goes into the big pot and gets spent.
So we're proposing to take it out of the general fund and allocate it
Correct.
specifically to outside grants.
And the reason why we're here today to discuss that is that in the past, particularly in June, there was a desire that the board members had to see if there's any adjustment that could be made, but the money is basically locked in at that point, and we have to then take it out of Pot A to balance B.
Yeah.
Today's purpose was, before we even get locked into any numbers, anything gets locked in my head or Britt's head, is to have this dialogue with you, that if you're willing to do this, $1 million, 500, whatever that number is, then we know going into the budget what our number is that we're starting off with, and we can start balancing the budget accordingly. So that's the purpose of this discussion.
Okay. Sue, anything else?
Yeah, I guess I'm still struggling with it because I kind of like the idea of having discretionary in the budget at this time, but okay, that's all I have.
Yeah, well, it's all going to come back.
We're going to, yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion so we can put a bow on this. So I move that we continue this discussion with the direction that's and suggestions that have been and feedback that's been given already. Come back in 2 weeks, the 28th. I'm thinking the 28th versus the 1st because we had the other one moved to the 1st, right? Yes. Okay, so that I'm just
28th or 1st?
28th.
Move this discussion to the 28th. Okay. And I just wanted to add that I agree with Chair Natoli about not limiting ourselves just to the nonprofit world. I think if you think about it, we actually have some tremendous opportunities, not just with the city of Sacramento, but with the other 6 cities, to match with them on certain initiatives, whether it be a Citrus Heights issue or a Folsom issue, Rancho Cordova issue, what have you. And so we should think carefully about how we leave ourselves open an opportunity to do that, working with other local government and school districts for that matter. So, anyhow, that's my motion.
All right, motions to continue this to February 28th. What time?
Flo, can we work on the time? We have a lot of items on the 28th. We'll put it on 28th.
Is it better to put on the 1st? I mean,
That's what we need to look. We have a lot of stuff that moved on us. 28th, we can make it work. It's just, I don't know, a time at this point.
Okay.
Well, this was a 10:30 item. I got heard at 4:30 today, so we maybe give Britt and Troy a little narrow window on this. So
we will.
Okay. All right. Very good. So the motion is continued to February 28th, and we'll get appropriate time. Thank you for your patience. Thanks, everybody, my colleagues, for everybody's input. And that is the motion. Please vote.
Did we get a second?
Who took this?
Second. Okay. You did get a second, just before the vote got counted. Okay.
Unanimous vote.
All right, very good. We'll come back on that then. Okay, any other agenda business? We have an off-agenda speaker. I know we've got some adjournments and comments by supervisors and some reports. So
you also have your own ranks.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's item 50. And then also I want to point out to you, Mr. Chair, that for item 39, we spoke to the assistant probation chief, and he would like to continue that to March 7th.
Okay. For
That was the presentation.
Yeah, Paula shared that with me earlier. I asked about what had happened. I didn't see Marlon in the audience, so, okay. All right, so we'll reschedule that. So let's go to item 50, appointments from our own ranks. And again, if there's a desire to do any of these, again, I know you've done some work around these, Flo, but I don't want to take too long this afternoon since it's pretty late, so.
And it's up to you, sir, if you want to continue this, because we do communicate with you via the memorandums.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Stern.
There is, I would like the indulgence of the board on one particular on ranks appointment today. And that's after careful thought and some discussion with Supervisor Frost. I'd like us to reconsider, I'm not sure we actually got to it or not, the SACOG appointments from this board. After discussing with Supervisor Frost her interest and the possibility of serving as one of 3 representatives to SACOG on the board, and my continued challenge, quite frankly, in being able to schedule my time for board meetings, and especially also the GRAPPA committee meetings that go along with service on that board. I would like to nominate Sue Frost to serve on the SACOG board.
Second.
Okay. All right. So move to second then to approve Sue Frost as one of our 3 appointees to the SACOG board, and thank you, Supervisor Cerna. So. Trust you accept that, Ms. Frost? Okay.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna.
Okay, all right, let's vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, very good. Thanks, Phil. Thanks, Sue.
Looking at this list, it's got the Tobacco Securitization Authority, and I thought
there you go.
Supervisor Frost had accepted those. Did I?
I did. I just had a question relating to an investment in tobacco and didn't want to have a conflict of interest. So if there was no conflict, I was happy to serve.
Okay, so take those 2 off. It'll be Supervisor Frost.
Okay, got those clear. There's some other ones you've referred here, and I don't know, and this.
Do we want to just start from the top and just go down the memo?
Well, the county executive's got to do some work on some of these, right?
Yes,
so are you ready to handle your items today?
Not today, sir.
Okay. Why don't we do this? Is there anything, other urgency, in light of the lateness of the hour? Why don't we hold this to the 28th?
Yes.
Or the 1st? You can decide, Flo. Or the 2nd?
Let's go to the 28th.
Okay, all right, let's do that. So thanks for your work. I know we put it over last time, but again, I think we want to hear.
We reduced it by some.
Yes, we did. We took care of 2 of them, so. All right, very good. So with that, we'll hold the remaining portion of that report back until either the 28th of February or 1st of March. Okay, we do have an off-agenda speaker, and so she's been very patient, so we'll hear from her, and then we've got a couple of
one item on.
Yeah, county exec comments and supervisor comments as well. So, all right, with that, Cindy Flaherty. And Cindy, under rules of board, we allow up to 5 minutes for off-agenda items. You've been very patient, so I'll yield the maximum to you, and if you can get it done before that, fine. But if not, we got a copy of your letter, and let you introduce yourself and go from there.
Good afternoon. I'm Cindy Flaherty, and I'm not going to ask for money.
Okay.
I volunteered for the Bradshaw Animal Shelter for 5 years, and I've been the cat consultant for 15 months. I created the Cat Fae. In October of 2015, I was recognized for my many outstanding contributions, positive teen spirit, and contagious enthusiasm by the animal shelter. Full disclosure, my contract as cat consultant was not renewed yesterday. I'm here today to ask your help to stop the inhumane treatment of cats at Bradshaw Animal Shelter, primarily those arising out of the Return to Field program. The Return to Field program for cats was created by the Correct Shelter Medicine program at UC Davis. It's a fabulous program, and it calls for all stray, healthy cats to be spayed and neutered, microchipped, vaccinated, ear-tipped, and returned to the location where they were found. 14 months ago, Bradshaw Shelter implemented this wonderful program. The criteria included the agreement not to return to field kittens or infirm cats. The complete list of cats that do not qualify for the RTF program is represented by the acronym CATOID QKS. Please refer to your handout for more details. Bradshaw Shelter Management agreed with this criteria and supported its implementation. It's posted at intake for staff reference. I was hired to specifically administer the program. I'm sad to report to you that there has not been consistent compliance with the program. Two recent examples. This is Olivia. On December 24th, 2-month-old Olivia was featured in a Bradshaw Shelter Facebook post. 2 days later, Olivia was unexpectedly RTF'd in 30-degree weather by a reluctant animal control officer. This RTF was ordered by Bradshaw Shelter Kennel Supervisor Eileen Matson. This is not humane treatment. On the other side, on December 17, 2016, Charles, a cat with a bloodied, injured eye, was brought to the shelter by the animal control field officer. He was neutered and his eye was removed. Charles was returned to field on January 1st, 2017, while he was still recovering from his injuries, to a location that Kennel Supervisor Danielle Russell had previously identified as a do not return location due to the large number of feral cats and the unsafe conditions. Charles should not have been RTF'd. He was infirm. He was still recovering from his injuries and adjusting to an existence as a one-eyed cat. He was returned to a location the shelter previously identified to be unsafe. There was plenty of shelter space for cats at the shelter. This unexpected RTF was also ordered by Kennel Supervisor Eileen Matson. This is not humane treatment. Both of these cats were returned to field by animal control field officers. Animal control officers are unable to respond to all of the requests from the community. 60% of all RTF cats are returned to field by the person who brought the cat to the shelter. We have a vibrant RTF program that provides for volunteers to return the balance. Using animal control officers to return to field cats is a misuse of county resources, and it might be illegal. This is wrong, and it needs to stop. Seeking help, I met with Shelter Director Dave Dickinson in August, October, December, and yesterday. Nothing changed. On 3 occasions in January, I elevated the matter to Rob Leonard, Nav Gill, and Don Natoli. Am I disappointed? Absolutely. I know Bradshaw Shelter can be better than this. Unless this matter is addressed, potentially more cats are going to suffer the inhumane treatment as ordered by Animal Kennel Supervisor Eileen Matson and sanctioned by Shelter Director Dave Dickinson. Please stop the inhumane treatment of cats and misuse of county resources at Bradshaw Animal Shelter. Thank you for your time. What questions do you have?
Okay. Thank you, Cindy. I don't know if there are any questions by board members. Don't see any questions. Certainly received this information, and we'll make sure that I think Nav and Rob got copies of this as well. So we'll so noted, certainly noted in your correspondence, and I certainly have been in conversations with the staff when I received that correspondence. And I thank you for your call to my office. You did let us know you'd be here off agenda, so I couldn't predict it was going to be quite this long a day, but appreciate the effort and certainly your concern for the cats that you've outlined, as well as the other ones that you cared for. So,
okay,
good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Okay, that's our off-agenda item. I had no one else signed up to speak on off-agenda items. We can't take any action on those items today. So with that, then I think we had some follow-on items.
Just have one item. Just if I could indulge the board. Last couple of weeks, we've done a lot of work with homeless folks on the street, some of the stuff that Supervisor Cerna has asked us to look into. And I thought it would be appropriate to have Ann Edwards just give you a very quick update on what kind of work we have done in sheltering folks during the storm. So, Ann, if you could make a quick presentation.
Good evening.
Good evening, Ann.
Ann Edwards, Department of Human Assistance. Thank you. We've been working really hard over the last several weeks to open warming centers, and we've opened 2 so far. One at the Stanford Settlement. That facility is being staffed by staff from Volunteers of America, and they're providing staff transportation, food, and DHA is providing blankets and security and background checks to make sure that we don't have any 290 registrants or anyone with a felony warrant that's sleeping there. That has a capacity to serve 25 men or women on any given night. There have been many nights when they've been full, some nights when they have not. We also recently opened up a county vacated facility over on North A Street, and that opened on February 2nd. It's currently open now, scheduled to be open every night until the 10th, and that has a capacity to serve 46 men and women. It has yet to reach full capacity, but it got pretty close last night, I believe. Salvation Army is providing staffing support for that facility. We got cots. Phil helped us get cots.
Yeah, literally, I went and picked up cots.
Yes. And DHA, again, is providing blankets and security and background checks.
Actually, the thanks goes to Supervisor Frost for the cots. I went and picked them up, but she's the person that put me in contact with the right folks involved with the annual stand down event.
Yes.
Yes, it was the veterans.
Yeah, the veterans stepped up big time, so thanks to them.
I can send you a picture of the cots.
50 cots, I've seen them set up in that space. Yeah.
So both shelters are scheduled to be open through the remainder of this week because we're anticipating rain every week. And then after that, every day, thank you. After that, we assess.
Yeah, but you have it right both ways. About every week it's been raining too.
Been raining a lot, yes. So we're just assessing based on temperature and volume of rain. And
So,
happy to answer any questions.
Phil.
Yeah, just a hearty thank you, especially to you and Eduardo for really taking a large chunk out of your days and even evenings to make sure that this is running as smoothly as we can expect. I don't know if we have a total count or running total, but it would be good, I think, certainly by the end of the season to kind of look back and understand how many people, men and women, we were at.
I have the numbers to date if you're interested.
Yes, I'd love to hear that.
So at Stanford Settlement, we've served a total of 394 individuals, but only 19 unduplicated. So there's a lot of repeat customers there. And at North A, we've served a total of 95, and 53 are unduplicated.
Okay. Well, I think that speaks to the fact that there's need out there, and I saw for myself the first night of operations at Stanford Settlement a couple weeks ago, and the folks that were there were obviously very exhausted. They had lights out. The women had lights out before I got there at 6 o'clock, and the VOA staff person there was explaining that they were coming in just really beat from the exposure to the weather and just ready to, quite frankly, go to sleep. So I don't know if that's what folks are seeing over at 1400 North A, but I do want to also, I'd be very remiss if I didn't extend a very sincere thank you to the River District, especially Patty Kleinknecht, if you're watching, and some of her more outspoken and understandably so outspoken members. concerned about overconcentration in the district. We had some, I think, very, at times, emotional conversation last week about the prospect of opening up the North A warming center. But the intent here is to actually achieve a few things, not the least of which is actually trying our best to serve the people that are already in the river district, and that's why we're using Salvation Army, because they're located literally down the street on North B. But we're also taking some of the resources that came from private contributions to help the river district with augmenting some of their needs in terms of added security and street pickup and cleanup over the coming weeks. I think the best we can hope for is that we can look back on this and know that we actually sheltered people when they needed it most, and at the same time, if you want to call it a model or a pilot, that's fine, but also simultaneously we tried to respond affirmatively to the needs that have been expressed time and time again by the River District, and that is that they need to see some real change there, and I couldn't agree more. So we're doing our best, thanks to Ann and Paul and Nav and Nancy and everyone that has been responsible for really being very responsive when asked to be. So thanks to everyone.
Good. Thank you, Phil. Supervisor Frost.
I just wanted to give a shout out for the food bank in Rio Linda. I don't know if the county has any facilities in that area, or if you know of anyone that might, a faith-based group that might be able to help, but the Southern Baptist Church there has sold, and they're going to be building a Rite Aid, and so the food bank has 20 homeless individuals that they shelter every night, and they have the staff and they have the business model all set up. They've got the food. All they need is a new location they need a new location within 4 months. So they have to be gone within 4 months. So within 3 months, they need a new location to lay their heads. And it's a temporary location because the Southern Baptist, my understanding is that the church is going to be helping them financially to identify a place of their own. It's just a temporary location. So I just thought I'd just put that out there in case you know of something, or you know someone who knows.
We can follow up.
Okay. I just, again, thank all of my colleagues for their efforts respectively in different realms, but certainly acknowledge too that Supervisor Cerna has kind of lived this thing for the last few weeks, and I know has pulled a lot of folks along with him, and I think done good work, and again provided great leadership. Appreciate that. Certainly the donation of the cots, and I think contribution of time and effort, and you and your staff. And I know I hear great things about many of them. Certainly you can mention some of them by name, but all of them who are certainly not just responding to requests by board members to do more, but to and compliment obviously by things that actually help us do more, raising money and arranging and so forth. But I think just recognizing the tremendous human need out there, and doing what we can to address at least some of that, and again the numbers that you recalled here just a moment ago, that wouldn't have been possible. Those folks may or may not have been housed, but with winter shelter being pretty much subscribed on any given evening, and the ability to accommodate both at Stanford Settlement and at the North A Street facility, and now in the last few days, makes a difference. And I guess I would just offer an addition of thanks, though, and say to Nav that I don't know what amount of funding still available, but the winter cycle continues as it is, and we continue to have a need. I know there's been private money that's been raised by colleagues on this board, in addition to obviously some county funding, but we have sites that are located to providing some shelter for folks, and hopefully we'll continue to do that in a way that sees them being utilized fully, or at least close to it. So I guess I would just suggest that in addition to winter shelter funding and some of the things we've done, that if we need to find some additional funding on the public side of this, that you keep us informed of that. I mean, I guess there was $50,000 raised for this effort. There was some
well, a total of 110.
110, and we put some in, and the SRA put some in.
That includes 50 from the county and the city.
Okay. So, anyway, it's been all about money today, and doing good things. But anyway, thanks, Ann, and appreciate that. Certainly convey to your colleagues and all those folks that, your support.
Well, and I appreciate the thanks, and I know Supervisor Cerna mentioned some names, but this could not have happened without Eduardo Amanero, Julie Field, Megan Marshall, Susan Lau, and Victor Contreras. They have been working on this nonstop.
So we got money left over. Let's get some medals, or at least give them.
Yeah. I hope they're watching because they've been working really, really hard.
Yeah. No, thank them so much. Appreciate all their efforts. So, okay. All right. Anything else, Mr. Gill? All right. Board members, I know we've got some adjournments. So let's take any announcements first, and then we'll go to the adjournment. So, any announcements? All right. Not then adjournments. I know Ms. Frost and I have one as well.
So this evening, I would like to close the meeting in memory of a good friend, Ken Umbach from Citrus Heights. He was a special part of our community. Ken passed away on December 19, 2016, at the age of 69 years. Loving husband of Rosa Umbach, cherished father of Brian, Jamie, Amy, Rick, James, Dion, and Brian and Autumn, grandfather of Katie and Camille, Justin, Julianne, Kyle, Devin, Bella, and Brooklyn, brother of David, Maud Umbach, and the late Peggy Clopine Inkerman, son of the late William and Virginia Umbach. Ken graduated from Redlands High School in 1965 and earned a PhD in government from Claremont Graduate School in '74. He moved to Sacramento in 1974 and began a long career in policy analysis and research with the state of California. He retired from the state in 2003, but continued his lifelong love of research and writing through his business, Umbach Consulting and Publishing, where he helped many aspiring writers turn their ideas into books. He also wrote Ken's Corner, a well-regarded weekly column published in the Senior Spectrum newspaper. He enjoyed writing his articles about life, family, and interactions with others. His quirky sense of humor shined through to everyone he met. Some of his previous experience included California Research Bureau, California State Library, where he wrote publications, Defense-Based Conversion, Agriculture in Mexico, the Internet and its Policy Implications, Mountain Lions in California, Ferrets in California Policy Issue, California's Great Central Valley, Push Technology, Africanized Honeybees, Computer Technology in K-12 schools, Impacts of Computer Technology on Learning and in K-12 schools, and inquiry and other projects. He was research analyst at the State of California Department of Development Services, senior consultant at the State of California State Senate, analyst for California Department of Developmental Services, Office of Planning and Policy Development, analyst for California Office and Statewide Health Planning and Development, outside thesis reader for the University of Redlands Institute of Professional Development. Ken and Rosa were happily married for over 34 years. In his youth, Ken traveled with his family to Austria and Central Europe. Over the years, Ken and Rosa traveled to the East Coast and visited their son Brian and many of their friends. Ken enjoyed traveling with his wife and children, going to exotic places like Puerto Rico and the Caribbean and Hawaii. In October 2015, Ken participated in a high school reunion cruise with many friends from Redlands. The times he spent with his lovely wife, Rosa, in the Pacific Grove, where his most cherished moments were returning multiple times yearly. Ken was an avid reader and on diverse subjects, sharing love of mystery and science fiction novels with his wife, Rosa. During his past few years, Ken became a wine enthusiast. He and Rosa enjoyed sampling domestic and international wines. Ken most enjoyed spending time with Rosa and was always up for an adventure with his children and grandchildren. Ken was a good friend, and I could always count on Ken to be one of those people that was honest and straightforward and supportive. And Ken, may you rest in peace, And Rosa and family, may you be comforted by your fond memories of your life with Ken. He'll live on in our hearts, and the community in Citrus Heights loved Ken, and we'll all miss him.
Well, thank you, Sue. And we will adjourn in a moment in memory of Ken Onbach. I would also like to add that I'd like to have us likewise adjourn in honor of Mary Hall Lewis. Mary Lewis, not unlike Ken, had a good part of her life devoted to writing. She and her husband, Roy Herberger, first husband, Roy Herberger, moved to the Galt and Elk Grove community when they purchased the Elk Grove Citizen Galt Herald in 1959. And for the following 58 years, she had a nonstop career, not only of community involvement, but of a regular basis, a weekly basis of reporting on the goings-on in both in the Elk Grove and Galt communities, but the adjoining areas in South Sacramento County. She was born in 1932 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, grew up in nearby Riverton, attended Morristown Friends School, graduated in 1949, and attended Christian College in Columbus, Missouri before she transferred to the University of Missouri, where she earned a degree in journalism in 1953. Mary was very active in the Elk Grove community. She was honored as the Elk Grove Citizen of the Year in 2010. Many service awards, and served in many capacities, everything from her church, the Galt United Methodist Church, to the Elk Grove Chamber of Commerce, to the Seroptimus and Strauss Festival of Elk Grove. She was very active in the Historical Society and many other goings-on, and could always be seen in support of events and of the people in the community about which she was a part of, but she wrote about. And some of her columns, again, kind of a harken back to days of old, but she wrote about a column about town, a glance back, which would go back in 15 or 20 year increments to talk about what happened that week in 1937, 1957, and so forth. Wrote the church news and class notes, and was wed in 1983 to Dr. Arnold Lewis, who was a former pastor of the Galt United Methodist Church. They enjoyed many travels together, and he preceded her in death in 2012. She survived her daughter, Elizabeth Swartz of San Jose, son David Herberger, who continues the publication and the weekly, both the Galt and Elk Grove publications, and also nieces, nephews, and grandchildren. So want to wish her family, the Herberger family, again, long-time institutions in this community, our best, and certainly the Lewis family as well. And there'll be a celebration of her life this Friday in Elk Grove, which I'm sure will be well attended, to recognize and memorialize her contributions to the community. So she was a very good friend, certainly to me and to my family, and I know we'll miss her greatly. Last note I would say, I saw her last at the Elk Grove Chamber annual dinner a few weeks, actually about a week and a half before she passed, and she was there even though not feeling well, but they were certainly in good spirits and bringing that kind of effort to the whole outing that we could all appreciate, because it was typical Mary. She was there irrespective of how she felt physically, and so again we wish her well and her family well, and keep her on our memories. And so with that, we would adjourn unless there's any others in memory of Ken Ombach and Mary Hall Lewis as we close at 6:05 today.